county to the panel agenda for Agenda 3. We'll hear testimony today regarding regional leadership, meteorologists, and mental health professionals. We'll also have the public testify. I have chosen to limit invited testimony for 10 minutes or shorter so that the members can ask questions and hopefully move through the information that we desire a little quicker sometimes. We'll also observe a 3-minute time limit for public testimony to ensure that as many of public witnesses as possible can be heard. We won't leave here today till the last public witness has testified. This hearing is going to be a little more emotional, a little harder than the last one, rightfully so. And what I hope that you gain from this, for those that are in those periods of extreme emotions of loss, that we provide just a little bit of comfort that you know that we care. And I hope that it begins a healing process if you're not already in it. I hope you find some closure at some level as you leave here today. For those that are testifying as invited witnesses, we just need to know what happened, when it happened, so that we can go forward and make sure, to the best of our abilities, we prohibit life lost in the next one. There will be another flood. What we learn from this and what actions we take and what actionable items we demand, not options, out of this process will hopefully save lives in the next event. So with that, that's the goal and the objective. We're going to extend latitude today from both public members, questions, but there will be boundaries. It's not a place where you're going to throw rocks at each other or accuse each other. It's a place where we're going to try to garner information to be better for it. And we'll learn from it. And trust me, 18 members up here, we will get to the bottom of the things that we need to know about. But we're going to do it in a very respectful and ordered fashion. In any tragedy, grace and love and compassion are essential to healing and recovery. I hope we heal fellow Texans today. Chairman King, opening remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you all for being here today. As Senator Perry said, this is going to be an emotional hearing. It's going to be a really long day, and we want to hear from every one of you. But as a matter of housekeeping, please make sure that you've visited with committee staff and filled out your witness affirmation form before testifying, whether you're invited or addressing us through public testimony. As a reminder, to the committee and our visitors today, under House Rule 4, Section 13, House committees are subject to the same rules of decorum that govern House proceedings. Under those rules, the chair is responsible for preserving order and decorum during committee meetings. Outbursts or vocal displays of support or opposition from visitors in the audience are prohibited, and the chair may order the audience to be cleared if there's a disturbance that disrupts the committee meeting. Signs, placards, and other objects of similar nature are prohibited. Members of the committee and witnesses must confine their remarks to the matter being discussed by the committee. Once again, I want to reiterate what the senator said. I want to thank the county, TDM, DPS, and everybody that made this possible. It's never easy to move the capital to another city, especially one that's been through a tragedy of this magnitude. And by the looks of things, starting off, an amazing job has been done, and I appreciate it. At this time, it's my honor to recognize the Lieutenant Governor of Texas, Dan Patrick, for some opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be very brief. You didn't come to listen to us. We came to listen to you. I do want you to know that on July 4th, it just so happened that Governor Abbott was out of state, so I was the acting governor. When I got the call that morning, got to Austin as quickly as we could to the State Emergency Operations Center. We call it the SOC. And we got on a plane and got here as quickly as we could. Pete Flores, Senator Flores, Wes Verdell, your representative. That day will haunt me for the rest of my life. Like you, we all feel this pain, some much more than others. Winston Churchill said, this is not the end or even the beginning of the end, but perhaps we can now move forward as we still look for one adult and one child and a police or fire chief from another county. But with this hearing, what we're hoping to learn is how do we move forward so that when an event like this happens again at any level, that we are better prepared for it, and that we've known that we did all we can. Because when you think you've done all you can, there's always something else you can do. My attachment to this community now in Kerrville will be lasting forever. The love, the compassion, the teamwork, the volunteerism that showed up that first day and the second day and the third day and the fourth day was remarkable. From the people cooking food out back to the volunteers who came and searched in those first days for life, and then the recovery mode, forever grateful. This community came together in a way that I've not seen before. And in the 10 years I've been Lieutenant Governor with Governor Abbott, we've had a lot of tragedies in the state. But this one hurts so much. So I want you to know that the Speaker and I, we've never done this before. To my knowledge, it's the first time in history a Speaker and a Lieutenant Governor have ever joined a committee going out somewhere, or even at the Capitol, we don't go to committee hearings. But we said we wanted to have a joint committee. We know it's big, means it goes longer, more questions. But we wanted you to know, and the reason we came here today, so you didn't have to come to us, because we wanted to hear from you, your leaders, and the citizens of this community and the surrounding counties. So understand, this is not the end. This is the beginning. We will pass bills dealing with the immediacy of things that we can address now, but we will be doing this in the next session and the session after that. We will not quit until we find those 3 lost souls, and we will not quit until you feel like we've done everything that we can do that you've asked us to do. So thank you for allowing us into your community. I thank the state of Texas, law enforcement, our EMS, our firefighters, the volunteers, the Navy SEALs, the military, you name them, who all came here because when Texas is in trouble, Texans stand up and support each other. So thank you. It's an honor to be here today. I wish it weren't so. I wish it were another occasion. But we're here because we want you to know that we're in the fight, and we're not going to quit until we get it right. Thank you. Dustin Burrows, Speaker Dustin Burrows.
Thank you, Governor. First, let me thank the Lieutenant Governor. He mentioned he was here on the 4th, and he's been in and out of this community, and for agreeing to partner with the House. Like he said, this is unprecedented. The 2 chambers do not come together and have hearings, and we do not do them remotely, but the magnitude of the situation warranted it. And I believe this is hopefully a testament to what we intend to do together in a collaborative fashion for this community and to address these situations. Chairman Perry, Chairman King, and committee members, senators, House members, thank you for your hard work on this and the long day ahead and long days ahead in getting it done. A couple of things I would like to mention. To those who've been invited to testify, the local elected officials, people who have firsthand knowledge of what happened in the lead-up, your candor is appreciated. Your forthrightness will be appreciated. We cannot come up with solutions. We cannot try to improve things if we don't know everything that you can share with us. So I ask you, when you're asked questions and you're testifying to this committee, please understand, the more you share, the more you open up, the more you help us understand because we were not here, the better we can do in crafting legislation to meet the need and meet the moment. But most importantly to the community, our commitment is to y'all. We're in special session. It is such important, solemn, sacred work that we will do. We will come up with some solutions, but the work will not be done It is impossible for the state to craft legislation in this short time that fully meets everything. We will do our best. We will do some things, but our commitment is to continue beyond this session and these hearings into the next session and the session after that, and continue to improve and do better. With that, I thank you for being here and your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to call up the first panel. Each one of them has up to 10 minutes. If they don't need it, they can move to the next one. We're going to try to get through the panel, and then we'll have member questions. The chairs reserve the right to violate that rule a little bit. If it helps kind of moving it along, we will try to set the stage. But with that, I call Judge Rob Kelly of Kerr County, Sheriff Larry Letha of Kerr County, William B. Dub Thomas of Kerr County. We've got 8 seats. Mayor Joe Herring, City of Kerrville. Dalton Rice, City of Kerrville. William Rector, Upper Guadalupe River Authority. Judge Shane Stolicek of Kendall County. There you go. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And I still butchered, I'm sure. Judge Bella Rubio of Real County.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
before we get started, members, this system works different than the one we have in the Capitol. If you touch your mic and your green light comes on, your mic will be hot at that time. So if you would rather get my attention, but on the House side, get my attention, and send it on the Senate side, let us know, and we will write your name down in the order of asking questions. Thank you.
And with that, we'll be taking notes as those member lights come on as we see them. If your light's been on, and you might want to just kind of wave at us a little bit, but we'll alternate between members, so Senate and Rep or Rep and Senate based on the order they come up to keep it moving. I assume y'all sat down in the order I called you. If you didn't, then go ahead and state your name and your title, and you have about 10 minutes to tell us what you want us to know.
Is that on?
It's not on, so.
Chairman, members, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I am Rob Kelly, the Kerr County Judge. Before I begin my formal remarks, let me speak plainly about where this county stands today. Like most Texans, we believe in localism, self-sufficiency, and volunteerism as much as possible. Even when tragedy strikes, I am proud of our emergency first responders and citizen volunteers who acted to help the stranded and take the calls of those at risk. Since the flood, our office has received more than 100 public information requests, many from members of the press, and many others from attorneys, law firms, and investigative entities. These requests range from 911 call data to response protocols and emergency alerts. We've been busy. I understand that they are seeking answers on behalf of their clients, as they have every right to do, and we are cooperating with that. But I do want to be candid. I'm a local attorney and serve as a county judge with a very small staff. We've got one coordinator. I want the public to know that we are doing the best we can, and we will be transparent. We will get out all the facts. We will provide documentation about what the county did, how it coordinated with the Sheriff's Office, and what actions were taken during the disaster. We have nothing to hide, and we ask for patience as we work through this process responsibly and thoroughly. I also want to acknowledge the strength of our Kerr County community, those we lost, those who stepped forward to help, and the many individuals and organizations across Texas and the nation who offered to support in our darkest hours. To the families of those that we've lost and recovered, and to the families still awaiting word on their missing loved ones, and on behalf of our entire community, I extend our deepest sympathies. Our hearts remain with you during this painful and difficult time. Our community is still grieving. That grief will remain for a long time, but we've begun the road to recovery. Today, we gather to ask what happened, what was done, and what must be done better when disasters this magnitude strike rural counties. We are not too proud to ask for help and how to do it better. As county judge, I serve as the head of the emergency management and preside over the county commissioner's court. Like many in our county, my family has built our life along the Guadalupe River. I offer with transparency because they do not know how this county is or how the river behaves. I share these details many have asked. Where were you? Why hasn't the county been better prepared? Why wasn't there an evacuation order? My wife was at home during the early hours of July 4th while I was at our lake house preparing for a family gathering. On the afternoon and evening of July 3rd, nothing felt out of the ordinary in Kerr County. In Families were arriving, camps were in session, 4th of July celebrations were underway along the river. My plans, like many others, reflected the same routine on the lake. We received no alerts suggesting an extreme weather event was imminent. For context, we received hundreds of alerts during the summer. This past July, we had over 80. My first indication that the storm was different came when I woke up to texts and calls from Chief Kidd, Sheriff Letha, and Dalton Rice. We now know that by that time, the flooding had already overtaken Camp Mystic, Heart of the Hills, and La Junta, and several other upriver camps, something I could never have imagined. This extreme weather event was not forecast by the National Weather Service in a timely manner. Based on the volume and tone of the messages, I recognized that something more serious and potentially tragic was unfolding. I quickly gathered my things and contacted our emergency management coordinator, Dub Thomas, who was en route to the sheriff's office. Together, we agreed to the disaster declaration, which went into effect verbally, and I signed when I got back to town. We are committed to understanding what happened and doing better. We stand with you with clear eyes and ready hands. Let me speak briefly about how Kerr County has come into our emergency preparedness. In fact, I'll skip over that part. We brought Dub Thomas in as our emergency management coordinator in 2015. That was our first step to try to get better prepared, and he has been invaluable. And I actually took my Citizens Emergency Response Team course from Dub. When the call comes, we respond. That is how our system works, through coordination and shared responsibility and a team approach among my office, the sheriff, and the emergency coordinators in the county. To better understand what happened, Kerr County commissioned an independent hydrology study from Waterway Engineering. It confirmed that this was a 1,000-year flood, and I've attached a copy of that hydrology assessment to my remarks. They're at the back, and very much worth studying. This was a storm unlike anything seen in our county before. It stalled over the South Fork watershed in Hunt and Moe Ranch, far from the population centers and in the location with very few rain monitors or flood gauges. The storm dumped more than 12 inches of rain in under 6 hours. That is not a typical for our weather patterns, which tend to move in and out quickly. This storm sat. It did not pass through. It overwhelmed the watershed. River flows at Hunt exceeded 220,000 cubic feet per second. Water rose more than 20 feet per hour. And by the time flooding became visible downstream, upstream communities, including multiple youth camps, were already underwater. This study confirmed what we saw on the ground. This was not foreseeable using today's detection systems. It was not forecasted by the National Weather Service or TDM. It was not expected by our emergency response team. And it is exactly the kind of scenario that reveals the urgent need for stronger tools, better detection, and modernized infrastructure, especially in rural communities like ours. The first 911 call to Kerr County Dispatch came from the River Inn Resort at 2:53 a.m. I don't know how many of you know where the River Inn is. It's way out there. And in that call, they were not concerned. They said the water was up on their little dam that they have for the swimming hole.
Judge, can I stop you 1 second? I was notified that the witness mics are not going through the feed. Is someone watching the feed? So Senate Committee is working on it, so thank you.
Okay. Go ahead. Okay, better? Shortly after that call at 2:53, Deputy Green checked in and shared that he would survey the river and check low water crossings. The Hunt Volunteer Fire Department started door-to-door evacuations. One deputy became landlocked. Another rushed to Highway 39 to check and begin closing that road. By approximately 3:30 a.m., floodwaters had overtaken multiple crossings. We understood that we were facing a historic event. State and federal partners soon arrived, including the U.S. Coast Guard, Texas Game Wardens, TDM, and DPS, helped us coordinate a multi-agency rescue and recovery effort. Our local responder deputies, EMS, Texas DPS, and volunteer fire departments from Hunt, Centerpoint, Ingram, and Mountain Home acted with urgency and courage, putting their lives at risk. Hundreds of rescues were carried out by boat, by air, from rooftops, trees. At the time, we had only 6 deputies on shift and limited swiftwater resources, but we acted with everything we had. Lessons and recommendations. This flood took 108 lives, including 37 children. 2 remain missing. This is the most devastating event in Kerr County history. I say the first thing we need to do is get better real-time flood detection warning systems. Kerr County's applied for multiple grants to support these expensive systems, and we would like for those to be reconsidered. Secondly, we need stronger support for the rural emergency management, including staffing, swift water rescue equipment, and more training for our first responders. Rural counties face the same expectations as urban centers, but with far fewer resources. Finally, we need stronger communications and better broadband so that we can communicate better. There is very poor cell service out in West Kerr County and virtually no broadband, and even if people wanted to call downriver and warn folks, they didn't have the ability to do it. Plus, the 911 tapped out, and when they get too many calls, it just rotates to another county, It ended up in Seguin, of all places. And so, in conclusion, Kerr is a better place, is a place of beauty and resilience, is a place we want everyone to have the opportunity to experience and enjoy. What we experienced on July 4th was sudden, violent, and overwhelming, but we responded, we grieved, and we are building. Kerr County is ready to do the work, learn from this tragedy, and with your support, be better prepared for the next time the river rises. Thank you, and I look forward to answering the committee's questions.
Yes, my name's Larry Lee Letha, Kerr County Sheriff. Chair members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on behalf of the men and women of Kerr County Sheriff's Office, our dispatchers, our deputies, and our entire emergency response team. I appear today not only as sheriff, but as a voice for those who put themselves in harm's way without hesitation and for a community still recovering from an unprecedented natural disaster. Our deputies and dispatchers perform their jobs with courage, discipline, and determination. They responded not just professionally, but personally. Our sergeant on duty grew up in Hunt. He and his family still live in that area today. He assessed the low water crossings. He almost lost his vehicle within minutes because he was facing high water like nothing he'd ever seen before. Now, this is the same road that this deputy drives in and day out to come to work. And they did so while the ground underneath them was shifting. Since the flood, people have been asking for fair questions, and I welcome the opportunity to address them today. My goal is to provide helpful context about the conditions we faced and how the events unfolded on the ground in real time. My deputies on duty had no idea, no warning, that there was going to be a major tsunami-like event on the South Fork. I went to bed that evening on July 3rd with zero worries. We had several weather reports that shared good news. We were finally going to get some rain. We had no idea to elevate the preparedness posture with the information we had at the time. That said, one dispatcher began receiving calls from a location upriver. The deputies on duty mobilized, as we always do, to address high-risk flood zones, starting along Highway 39 and heading further west toward Schumacher Crossing. What they encountered were roads already beginning to be overtaken by water in low-lying neighborhoods. They needed immediate evacuation. In those first few hours, one two-man team of dispatchers handled 615 radio transitions and more than 100 emergency calls, while mobilizing our fire department and rescue team. They never faltered. They stayed calm under immense pressure. One dispatcher remained on the line for 24 minutes with 2 young children whose cabin was filling up with water. She stayed with them till the end. The other responding deputies didn't wait for orders. They deployed immediately. One was nearly overtaken at Shoemaker Crossing, escaping on foot before turning around to help evacuate homes downstream. Another went door to door through the water to wake residents who were still asleep. These homes were not over water yet, but would be within minutes. There was no time for formal orders. They were only there to move, and they moved quickly. We had multiple deputies and first responders in multiple locations rescuing people and facilitating evacuations. Our responders, fire department, used whatever they had to pull people out of harm's way. Most of our firefighters here are volunteers. Few have specialized swiftwater equipment or the proper training. But they did not hesitate, not once. They did what they needed to do, relying on their instincts and what training they had. In Kerr County, our emergency response community operates as one team. Effective responses require coordination across the board, from the cities of Ingram and Kerrville to my office, to our dispatchers and volunteer fire departments. No single individual is solely responsible for issuing alerts, monitoring our water crossing, or managing every aspect of a large-scale emergency of this matter. We rely on established procedures, coordinate established command, and mobilize resources quickly. It only works when we work together. That's extremely what we did that morning to the best of our abilities. We established an initial incident command center within the first hour, correction. Additional support from the Texas Game Warden and Texas DPS began arriving soon thereafter. I mobilized our special operations team to assist with search and rescue and to begin collecting victims. The air rescue landing zone was located at Ingram Elementary School, and we established a family reunification center at the Ingram High School just blocks away. Our team continued to mobilize and initiate additional resources. We blocked the roads and dispatch managed incoming emergency calls. I was present for Chief Nim Kidd's testimony to this committee last week. He confirmed what we knew at the time about the forecasted weather conditions. We monitored the same National Weather Service reports, and the weather locally showed no indication for worry. We had no idea that a 30 to 35-foot wall of water was going to be coming down the Guadalupe River that morning. And it came with a force, speed, and devastation that no one has ever seen before in this county. Yet no one stood still, no one waited, we all responded as one. I take great pride in how my people responded and how we pulled together under the worst circumstances we've ever faced. This was not familiar of presidents in my view. It was a test of capacity under extreme, unpredictable conditions. As we look ahead, I want to offer a few observations and actions we are already taking at the Sheriff's Office. We are already acting to strengthen protocols regarding low water crossing assessments of our deputies on duty. But more must be done to improve the ability to predict these type of fast-moving weather events. In my view, no alert system would have changed the outcome or prevented the tragic loss of life that was upriver. By the time the true danger became clear, the monitoring, our office was in full mode, rescuing residents and visitors. This is a tragic event, but it is also a reality, as we will be committed by learning from and doing everything possible to prevent this in the future. What matters is not blame, it's commitment. It's commitment to improve. As you requested, I want to share my views on areas of improvement. First, we know there is room for better understanding and monitoring upstream rainfall. We depend on agencies like USGS and NOAA, and while their data continues to improve, this event showed how quickly conditions can evolve beyond the bounds and modeling. Second, interoperability matters. Our communication system performed well, and that is part because of the investment we've made, some through grants, some through community-raised funds, to ensure our responders are connected. But we still have more to do, especially when it comes to coordinating and communicating with mutual aid agencies in the county or in our region. You have my commitment that we will improve these systems. Third, we're already taking steps to assess how we can further enhance our countywide alert system to reach more people through automated alerts, such as how the integrated the IPAWS alert system. We want to remove any potential for delay. That's within our control, and that's what we're working on. As for sirens, I know there is a question, and I think that merits consideration, especially for the dense populated regions along the river. This is a decision the entire county must evaluate. But in this specific case, particularly the Hunt area, I don't know if sirens would have changed the outcome. The water came too fast, and that leads to me the importance of educating our seasonal visitors and the youth camp operators about the importance of flash flood monitoring and knowing their evacuation plans. In many, if not most cases along the river, people need to head to high ground, not on the roads. We have too many low-lying roadways and river crossings throughout the Guadalupe Basin, especially in the South Fork, to support road-based evacuations. As we look at various solutions and areas for improvement, we also need to be honest about what works and what doesn't work, and build layered systems to reflect how people live, work, and recreate in rural areas like ours. What matters most is that we continue to improve together. We've committed to doing everything we can with the resource we have and supporting our residents and visitors in every way we know how to. We will do that while we work together to get this county and our people back on their feet for recovery. What I'd like to say personally, I'm 59 years old. I went to school here, my children went to school here, and my grandchildren are currently going to school here. My son's behind me. He's with Department of Public Safety. That's where I retired for. You know, I've been a police officer. I've been a deputy sheriff. I've been a state trooper, investigator, and now sheriff. I've seen many floods in my time. I went to many floods in my time and hurricanes. I can tell you this, I have never seen anything like this before. I don't know if y'all have had an opportunity to look, but I encourage each and every one of you to look. I flew over it first. It's nothing like driving down it. Of course, a lot of that's been cleaned up today, but it's devastating. It truly is. You know, I ask, you know, how do you prepare for something we just did? You know, we'll look at things to make better, and we'll work on that. In closing, I'd like to thank you all for giving the resources to all your state agencies that helped us. We could not have done that without them, I assure you. I mean, it was a great help. I've been in this barn right here and showed many pigs in this barn along with my children. I've never seen the amount of police officers and first responders here, over 2,000. It was very impressive, and I thank you for that. Thank y'all.
Deb?
Chair, oops, is it working?
Yeah, pull it up there close. There you go.
Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is William B. Thomas IV. I have served as the Emergency Management Coordinator for Kerr County in the City of Ingram since 2015, and I report directly to the Sheriff and the County Judge while operating out of the Sheriff's Office. I am a certified Master Police Officer with over 34 years of law enforcement and emergency response experience, including nearly 10 years with the Kerr County Sheriff's Office and prior service with the Texas Department of Public Safety. I previously served as a Highway Patrol Lieutenant and held the role of District Disaster Chairman for the El Paso Subdistrict and the role of Assistant District Disaster Chairman for the Waco District. Since moving to this region in 2010, I have focused on strengthening emergency response across Kerr County's 1,100 square miles. As EMC, I coordinate emergency response and all hazards response planning across unincorporated Kerr County and its 2 cities. I work closely with our dispatch, volunteer fire departments, first responders, and emergency medical services. I helped with the integration of the IPAWS system into our Code Red public warning system. IPAWS enables automated alerts from the National Weather Service to be broadcast directly to all cell phones. This system has proven essential for a rural county with the highest seasonal population and no 24/7 staffed operations center. Before I speak to what occurred during the July 4th flood, I want to directly address the questions about my whereabouts that night. On July the 2nd, I worked a full day despite not feeling well. That day included a fire chief's meeting where no concerns were raised and no indications of elevated weather risk were noted beyond what is typical for this region during the summer. I returned home around 8:45 p.m. with my symptoms worsening. I had already requested and been approved for personal time off on July the 3rd to fulfill a commitment to my elderly father. However, due to my progressing illness, I remained home to recover. I stayed in bed throughout July the 3rd and did not participate in the regularly scheduled 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. Texas Emergency Management Coordination Center coordination calls. These calls are routinely followed by detailed written summaries, which were distributed to me and other county leadership, ensuring that the flow of situational updates remained uninterrupted in my absence. My supervisors and Sheriff's Office leadership were aware that I was off duty. I briefly woke around 2 p.m. when there was no local rainfall or indication of elevated risk and returned to rest. I was awakened around 5:30 a.m. on July the 4th by my wife following a call from the City of Kerrville EMC, Jeremy Hughes, requesting that I mobilize. I reported immediately to the Sheriff's Office. There was no visible flooding on my drive into the office, but it quickly became clear that the situation was escalating. By approximately 6 a.m., I was actively coordinating our county's response in close contact with the Sheriff, the Emergency Operations Center, and Mr. Hughes, working together under rapidly changing and difficult conditions. Our first responders mobilized without hesitation. The majority of them are volunteers, neighbors, business owners, and community members who serve without pay. Many had no formal swiftwater rescue training, yet they entered dangerous conditions to save lives. Their actions were nothing short of extraordinary, and I want to take this opportunity to publicly recognize their bravery, skill, and selflessness during one of our county's most challenging emergencies. I also want to specifically address the county's alert systems. The first line of notifications we rely on is the National Weather Service's ability to send geo-targeted alerts through NOAA, television, and regular radio frequencies. The complementary WEA message system, which is also activated by the National Weather Service, alerts all wireless devices in that targeted area regardless of subscription. The county took the additional step to implement the Code Red notification system, which is an opt-in subscription-based program that can be used to augment the National Weather Service for those residents opting to receive additional notifications and alerts. However, Code Red provides for limited coverage. That's why in 2020, I worked to integrate iPause into our Code Red systems as an additional tool for the EMC to manually provide further information or different alerts as warranted. During this event, the National Weather Service issued multiple flash flood warnings through iPause, which triggered those automatic alerts. As EMC, I also have the authority to issue iPause alerts manually, and I have done so in other incidents, including one the day before the July 23rd hearing for first responders in the riverbeds. However, during this incident, I did not issue an additional iPause alert because the National Weather Service had already triggered more than a dozen alerts, which all provided a similar forecast. Be aware of the potential for isolated flash flooding. Anticipate rain in the range of between 1 and 3 inches, possibly as much as 7 inches. You may ask, what does a flash flood warning by the National Weather Service prompt me as the Emergency Management Coordinator to do? In our county, we take a coordinated approach to severe weather. Each summer, we receive hundreds of alerts and warnings from the National Weather Service. Our standard protocol begins with assessing low water crossings, which serve as key indicators of rising water levels and flood risk. Those crossings are also critical routes for emergency response, making them a top priority when flash flooding occurs. The National Weather Service forecast for Kerr County did not change until after 4:03 a.m. It is also important to understand those alerts went directly to the phones of residents and visitors alike. If your phone was on and had not disabled government's alerts, you would have received them. We believe this is the best system available for a county with high tourist turnover and no constant weather monitoring equipment or staff. To those who ask, what would you have done differently? The honest answer is that, based on the data we had at the time, there was no clear indicator that a catastrophic flood was imminent. The rain fell in remote areas with limited gauge data. Forecasts were not materially different from past events that did not result in flooding. The situation evolved faster than anyone could have predicted. Still, I've spent a lot of time reflecting not just on what we can do better here in Kerr County, but what can be improved across Texas in rural, river-adjacent communities like ours. First, we must recognize and support the value of volunteer fire departments and rural responders. These are the people that show up first. They serve wide areas with little funding and limited equipment. We need to invest in their training and their tools. Secondly, we need better data. We need real-time monitoring of rainfall and river gauges, especially in upstream headwaters and watershed zones. We cannot rely solely on radar or traditional forecasting from the National Weather Service. We need systems that detect what's happening on the ground minute by minute. We've discussed these upgrades locally, but Kerr County alone cannot afford them. This isn't just about our county. The Guadalupe River and Hill Country draw thousands from across the state and beyond each year. Our safety infrastructure should reflect that shared responsibility. Since this tragedy, many have asked whether a siren alert system could have helped us respond more effectively or even saved lives. That's not an easy question to answer with certainty. It's something our county has evaluated in the past. Concerns have been raised about their effectiveness in our unique topography, especially in areas with high canyon walls and rural terrain where sirens would be most needed. There are also limitations in reaching visitors who may not understand what the sirens mean or how to respond. Let's not fear the river, but let's respect it. We must understand the impact of extreme, fast-moving weather events and prepare accordingly. We must be proactive, not reactive. And we must recognize that the benefits our region provides to all Texans come with shared obligations to safeguard it and those who enjoy visiting this beautiful area. This was a tragedy not just for Kerr County, but for all of the communities downriver, and it must be seen as part of a larger trend with a statewide response. Inland flooding is increasing in both frequency and intensity. Our policies, funding models, and planning tools must evolve to meet this reality. I want to thank the committee for its attention to this issue. I look forward to working together on ways we can improve rural response capacity, increase predictive analytics, and bring equity to emergency resources for rural Texans. Thank you. I welcome your questions.
Mayor?
My name is Joe Herring, Jr. I'm the mayor of the city of Kerrville. I want to say thank you to Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Speaker Burrows. I want to say thank you to Chairman Perry, Chairman Keene, and all committee members for coming to Kerrville to hold this hearing. I know it took time and extra effort to come to Kerrville. Thank you for your dedication and hard work to come up with solutions for the problems caused by this flood. When Lieutenant Governor Patrick told me this hearing would be in Kerrville, I was thankful. Thankful because it's important for you to be here where the flood happened, but also thankful because it's important for you to hear directly from our community about the tragedy which occurred here in the morning hours of July 4th, 2025. Here's what you need to know about our community. We are grieving. We are shaken. But we are not broken. Dalton Rice, the city manager of the city of Kerrville, will share several important things with you in just a moment. He will share the timeline of the city's response to this disaster. He will share some of the actions we took which helped save lives. And he will share some of the lessons we've learned since July 4th, things we can do better to improve our city's response when the Guadalupe River floods again. And it will flood again. My main purpose today is to join Lieutenant Governor Patrick in calling for a flood warning system to be designed and installed in Kerr County before next summer. Whether it's a series of warning sirens or an automated, data-driven alerting system, or even a hybrid of both, we need solutions in place that protect the public and save lives. Frankly, we will need your help to achieve this goal. Here's one thing I learned from this tragedy. When Kerrville and Kerr County asked for help, help came. You are here today, and we're asking you for help. Help came from the state of Texas, help came from the United States, and help came from around the world. President Trump and Governor Abbott have been focused on sending help. I will be forever thankful to the brave men and women who showed up here to rescue those in peril and to search for those who are still lost. Thousands also came to feed the hungry, to give shelter to those who lost their homes, and to help our communities rebuild. Please know that Kerrville and Kerr County are grateful. Thanks again for being here today. I know we can find solutions together.
Dalton.
Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Speaker Burrows, Chairman Perry, and Chairman King, and honorable members of this committee, thank you for being here in Kerrville and Kerr County and for the opportunity to speak. I've had the privilege to serve in the military as a firefighter paramedic, in healthcare, and now in public administration. Sadly, I've seen the toll of both natural and man-made disasters far too often. What we experienced here over the July 4th weekend will stay with our community forever. But so will the strength, heart, and resilience shown by our people. Let me begin with a brief overview of Kerrville and our emergency planning efforts. Kerrville is a full-service city of about 25,000 people located in the heart of the Texas Hill Country in East Kerr County. Emergency management is a shared responsibility embedded in our culture from city council to our frontline responders. We maintain an updated hazard mitigation plan, develop emergency action plans for large and small events, and routinely partner with the county, National EMR, TxDOT, and others. Just last year, we used the total solar eclipse as a full-scale disaster exercise. That preparation made a difference. We've also adopted strict floodplain regulations aligned with FEMA standards and recently implemented a 6-year building code update cycle to meet post-disaster resilience requirements. Those proactive measures minimize structural damage during the floods. I've included in your packet our floodplain and floodway development regulation summary, charts reflecting buildings in the floodway, the 100-year and 500-year chance for flood hazard zones, and a breakdown of how we allocated 98% ARPA funds to public safety. On July 3rd, weather forecasts indicated scattered storms with possible isolated flooding. What followed was one of the most intense, short-duration rain events in our history, western Kerr County receiving most of the rain. The flash flood overwhelmed watersheds to the west. I've included in your packet a matrix of weather events since January and a map of the 16 watersheds that impact Kerr County. Our new public safety facility is currently being built. Despite not having a completed emergency operations center, our teams were coordinated and responded rapidly. Teams began evacuations in known low-lying areas. We relocated operations to a larger joint EOC by 6 p.m. on July 4th, and within 24 hours had a unified command established with the county, TDM, National EMR, and many local, state, and federal partners. Kerrville operates the local Public Safety Answering Point, or PSAP, and received 35 calls from 0300 to 0400, 218 calls from 0400 to 0500, and 230 calls from 0500 to 0600. I've included a chart showing the call volume, and I apologize for the small print and quality. Our emergency management approach works. As you can see in the July 3rd and 4th timelines in your packets, at 2:42, patrol officers were proactively checking known low water crossings throughout the city with none reported. At 4:06 a.m., they began checking the park with no rise to the river. At 4:14 a.m., dispatch began getting overwhelmed with 911 calls, at which our teams began requesting additional resources and personnel and further assessing the situation before notifying leadership in accordance with our policy. At 4:54 a.m., the supervisor drove west to Bear Creek Crossing for an additional assessment, which you'll see in the timeline. Despite overwhelming conditions, our team saved countless lives, managed logistics under extreme duress, and maintain continuity of city operations. But I stand before you today fully acknowledging that we must also examine where we can do better. Our preparedness paid off. Structures built to our standards were elevated, engineered, and code compliant, and sustained minimal damage. But this event also showed us gaps. Additional insights will be documented in our after-action review and our corrective action plans. Aligning with the objectives of this hearing, we respectfully ask the committee to explore the following areas that affect both immediate and long-term public safety and local government operations, and look forward to working with each of you in the coming days and weeks for a viable path forward. Floodway and plain rebuilding policy, regulatory authority in the ETJ and annexation, low to moderate income restrictions tied to funding, long-term negative impacts on property tax and spending caps, radio and equipment interoperability. The following areas are areas we request state assistance on. Fund project identified in our Stormwater Master Plan and the State Flood Plan through the Flood Infrastructure Fund and other funding sources. Invest in localized predictive weather modeling to better serve rural communities. Expand the Broadband Infrastructure Fund or other funding mechanisms to improve cellular coverage in rural areas. Expand and fund House Bill 3010, which was passed in the 89th legislation, the Rural Infrastructure Disaster Fund, or other appropriate funds to help in disaster recovery. Establish a dedicated hazard mitigation fund aligned with local hazard mitigation plans. Develop automated data-driven flood and weather alert systems. And consider requiring camps in certain facilities and high-risk areas to maintain emergency action plans. It is still very early in the process, and I'm proud of what our teams have accomplished. Our people acted with professionalism and heart, often while their own families were in danger. I am proud of them, but we're not too proud to say we can do better, and we want to work with you to make that happen. We've also identified some lessons learned, even in the short time before our after-action review. We've identified areas of improvement in our dispatch center and notification processes. While critical information reached the right people, we recognize the need for more streamlined communication. A 3:34 a.m. call was transferred to the county, but we lacked the procedure to notify all personnel in flooding events across the jurisdictions. Our patrols team showed strong situational awareness, but broader communication is essential. Family communication during the event could have been faster. Although support services were in place, there were moments when families received updates through the media before hearing directly from officials. Once identified, we assigned a public information officer to provide 24/7 family communication, and Sheriff Latha and I remained directly engaged with the families. Additional insights will be documented in our after-action review and corrective action plans. Kerrville will rebuild, but we need the tools and the funding to do it right. Thank you for allowing us to share our story, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
William?
Good morning, Chairman Perry, and Chairman King, and members of this select committee. Thank you for traveling to Kerrville so that we can provide you with input during this important hearing. My name is Bill Rector. I reside in Kerr County, and I am president of the Upper Guadalupe River Authority. My heart breaks for all of those who lost their lives during this devastating July the 4th flood. I mourn our neighbors, our friends, and the visitors whose lives were taken, especially the children. One of our board members and my good friend perished in the flood trying to save others. I consider him a hero. For over 100 years, Kerr County has been a destination for summer recreation along the Guadalupe River. These activities are integral to our shared cultural heritage. However, recent events have eroded public confidence in river safety. I am committed to ensure that UGRA plays a central role in restoring that trust. We appreciate the opportunity to collaborate with you on meaningful advancements in flood prediction and flood mitigation, UGRA control, development, storage, and preservation of water and floodwaters of the Upper Guadalupe River and its tributaries. While we have always taken these responsibilities seriously, we acknowledge the need to strengthen our focus on flood prediction and flood mitigation. I have led our board of directors to prioritize and act upon these critical areas. UGRA's diverse initiatives were mentioned in testimony on July the 23rd. Today I will focus exclusively on what UGRA has done to support flood warning and flood mitigation projects. I see these as two pivotal, vital aspects of flood control. I would like to begin with first, flood warning. Historically, UGRA and other river authorities have partnered with agencies such as USGS to establish gauges recording stream flow rates and elevations. In fact, for the past 30 years, UGRA has contributed financially to maintaining USGS and GBRA gauges within Kerr County. Data from these gauges are transmitted to the National Weather Service, where it is analyzed and disseminated to emergency managers. It is the recognized responsibility of city, county, state, and federal emergency management agencies, not UGRA, to utilize the data we provide to inform life and property saving measures. Emergency response coordination has never been a legislative obligation assigned to UGRA. For the past 10 years, UGRA has taken numerous actions to improve flood prediction and warning. In 2016, UGRA jointly funded a preliminary study for a flood warning system. The study was used to support applications to the Texas Department of Emergency Management Hazard Mitigation Grant Program in 2017 and 2018. These grant applications were denied. In 2020, 2 years later, when the first regional flood planning groups were being assembled, the UGRA general manager was appointed to a position on the planning group and actively participated in development of the plan. This, however, never materialized into flood funding for UGRA. In 2023, we knew the clock was ticking. UGRA renewed focus on flood warning by again prioritizing in a strategic plan. In September of 2024, our board invited a hydrologist to present technology for streamlining data access for end users. Based on this presentation, we resolved further to develop a software solution to improve flood prediction and procuring additional rain and stream gauges to enhance local awareness during flood events. This concept was presented at the November 2024 board meeting, and the consensus was to proceed. At the next board meeting in January of 2025, we approved release of a request for proposals to start the project. During this time, our board decided not to accept the 5% grant from the Texas Water Development Board. I would like to clarify the rationale behind this decision. When we applied for the grant in April of 2024, we had hoped for approval for at least 50% of the $1 million requested as a cash grant, intending to match it with our reserve funds. The actual offer was only 5% as a cash grant. Furthermore, we were not eligible for a 95% loan without voter approval, since repayment would have been from tax dollars. We also learned that the timeline to submit the full application, which would require professional engineering assistance, was only 6 weeks. That timeline was not feasible for us due to state procurement guidelines. We decided that this and other grant processes were unlikely to provide the timely support for what we considered an urgently needed system. Therefore, we decided to move forward using our own funds to develop a flood prediction solution for Kerr County. After a procurement process, we selected a contractor, signed a contract on June the 4th to start the project. The software solution will integrate existing sensors and create a plan for future sensors that use advanced technology. The current project will be carried forward by using additional reserve funds to purchase, operate, and maintain the new sensors. The planned system will deliver sensor data to a real-time, computerized, portable, portal, computerized portal, accessible 24/7 to emergency managers. Emergency managers can also set alerts that are triggered by thresholds of rainfall or stream levels to direct their attention to critical values. On July the 24th, we convened the Kisters team, local emergency management officials, police, fire departments, and TxDOT to garner feedback on software design and functionality. Work is ongoing to determine needed sensor placement. Placing our board's widely discussed and criticized decision in context, we are now 9 months into the development of this much-needed project, having engaged an expert firm and begun creating a reliable means for emergency managers to access critical data. Had we pursued the 5% grant, we would still be awaiting funding. Our past unsuccessful funding attempts have reinforced our resolve to move forward independently. The second part of flood control is mitigation. Since 2012, a portion of UGRA surplus funds has supported construction of 9 water and sediment control dams in western Kerr County with a total drainage area of 21 square miles and a total volume of 92 acre-feet. These structures are designed to empty between rain events, gradually releasing water to sustain river flow. However, due to their limited size, they provide only modest flood mitigation during major events. Looking forward, I consider flood mitigation as the long-term solution to the severe flash floods of the Guadalupe River. Canyon Lake Dam is well known for its effectiveness in reducing downstream flooding. Despite the massive inflow from the upper Guadalupe River on July the 4th, the reservoir filled only to 68%, averting significant downstream damage. A former UGRA director and respected civil engineer has also recommended investigating the feasibility of constructing additional flood retention dams on upstream watersheds. Such dams could moderate rapid rise in river elevation, providing valuable warning and evacuation time. These structures would channel normal flows through calibrated outlets, but store excess water during high flow events. Integrated sensors would detect rising reservoir levels and relay information for immediate response coordination. These flood retention dams would not only benefit communities across Kerr County, but also downstream to Canyon Lake. The concept is proven. Texas already has over 2,000 flood retention dams, including 41 in the San Antonio River waterflood alone. Effective solutions will require substantial, expertly designed projects and significant resources. We recommend that organizations like the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers consider this approach as part of a comprehensive response to the repeated flash flood risks of the Hill Country. Finally, I will share actions I have taken since the flood that I will bring to our board for discussion at our next meeting. I would like our board to hear from Dr. Bedent of Rice University, as well as other experts to assist in refining our flood information system. You will have the opportunity to hear from Dr. Bedent later today. Our team has made preliminary contact with federal partners and asked how federal agencies like the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers may be able to support flood control projects in Kerr County. I will ask the UGRA board to dedicate $1.5 million of our reserve fund to flood control feasibility studies and infrastructure improvements related to flood prediction. You may wonder if a one-county river authority is too small to meet these challenges. I say no. Our size and strong ties to Kerr County, the city of Ingram, the city of Kerrville, and the Hunt and Centerpoint communities has been and will be an asset to our success. I hope the dedication of this select committee to finding solutions will also explore innovative approaches to these problems.
Thank you.
I thank you for being here today, and I look forward to your comments.
All right. Shane, pull it up close, please.
Good morning, Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Chair, members of this committee. My name is Shane Stolarczyk, and I'm proud to serve as the Kendall County Judge. I've also served 10 years as a Major in the United States Air Force, including an active duty tour during the COVID-19 pandemic, stationed at Joint Base San Antonio. Outside my judicial role, I'm a 24-year practicing appellate attorney and small business owner. Before I begin, I want to recognize and thank TDM, especially Chief Nimkid, Chief Darren Brinkader, and our CLO, Scott Haynes, for their crucial support during our recent flood disaster. Their ongoing communication, guidance, were key to our emergency management team's ability to respond effectively and safely. Let me pose a simple but powerful question to this committee. Proper planning or dumb luck? If your life depended on it, which would you choose? Disasters always carry an element of unpredictability. We were fortunate this time. The USGS flood gauge data reflected a 50-year flood event for the Comfort community, not a 100-year, not a 500-year event. Even more luckily,
Sir, can you pull that right up there? The stream requires you almost to eat that mic.
Sorry, sir.
You can't get too close.
How's that better?
There,
Okay. Even more luckily, Cypress Creek and Comfort did not flood. But make no mistake, it was proper planning, not luck, that formed the backbone of our response. Our philosophy in Kendall County is simple: prepare for the worst every time. That philosophy guided the creation and implementation of our Emergency Action Plan, our EAP. This is not just a binder gathering dust, it's a living document, tested, updated, and actively used by our coordinated emergency team. Our EAP was recently used in response to the Texas eclipse events last year and proved vital again during this flood. Our success depended on trusted collaboration between our emergency personnel, engineers, volunteers, and regional partners. From shelter coordination and road closures to public alerts, we operated as one team with one mission: protect lives and property. I share this today not to say we have all the answers, but to stress that the importance of investing in emergency preparedness before the disaster strikes. The timeline of our flood response shows our proactiveness prior to the floodwaters reaching our community. Our vigilance of the weather began on July 3rd, 2025. At 8:37 a.m., CLO Scott Haynes contacted our emergency management coordinator, Brady Constantine, and advised him to be vigilant and stay alert for heavy rain over the area in the late evening and early morning hours. Haynes specifically advised Constantine to take note of RV parks and campgrounds along the river. At 10 a.m. on July 3rd, EMC Brady Constantine attended a State Operations Center weather call advisory of the potential weather. At 10:25 a.m., EMC Constantine responded by emailing all our volunteer fire chiefs, our EMS administrator, the Kendall County Sheriff Patrol Sergeant on call, and our Precinct 4 Commissioner, reminding them to be vigilant and on alert for potential flooding in the Comfort area. At 1:18 p.m. on July 3rd, the National Weather Service issued a flood watch advising of potential local heavy rainfall and flooding. At 6 p.m., we started sharing Facebook weather updates and currently monitoring the incoming storms. At 11:41 p.m., the National Weather Service escalated the situation to a flash flood warning. By midnight, EMC Constantine continued to actively monitor weather reports and river gauges in Comfort, coordinating closely with our sheriff's deputies. This continued throughout the night and into the early hours of July 4th because EMC Constantine, I quote, had an uneasy feeling that night about the pending weather conditions. At 1:14 a.m., flash flood warning with a considerable tag was issued for Bandera and Kerr counties. EMC Constantine initiated the activation of our Emergency Operations Center for Kendall County at 4 a.m. and started making phone calls to the pertinent EOC team members. At 4:03 a.m., flash flood warning was upgraded to a flash flood emergency for South Central Kerr County, including Hunt. At 4:32 a.m., the National Weather Service reported 5 to 10 inches of rainfall had fallen across South Central Kerr County over the past 3 to 6 hours. A particularly dangerous situation was declared and a flash flood emergency issued. At 5:29 a.m., our phone alert system, known as WENS, Wireless Emergency Notification System, issued our first flood warning for Kendall County. At 6:21 a.m., Kendall County began notifying river residents that the situation along the Guadalupe River was a concern. At 6:37 a.m., the EOC was fully activated. Reports of devastation in Kerr County began arriving, including flooding at camps and rising water levels. The 20-foot flood wave took about 90 minutes to move downstream toward Kendall County. Thanks to Comfort ISD, we opened a temporary shelter on campus. At 7 a.m., WENS issued a notification that flooding on the Guadalupe is happening in Kerr County. The Kendall County EOC is being activated. Up to a 32-foot rise in the Guadalupe River is expected. By 7:30 a.m., mandatory evacuations were issued for residents along the Guadalupe River in Comfort, Texas. At 8:06 a.m., EMC Constantine pushed out the following WENS message: urgent flood alert. Comfort residents along the river moved to high ground immediately. Mandatory evacuation. Evacuations were occurring along the river. Road and bridge crews began closing impacted roads and bridges. Comfort Volunteer Fire Department began evacuating vehicles on bridges and cleared out the Comfort RV Resort. Multiple rescue boats were staged at Comfort High School. At 8:44 a.m., high-level floodwaters officially approached Kendall County. At 10:52 a.m., as water began rising too fast to ensure safe evacuation, Assistant Comfort Volunteer Fire Chief Danny Morales, in coordination with Constantine and our EOC, activated the siren warning system for the Comfort area to warn citizens of the impending flood danger. WENS alerts continued from 11:01 a.m. until 11:05 a.m., stating, urgent flood alert warning. Residents along the river seek higher ground immediately. A flash flood warning has been issued for Kendall County, 11:05 a.m. Thanks to the rapid, coordinated action, no lives were lost in Kendall County, though we did suffer private property damage along the Guadalupe River. What has Kendall County done to plan, mitigate, and respond? First, we've strengthened our floodplain rules. For example, no RV or manufactured home communities are allowed in the floodplain areas. New construction must be elevated 1 foot above base flood elevation and anchored per hydraulic standards. 2, we invested into a feasibility study for Cypress Creek, investing over $175,000. This is located upstream in Kerr County to help protect our downstream Comfort community. We pursued a countywide drainage master plan to proactively address flood risks across the region. We created a full-time grant coordinator position in the county to identify and apply for grants, including flood mitigation funding. We expanded our ICS and FEMA-based training, focusing more on tabletop exercises and preparation efforts. We implemented the WENS Emergency Alert System, which is an affordable, highly effective emergency communication tool used to notify citizens. We allocated $1.5 million in ARPA funds for culvert improvements throughout the city of Bernie. We also partnered with the soil and water conservation districts in our community to improve flood control structures in the county. And lastly, we passed a bond proposition for $20 million. This bond is known as Prop A. It's to purchase conservation easements and green space, protecting waterways and limiting certain harmful types of development in those areas. Recommendations to improve the state and local response capabilities. Let me first emphasize, TDM performed admirably from Kendall County's perspective. Our CLO, Scott Haynes, was embedded within our EOC from day one. His leadership maintained consistent contact and support with us. We are deeply grateful. That said, here are a few recommendations based on our experience. Improve access to the IPAWS system, the Integrated Public Alert and Warning System. It's currently too limited in access and not user-friendly. WENS and IPAWS can work together, but local officials need better access to both tools. Develop a river-wide emergency alert system, one that tracks the entire Guadalupe River and its tributaries, offering early downstream warnings across jurisdictions. 3, simplify the grant application process for small counties. Avoid requiring costly engineering studies just to apply. These costs deter small counties from even seeking funding. 4, create a COG-wide emergency operations plan to streamline regional coordination and improve response across the Council of Government areas. In closing, our experience in Kendall County is a testament to what preparation, communication, and teamwork can achieve. We didn't have it perfect, but we had a plan, practiced it, and executed it with urgency and coordination. I urge the committee to continue investing in local preparedness, strengthen interagency tools, and ensure small counties have equitable access to resources. Thank you for your time and commitment to protecting Texans.
Thank you. Judge Rubio, get the mic up real close, please. There you go.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Good morning, chairs and members of the committee. My name is Bella A. Rubio, and I'm the county judge of Real County, which is a contiguous county to Kerr County, with a population of approximately 3,000 people. First and foremost, Kerr County, you are in our daily thoughts and prayers, and to all law enforcement, first responders, volunteers, and citizens, you are the epitome of John 15:13. There's no greater love than to lay down one's life for another. Today I come before you regarding decisions that will be focusing on matters that directly impact the safety and well-being of all our counties and communities throughout Texas, and the need for dependable alert systems. The ability to quickly and effectively share information during emergencies is essential, ensuring that every resident and/or visitor, regardless of their location or situation, receives critical information. As a native pioneer family and a 40-year county employee, I have witnessed firsthand Real County transform from a ranching hunting community into a tourism-based, popular second homeowner site, as well as a subdivision developer attraction, with the majority of the growth occurring along the banks of the Frio and Nueces River. We also have 3 Christian camps located on both rivers that at full capacity on any given weekday throughout the summer service approximately 3,000 campers, camp counselors. Growing up a quarter of a mile from the Frio River and currently residing on the Frio River for the past 42 years, I have experienced river creek rises in all different sizes, some that have come just like a thief in the night. Witnessed helicopter rescue, people from rooftops and trees, and had my late husband participate in high water rescues throughout his 37-year employment with TxDOT. As part of Real County Courthouse budget preparation in my previous position as county clerk, I have seen the struggle and challenge to fund additional resources to provide and/or implement higher safety levels throughout the local law enforcement budget, road and bridge budget, extra funding for local volunteer fire departments and volunteer EMS, and especially the radio inoperability. While Real County was not catastrophically impacted by the July 4th and July 11th floods as our neighbor Kerr County was, we are still faced with the challenge of alerting the lodging industry, homeowners, and Christian camps at full capacity located along the Frio and Nueces rivers, especially during our peak visitor season. Real County is 700 square miles, experiencing 2 major floods within a 10-day period, stretched our resources thin, which consist of our sheriff, 6 full-time deputies, 2 volunteer fire departments with 10 or less personnel each, county road and bridge department consisting of 7 employees to cover approximately 75 low water crossings located on creeks and portions of the Frio and Nueces, on various county roads, and a local TxDOT maintenance section with 11 employees to secure approximately 150 TxDOT crossings, culverts, and low spots on state roads prone to flooding as well. While our sheriff currently utilizes an app system that local residents and/or visitors can utilize to receive notifications, the system does not work in all the areas of the county due to minimal and/or zero cell phone service, nor during power outages, which occur frequently during severe weather. While all the entities do their best to collaborate in quarterly meetings and work collectively, it is extremely challenging to assure the safety and welfare of all visitors and residents during natural disasters. As the torrential rains fell in the early morning hours of July 11th, Real County Sheriff deputies began stationing themselves, as well as our Road and Bridge Department, at as many crossings as possible, beginning at 2 a.m., hoping to deter traffic attempting to drive through crossings where flooding was commencing. Effective implementation of alert systems in our rural and underserved areas present unique challenges such as limited access to broadband internet and mobile networks, along with financial constraints and lack of awareness, which can and does hinder the dissemination of critical information to those most at risk. Having an effective alert system, whether through mobile apps, sirens, monitors, or all of the above, can effectively save lives, as timely alerts can provide that vital information such as evacuation routes, shelter locations, and safety protocols, enabling individuals to take immediate action and potentially save lives. Minimum damage is it can allow individuals and business to take steps to mitigate potential damage to property and infrastructure. Enhance emergency responses. Real-time alerts and instructions allow first responders to quickly access situations, allocate resources, and coordinate their efforts more effectively, improving response times and efficiency. For counties to be able to promote preparedness through reliable alert systems that would foster a culture of preparedness, empowering individuals to be more aware of risk and take proactive steps to protect themselves and their family, funding assistance must occur. Counties should not be faced with the funding of alert systems through local property taxes, which is basically our only source of income, which have been capped throughout the years and or reduced through property tax relief. While there may be possible grants geared towards purchase of alert systems, there are none that I am aware of for the maintenance and operation of these systems, much less the replacement when destroyed either by natural disasters or types of accidents and or vandalism. In closing, I would add that I understand there's never a perfect solution nor a fail-proof system. However, timely alerts should not have to be considered a luxury, but a fundamental necessity, especially for our most vulnerable population. I thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Real County. I've attached some maps that reflect the the Frio and the Nueces River and the over 50 tributaries, such as creeks that feed into the Frio and impact it, and the Nueces as well, and impact both rivers during flooding. I know that we as Texans are stronger together. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Members, as a reminder before we start questioning, if you have a question, just raise your hand so we can write you down. I got you. And to our panel, since there's 8 of you, some of you may be better prepared to answer a question. Just for record keeping and for those watching on the live feed, please state your name and who you represent before speaking into the mic, and pull the mic up as close as you can as well. Chair recognizes Representative Lauterbach.
Thank the panel for their service. Sheriff Letha, could you take a minute and give us a timeline on the events of that morning?
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative. Yes, there's been a lot of question about time, especially from the media. I'd like to go over, this is the Kerr County Sheriff's Office, okay, what we did during this time. And what I'm going to focus on is from 1:14 a.m. to 5:01. That's kind of the primary time. Now, please understand, I call this a snapshot of what we did. What we've done in about 28 days, it usually would take about 6 months. And we have a lot of data to look into, recordings, radio transactions, but we've done the best we can to get what we can for today for y'all. So what I'm going to start with is what I call the dispatch workload between 1:14 and 3:30 a.m. That's 2 hours and 16 minutes. Our communications center had 7 phone calls received and processed 22 radio transmissions. Then we moved forward to 3:31 a.m. to 4:22 a.m. in that next 51-minute period. They had 50 phone calls for service and rescue, 114 processed radio transmissions. They were very busy at that time. You have to remember there was a team of 2 in there. Okay. In that time, starting at 1:14 a.m., NWS issues flash flood warning to Kerr County, released on code red. 1 to 2 inches of rain has fallen, anticipating 1 to 2 inches per hour, and additional 2 to 3 inches possible. 2:08, a caller calls in inquiring about road conditions and if they're clear. 2:53, 911 call from River End. Water coming over the river break. They advised the visitors of flooding, no evacuation. So that's not normal for us, okay? A lot of times when rain comes, it goes up. That's normal for our area. 3:27 a.m., Mountain Home Volunteer Fire Department reports Shoemaker Crossing is not passable. That's a little bit more of an alert, but not abnormal. Okay, we move to 3:30 a.m., it's different. Dispatch receives a call from a family on a roof requesting air evacuation. Now that's what I consider it's all hands on deck starting at 3:30 a.m. 3:35, dispatch tones out Hunt Volunteer Fire Department to swift water rescue. 3:39, Mountain Home Volunteer Fire Department asks KCSO to tone out Ingram Volunteer Fire Department for evacuation at River RV Park. 3:41, KCSO Deputy Green confirms Shoemaker Crossing is not passable. 3:43 a.m., KCSO tones out Kerr County Special Ops for swift water rescue. 3:46, dispatch receives calls with a caller, 2 young children with water overtaking the home, which that was a 24-minute phone call. Our dispatcher did a great job during that phone call. Not only was she on the phone at the time with those 2 children, she was on the phone, had them on speakerphone, on an additional phone, also doing radio transmission and typing. I said she did an amazing job. 3:50 a.m., calls from Casa Bonita advising community is flooding. Dispatch advises seeker higher ground. 3:52, Ingram Volunteer Fire Department goes into service. 3:57 a.m., calls from Camp Mystic, stranded on hill seeking evacuation. 4:05 a.m., multiple reports of cabins off Casa Bonita flooding. 4:08, KCSO tones out Mountain Home to Casa Bonita for water rescue. 4:11, KCSO Sergeant Merritt is landlocked, must abandon his cruiser and begin evacuating nearby residents. So what he did is he got trapped, but he got out of his vehicle and continued to notify people of what's going on. Also provided first aid to one lady in that time. He was kind of out of the game at that point, so we lost kind of. He was actually trying to get a hold of another deputy. I had another female sergeant that was getting ready. That female sergeant lost her vehicle, her department, her office Tahoe, and she was underwater and could barely breathe for 45 minutes. 4:15, KCSO Corporal Tejeda arrives at Highway 39 and barricades the highway. Okay, now we're going to move to 4:22 to 5:01. This is a 39-minute period. During that 39-minute period, our dispatch workload was 19 calls of service and rescue, 168 radio transmissions. Still very busy for 2 people. 4:22 a.m., Hunt Volunteer Fire Department seeks code red alert. KCSO dispatch acknowledges. 4:23, KCSO Sergeant approves code red alert. 4:24, KCSO Deputy McGee reports he hears kids screaming in the river. 4:28, dispatch calls TxDOT for barricades. 4:30 a.m., TxDOT calls dispatch asking for information on what is happening in reference to the flooding. Okay, please pay attention to 4:32. NWS calls KCSO asking if the roads are closed and if it's flooding. 4:35, KCSO tones out Ingram Volunteer Fire Department. Children trapped in water below Howdy's Park. 4:38, Deputy Green dispatched to Roland Lane to assist with children trapped in the water. 4:42, KCSO Corporal Tejeda advises people are on the roof in Hunt. Dispatchers advising callers to seek higher ground. 4:34, KCSO Corporal Tejeda seeks helicopters evacuation for Hunt. 4:46 a.m., ETA for swift water rescue boat. He's told 10 minutes. Deputy Green says these kids don't have 10 minutes. 4:47 a.m., KCSO dispatch receives calls. Camp La Junta building collapses, seeking water rescue. 5:01, KCSO issues code red alert. From there on, we just continue to be busy, but that's kind of the bulk of the events between that time.
Thank you.
Senator Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I don't know that words can describe what I witnessed when Lieutenant Governor and I first came on that day. But I think it's incumbent for people to know, those that are listening locally, statewide, nationally, just what type of calamity you experienced in a short period of time that was unprecedented, a monster in the middle of the night that we've never seen before, and how this community, you all that I personally witnessed, responded with the resources you had to that calamitous event. And I want people to know what I saw. You, Sheriff, Judge, Mayor. You guys didn't sleep. I saw that. You're totally committed. And not only that, I witnessed the local first responders, like they, in a true Texas fashion, that were the first ones there, not knowing what monster they were facing either, just knowing that their fellow Texans in Kirk County were in trouble. Then I got to witness your cooperation and work as you started to organize quickly with TDEM, state resources. We're blessed with Chief Nim Kidd and the preparation that he has in his department. And working together in emergency management with our troopers and our game wardens and Task Force 1, which were close by, but always ready and prepared, working with their local communities. So I wanted to take this moment to thank you all and let people know you saw things that you'll never unsee, and you have experiences you wish you never had. But we'll take this opportunity in this hearing to know that the monster will be back in one form or fashion in this state, and that this committee will learn from you and the people that are going to testify as to what you learned from it and how you believe that we should prepare to help you respond to the monster when it comes back again. So thank you very much for that, for your input, your knowledge, your preparedness. Would you say that the top three things I'm hearing so far, that communications is extremely important and something that we can improve on? Sheriff, would you say that was the truth?
100%, I do. Like I said, we had a lot of support came here. We are in the middle or towards the end of a $7.2 million radio infrastructural upgrade, which the radio did work. One of the issues was it did take a few days to get everybody on that. I kind of call that a software issue. We had to get everybody programmed. But we know we did get it done. But also, I still have concerns to the west part of our county about having some radio reception in that area. Yes, so yes, sir.
Conversely, that also ties, would you agree that also ties into communications would be our ability and technology and cell phone availability, especially in the Upper Guadalupe and in other remote areas of the state?
Yeah, that is a huge issue. What I'd like to share with y'all, I believe it was in about day 2, I got one of the AT&T representatives and said, hey, I need to speak to somebody, up there. And by God, the next day they were down here. I got to take my hat off to them, and they secured a tower in Hunt, Texas. And within 48 hours, they had another tower out that way up and going. Now, I haven't been able to check it. We have a very large county to the west, but but phone reception is very critical. As you know, our Code Red system, that's one of the things it's based off of is reception. You know, the Code Red you'll hear a lot about is that not only one, you have to take it to yourself to sign up for it, and then you got to make sure the alerts are on, and then you got to make sure you have reception. There's a lot to that, sir.
And would you agree also that what I'm hearing is that emergency management coordination, while Texas is some of the best in the world, we can continue to improve that from the local, state, and national level to make it more seamless. Would you say that's another thing that came out of this?
Yes, sir, 100%.
And of course, the third thing I'm hearing is warning systems, of integrated warning systems, but just a warning system that we believe is functional, can be applied statewide, so warning systems, whether that be sirens, whether that be improvements on how the message gets out to the community for that there's an impending flood, an attack, whatever, tornado, that warning systems is another prong that we need to work on and improve.
Yes, sir. I think that's very important. I've already had some talks with the courts. I think we really need to look at that and take it serious. And I wish we could have something by next year, but I know this is a very slow and expensive process. But yes, sir.
And while you mentioned expensive, of course, there's the other component that it goes with all of this, and that's the funding of it.
Exactly. It is very expensive.
We work together to be able to do it. Thank you all for what you did. I'll always be indebted to you and be honored working with all of you and for this community and for our state, and we look forward to some positive results. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Representative Verdell.
Thank you, Chairman King. Couple questions. First, I just want to start off with Kerr County, and Judge Rubio, it's good to see you this morning too. For the Kerr County officials, I wanted to commend y'all on July 4th, how quickly y'all came together as a unified entity to work, especially with TDM and all the other agencies that came in. That was just, I know it was a tragedy, but it was impressive to watch how quickly y'all responded and worked together. Also, I know that they're not on the invited testimony list, but I wanted to give some credit to the others that also helped in that, which was your county commissioners. I know you had Commissioner Jeff Holt and Commissioner Rich Paces on the river actively that morning looking for those that were hopefully still alive on the river, and they did manage to find some. And then you had both your two other commissioners, County Commissioner Don Harris and County Commissioner Tom Jones, that were here actively in the EOC helping with communication. I also want to mention, y'all mentioned this, your volunteer fire departments, they were extremely critical in the rescue and information gathering and everything. So we're incredibly grateful for what those fire departments did with y'all. I hope that they publicly get the credit that they deserve also. And then also, just real quick on the list is your churches, your local schools and the school leaders, local businesses, your law enforcement officers did an amazing job. My brother is a cop here in Kerrville, and I got to watch firsthand what they did, so we're grateful for them. I do have a couple questions, and Dr. Rector, if you don't mind me, Dr. Wright, did I get that right? So you had mentioned diversion dams. I think you also possibly mentioned Charlie Hastings. I'm assuming you might have been talking about him a while ago and the diversion dam. Can you give us some more information on my understanding is we don't have any diversion dams upstream at the moment, and you do believe that those would be critical infrastructure that could help slow down the amount of water coming down the river, so you have more time to react to get people out of harm's way. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir. That is absolutely correct. That's the other part of flood warning, and that's mitigation, and that would. I've read several white papers recently that I'm sure you've also read, that a flood warning system probably would not have saved Camp Mystic, Heart of the Hills camp. The water was just moving too fast. It was moving 17 miles an hour, and it started only 7 miles from Camp Mystic. There was just no time for a warning system. Flood mitigation is the answer to the flash floods that we've experienced over and over and over again in Kerr County.
Yes, sir. How many I know this is hard to even calculate. Do y'all have, how many tributaries and feeder creeks do you think that y'all would have to interact with upstream of that?
Bring the microphone up.
Is this better?
You got to get it right on top.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can't talk loud enough.
I believe we have three main areas. Of course, the South Fork, which was terribly impacted this time, the North Fork of the Guadalupe, and Johnson Creek. Those three tributaries are important to consider.
Yes, sir. One of the things I want to mention, I watched an interview with Mark Armstrong. Many of y'all know Mark Armstrong, who owns the Lake Store. And anyways, he had mentioned that he's been staring at that river every day for 34, 37 years, I think it was, and that there are three kind of stage levels that everybody is aware of. And he said that on this one, it was unprecedented how quickly it rose and how quickly it got above even the highest stage that they had ever expected. And I think that it's important to point out that people upstream that have lived on the river have seen this for, decades, and not there's I think it's safe to say there's no way we could have predicted the amount of flooding that was going to happen in that time. And I know outside of Kerr County, a lot of people have been trying to point fingers and blame and everything else. But I think it's important to note that the locals here who know this area better than anyone else in Texas aren't pointing fingers, and they know that this was an unprecedented flood of a magnitude that nobody had expected before. So I just want to make sure that was pointed out to you. But thank y'all for being here. Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
sir.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I think we are all committed, everybody on this committee, our Lieutenant Governor and our Speaker, are committed to fully understand why the loss of life associated with this flood and how we can set plans in place to hopefully prevent such a tragedy. Thank you for your testimony. When Vice Chair Flores and I came down and flew over and looked at the devastation, it's just almost indescribable how something that wasn't really dangerous when we were looking at it caused such destruction just a day or so earlier. Sheriff, I wanted to ask you, the judge talked about one of the deputies became landlocked. Why was that? He was trapped almost on a low crossing in front of him, and there was no way out.
Okay, let me give you a good explanation on that. So that deputy's the one I said happens to live out there in Hunt, Texas. Okay, he was headed out there to check on the road. So he got to what they call Schumacher Crossing. It's flooded. Him and Deputy Green were there. Deputy Green turns around and leaves a little before him. So he's about a mile ahead of Sergeant Merritt. Sergeant Merritt turns around to come back, and what happened is a low-lying area about 2 miles that they'd already crossed had already came up, and he couldn't get out. Deputy Green made it through. His vehicle stalled, but he made it. So Sergeant Merritt stopped, and he knew he couldn't make it, so that's when he turned up, and he went up 1132 Highway 1132 Highway 39, went up there, and as he got up there, his truck got stuck, and that's when he abandoned his vehicle and just started notifying people. So he actually got trapped in between the low water crossings. Our deputies, especially our veteran deputies, kind of know those low-lying areas really well, and you got to be careful. Once you're shut down at Schumacher Crossing, we're done. We can't get to Hunt unless it's in some type of aircraft.
Thank you. To that point, those areas have flooded before, or there were low water crossings.
Yes, ma'am.
So would a bridge over some low water crossings be good to have so that people aren't, one, that they're not landlocked, that they're not locked in anywhere?
Yes, it would be, yes.
But we don't have that. But that would be something when you're looking at what we can do in the future, provide a bridge over low water crossings.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
You, let's see, communications. Senator Flores and I came down. It seemed as though you were having to bat down rumors all the time.
Correct.
I'm not sure how that can be stopped in the future, but we appreciated your accurate reporting, and I just really don't know how to stop the rumor mill, but that causes so much trauma on families. Do you have any suggestions for that?
Well, I think today is a big help. I've been kind of waiting for this to get it out here, and get the word out. And I know we talked about, I believe one of you all about the valley and the channel. I worked down a lot when I was there with DPS. I truly think we need some kind of system someday where we can go to, say, Channel 14 and it works everywhere. I think that would really help. But I think today is a really big part to get the message out there, what exactly happened to the public, especially the media, and maybe we can clean it up.
All right. Thank you very much for that. And we've talked a lot about communication, not just this hearing today, heard from you, but the previous hearing that we had. Problems with interoperability, communication. What about reception for the towers, or is there anything, is there fiber that is run to different places that normally, or you found in this flood, did not have reception? People couldn't use their cell phones.
Oh yeah, on the phone side, yes. We have a lot of problem out to the west. We have
And
a lot
what
of
would
neighbors.
remedy that?
Additional towers, and that's what AT&T went in there and did. They put us additional tower in Hunt. I don't know how that far that's going to go to the west towards Mountain Home, but that's a fix, is additional towers, which is very expensive, but that's what would be the
But
fix.
fiber hasn't been run to all the areas, right?
Correct.
Because that's hard to do
Very hard.
in the hill
in that
country.
terrain.
And I'm not sure if anybody on the panel has the answer for this, but is there something we can do proactive? Hill country is beautiful and it's on rock, a lot of rock. So water will hit and run off. There's not as much ground for absorption of water. Is there anything that, the ag department or anybody can recommend that we do proactive in our land management to help prevent such, downstream, just so much water at one time?
I wish I had that answer. I can tell you, being out there a lot, it's just a limestone. You know what I mean? Solid.
So we could task that to our ag agency to take a look and see what we could do for flood management regarding the water runoff.
Yes, ma'am, Senator.
Thank you for that. Judge Kelly, I want to ask, what is the emergency service that you have? I've heard volunteer. Do you have an ESD or county paid facility?
We do have ESDs. I think we have 4. Isn't that right, Doug? Yes. 4. And they basically sponsor a VFD, a volunteer
I'm
fire.
sorry, they what?
They support a volunteer fire department.
Okay. So the ESD, is it primarily medical, or do they have additional fire?
We do not have medical.
You do not have what?
We do not have medical.
The county doesn't have medical service?
Not at
Did
the
I hear
VFDs,
that
no.
right?
Not at VFDs, no.
But you have an ambulance service?
Well, the city does, and we contract with the city.
You contract, okay, so the county doesn't have ambulance, but the city, Kerrville, does have ambulance service that you contract with.
Yes.
How many ambulances?
We operate about 4 ambulances, and then we'll have a peak. We do have 8 if we need them.
1 second. Before you jump into a question, please just say your name
yes, sir.
and who you represent.
Dalton Rice, City Manager of Kerrville.
Now
go. We have 4 ambulances that we operate around the clock, and then we'll have peak ambulances as needed, and then when we need additional staff to come in, we have 2 or 3 reserves that we could use.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Rector. Upper Guadalupe River Authority was established when? 1939?
Yes, ma'am.
And you govern, or you look out for the Guadalupe in one county.
That's correct.
So you have one job, and that's to manage the river for one county.
That's correct.
No warning systems except one down on Cypress Creek.
We are not involved with warning systems. We are data collection.
Okay. Why should you continue to operate independently? Why not put the Upper Guadalupe River Authority with the Guadalupe Blanco River Authority?
We have a different river than is downstream.
It's not the same Guadalupe River?
We are providing the water for downstream. We are funded strictly by ad valorem taxes, whereas Guadalupe Blanco has water production, sewer services that they are able to sell as production. We do not have that income. So if we were merged with them, you would be asking people downstream to support us in Kerr County.
I would, obviously, I haven't looked in detail at that at all, but I would think that the River Authority, Guadalupe Blanco, is pretty big, and I would think that they could work with Kerr County to see how they could help Kerr County
Sure.
as one river authority.
We work with them. We have some of our board members actually on some of their boards, so we are cooperating with them.
Thank you, Dr. Rector. I'm just, in my mind, I'm thinking that it's a county river authority, I mean, it's a river authority that is managed for one county only, and I'm not sure that there weren't things that could have been done over the years since 1939 that possibly could have helped. That needs to, I think we're committed on looking at that. And I think one thing that we don't take off the table is if the upper Guadalupe River Authority could be absorbed by Guadalupe Blanco River Authority. I could be wrong, but I think it's something we need to look at. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Colonel Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And also, Mr. Chairman, please be advised I'm hearing from constituents outside monitoring that out in the ether they can hear you and everybody else here loud and clear. Thank you so much for being here today and testifying. Sheriff, could you expand your radio network that you have, that all radios now are software, but could you expand what system that is?
Yes, it's a Motorola Gator system, a trunking system, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned that y'all have invested significantly in communications and so forth. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, sir. It's $7.2 million for the system.
Over what period of time?
Over the last 2 years.
Over the last 2 years.
Yes, sir.
And there was, what was the, when you were trying to determine what system to go with, what were the parameters that you were considering on which system to buy? Because I know there's a lot of systems out there.
Yeah, basically it was down to the Motorola system or LCR system. For my experience and knowledge, you know, the LCR system is kind of built more for flat area, which, you know, we have 1,100 square miles here of a lot of different terrain, and we have like 4 towers here that we use, and if we were to go to LCRA system, it'd be up to maybe needing 10 towers. I know those towers are very expensive. So what we did, we basically upgraded the system we had in place and bought new hardware, all new radios for all our units, handheld and portable radios.
I appreciate that. About how many units of radios did you have?
Oh, sir, we not only did we do us, and I took this project, it's not just a sheriff's office. One thing I want to make clear, this is a Kerr County project. We also brought in our volunteer fire departments too and bought in. I want to say that maybe the radios was about $3.5 million, but don't hold me to that. It was very expensive.
I got you. And did you have a pool of radios so that when you do accept other support from, be it federal or state or volunteers from a sister county or something like that, additional radios to expand those out if you needed to expand your network?
We have some radios like we did. We handed out during the flood, but we only have so many of those.
Right. And so at the end of the day, when on the communications line, when you were gaining all this additional help and support, would you say that you could have used a lot more radios?
Oh, yes, sir, definitely. You can't ever have enough radios.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And if we had to look at this holistically, is something that you feel that the state could have prepackaged, pre-softwared, if you will, for interoperability purpose to deliver if needed for a mass cow or a situation such as this?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir.
What do you think that would look like exactly?
Well,
because you don't have just floods, you got to worry about fires too, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That season will be coming up soon. But yes, I mean, to me, it would take additional towers here. I mean, right now, I feel very comfortable with what we have, but you know, new towers, more radios would always help. From my understanding, there's really nothing that can tell you what system to get. You know what I mean? I have fellow sheriff's offices and counties next to me that are on different systems than I do, but we do have the capability to talk. But then there's Bandera County that's on a different system that we're not able to talk to.
And so when you were looking to purchase that system, there wasn't anything out there that basically said, hey, to be interoperable, in order to be able to connect with others, if you had to go and support somewhere else in the state of Texas, which I know our counties do, especially in the rural, or vice versa, there wasn't anything there that basically provided some sort of, I wouldn't say guideline, but recommendations in terms of capability that's out there that you may need to consider when purchasing.
No, there is. We did. It's called a dual band radio, and that's what we went to. We can use it on both our system and the LCRA system. Those radios are very expensive, between the tune of $11,000 to $12,000. So you just think, I want to say we bought a couple hundred of them, maybe between us and the fire department. So kind of do the math. It's very expensive to do. We were just very fortunate to have the funds to be able to do it, because had we not had those funds, we'd be on the same system we were before this.
No, I appreciate that, and I just want to make sure I understood correctly, or I'm relaying the question correctly here, is that when you or other counties are going out there considering purchases, if you will, and you know that you want to be interoperable, because in the case of emergency, whether you're going to support somebody else or vice versa, that it would be helpful or would not be helpful if there was a larger document that helped articulate and made recommendation in terms of not necessarily brand but capability in considering what you buy. Would that be helpful?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry I didn't understand the question. Yeah, that would be very helpful.
Okay, yes. I appreciate that. And just can you, so we can live the pain that you went through, can you give us some example of what you went through in terms of the software interoperability issue that you had that
Sure.
you briefly mentioned?
Sure. Like, when you got here, like I know we had state assets here. You get here pretty quick. DPS and gang warrant was mainly the ones, and basically they needed to get their radios reprogrammed, and that took up to a couple of days to get that done. So that's the main difference we had.
Get them programmed.
Yes, yeah, just get them reprogrammed. So the ability was there. They just need to be reprogrammed. You got to remember, they came from all over the state of Texas. That's Antietam. So they just didn't have our radios, our channels.
And did the state or anybody provide an IT specialist to help you, or you had to take time from your recovery operations, so forth like that, trying to get everybody on the same network?
No. Actually, DPS sent their radio tech in here, and Texas Parks and Wildlife sent they did their own radios here on site.
That's great. That's great. All right. Thank you. And I noted that you had mentioned the volunteer fire departments. How many volunteer fire departments do you all have in Kerr County? I'm sorry. Questions to sheriff or the judge, either.
Sir, we have...
Or emergency management. Go ahead.
Yeah, we have 7, sir.
All right. You might want to state your name again. So
I'm sorry, William Thomas.
No, thank you. 7 of them. And in the comments there, and I'm just taking a quote from here, few have specialized swiftwater training or gear. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, just like my deputies, I'd like to have them trained. They do so many different things, but, swiftwater rescue is just something, actually we were looking into that, and we don't have the area here to train. We've kind of made some calls to New Braunfels and visit with them, but, that's just not something we have here to train with, and we're going to look at that, just like we don't have the proper equipment for that. That's not something we do on a day-to-day basis, and not trying to make an excuse here. Those are things I need to look in. Maybe we need to have some additional assets in our vehicles to be able to help with. I know my guys were using whatever water hose, whatever they could at the time, but that is something definitely we need to look into in the future. And the same thing with the volunteer fire departments, you know what I mean? Those are volunteers, non-paid volunteers that, also work full-time jobs that need to be able to help. So, and that training's very expensive. They have certain limits, and, the ESDs are way more fortunate than the ones that are not ESDs.
Very expensive, but y'all have unlimited resources to make sure that we get all the training needed for our volunteers, right?
We'd be in great shape.
You know, this is a reoccurring thing that we hear when you look to the Panhandle fires. One of the pieces that they pointed out over and over and over again is our volunteer fire departments are very poorly resourced, and that the training is hard to get or be able to pay for that and so forth. Do you think that if we resourced both training and equipment, that your recruitment of volunteers, because I understand that there is a statewide decline in terms of the number of folks who are actually starting to volunteer out there.
Yes.
That's an accurate statement, probably here too, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you think that would help
Tremendous.
recruitment and so forth if we were provided for that?
Yeah, tremendously. On top of that, I always use, COVID ruined us. I mean, as a sheriff and oversee a budget, I mean, it's just a shame. Not that the trainings went up, but your equipment, some of my stuff's doubled and tripled. I mean, it's just horrible. But so, they don't have the resources that was made available. I absolutely think that would help on the recruiting.
But yet, out of all the help that you received, these folks happen to live here and understand where the danger points are.
Absolutely.
And so, but yet the ones who know best are the ones who's probably least resourced. And I think Chairman King, with your work that you've done and others within the Senate to focus on that area, I would hope that this report would continue to go that direction and reinforcing that is a significant advantage to emergency response when our volunteers, that are organized volunteers, are resourced and they're trained. If I could, to the judges, appreciate your service. I understand you major in the Air Force, and so you probably had an opportunity to plan in uniform and now plan as a judge in emergency management and so forth like that. And of course, you'd probably say plans are great, but unless they're rehearsed, well, the enemy has a vote, don't they? So,
yes, sir.
On your planning piece, and this is to both of our judges, please, and just a reminder, just state your name when you respond. How often do y'all get together in your counties to actually plan and rehearse?
Shane Stolarczyk, Kendall County Judge. Well, I'm a fairly new judge. I took office in January 1st, 2023, and our emergency management coordinator started around that same time as well. So we've been in office a short time, and so we have begun to focus on emergency management together. And so we took advantage of the 2 eclipse events to start using those as rehearsals for more major events, because a lot of the same players are involved for whether it's a flood, fire, snow disaster. All those same players are involved with a flood as well. And so we use those to practice. We also did a tabletop. So right now we have no set schedule for when we're doing training. We haven't done our after action report yet for this event, but we've already made highlights of establishing a more recurrent schedule for these trainings and broadening who's involved, because there's some lessons learned about what key players we need to be involved in our events that we didn't bring in until later. Just, when you're dealing with a situation, sometimes you're focused on the fire in front of you, and you need to, once you have a little time to sit back, you think back, oh, I should have included X, Y, and Z as well. And so I think getting on a set schedule for rehearsal is going to be more advantageous, but right now we don't have one. But the 2 eclipse events, I think, were critical in us being prepared for this event.
Well, thank you. And you weren't there for those eclipse events?
I was there for both.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I got you. Thank you. Judge?
Bella Rubio, County Judge, Rial County. As I said earlier, our population is less than 3,000, and definitely a catastrophic flood would probably wipe Rial County off the state of Texas map. So our sheriff has quarterly meetings that he began, I don't know, about 4 years ago. We do have a volunteer emergency management coordinator that the sheriff and I had to work hard to talk into being a volunteer emergency management coordinator. However, he is not homegrown per se. He comes with a lot of experience and knowledge, as he was Fort Bend County, I think, firefighter for many years. However, he has no experience as to what 1 inch does on the Frio or Nueces, or 6 inches or 10 inches. And he was actually flooded in both times that we had our floods, July 4th and July 11th, because they came in the wee hours of the morning. But our sheriff is very due diligent in having quarterly meetings, not trainings per se, but we do meet with all the stakeholders, the volunteer fire departments, as well as TxDOT, DPS, Texas Game Wardens. We even have anyone that'll come from like AT&T, T-Mobile, which really AT&T is the only thing that works in Real County if you don't have Wi-Fi availability. And then we also include the electrical companies as well. He invites as many of the stakeholders that would come or be impacted, whether it's flooding, fire, or a ice storm.
Thank you, Judge. And that's really what I was really wanting to get
Colonel
to.
Wilson. Colonel Wilson.
Yes, sir.
We've got a lot of members with more
Sure
questions.
do, and I'm about to wrap it up, Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
sir.
So that's what I was wanting to get at, is because, you can have a plan, but a plan is best laid when the right people are there at the table to work through it. Smaller counties, the resources there to do that isn't necessarily that you have hired, paid folks, that you have to rely on some volunteers and so forth. But at the same time, will the right people show up for your rehearsals? Because rehearsals are key on those tabletop events. And that is one thing that I think that we just need to make sure that we emphasize, that while best laid plans, if we can't get the right people, meeting them for the first time during an emergency is probably not the best time. You're grateful for it, but if you are basically there and you know them and you understand what the action plan is, then it's best. And you would probably suggest that, as a routine, be it regionally, because there are awfully small counties that can't afford much, that should probably be done regionally, and maybe something that should be addressed to be done, maybe not on a quarterly basis, but semi-annual or annual. Would you recommend that for other counties?
Bella Rubio, County Judge, Real County. I definitely do, and I want to add that another part of the stakeholders that are invited are the superintendents and school board presidents of every school district in Real County, which there's 3, along with all the camp directors, and also the lodging owners as well. They're all invited.
Shane Stellars, Kendall County. I concur. We're very fortunate in Kendall County. We have a joint EOC with the city of Bernie, and everyone's very actively involved and takes this very seriously. So all the players that participated in the Eclipse events were the same players that were called up for this event. So we had 2 other instances where we worked together and ran through the motions on a disaster event. And so this was seamless when we called everyone to activation in this event.
I appreciate you sharing your best practices. Thank you.
All right, members, we've got 4 more members wishing to ask this panel questions. I would ask you to be...
I've got 4 as well.
So we have 8. Here's what we're going to do. I want you to be succinct, direct, not ask leading questions. If you ask a question, can you use more money? We already know what that answer is. So let's move through that with a little bit more objective. If you're fishing, that's okay, but let's kind of pull that into rather out just leading open questions. Secondly, we're going to do something that most committees will not do. And it's not that the invited are not an important part of this process. You're instrumental in where we're going to land based on where you're at. We are going to start interfacing or integrating public testimony after this panel. So what you should see is this panel will finish with the members. We will ask 8 public, and we just ask another 8 public. So we're going to have 16 public and come back to invited. And that way, the folks that we really think want to speak aren't here till 12 o'clock. So we'll roll through that. But I'm not asking members not to ask questions. I'm just saying let's be a little bit succinct with the mission. I know what questions I've got, and I know where I'm going with them, and they really require pretty much yes and no answers. So try to line it up that way if you can. With that, Senator Mendez.
Is this working?
Got to turn the mic on.
The green light's on, Mr. Chairman.
I don't.
Can you hear me? Yeah, thank
Yes.
you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to, first of all, let me thank the panel. Particularly, I want to thank the gentleman who answered some tough questions. You know, your whereabouts were asked a lot about, and I appreciate you. I'm not even asking you to respond. I'm just saying thank you for giving us the. I hope you feel better, and I understand you. You know, we all get sick. Things happen. It's important. I think one of the things that is very important too, that I appreciated from just about everybody on the panel, was the copy of their remarks. So I'd like to ask Mr. Rice, Dr. Rector, and Judge
Can't say it. Stolarczyk.
Stolarczyk. Judge Stolarczyk, if you would provide us a copy of your remarks as well, please. Look, one of the things that we're going to rely on, we're here today. We're glad to hear you, glad to see you. We thank you for the incredibly difficult work you've been doing. But we're also here to hear from the community, and we want to hear from them because we know that they've suffered through so much. And so that's all I have. I want to get your remarks in writing. I'm going to read everything. I'm going to go through it because we're looking for ways that we can improve and we can mitigate this type of tragedy from ever happening again. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Representative Martinez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, I'm going to ask our sheriff just a quick question. And my ears perked up a little bit when we spoke about interoperability and the Rio Grande Valley and how I've responded to many of the calls down there, and we switched to all Valley. And in essence, not wanting to reinvent the wheel, so to speak, right? And the amount of money and the cost it would take for a full new complete system throughout the state of Texas. But in listening to Colonel Freeman's testimony, he had mentioned last week that they do have SIM cards that can be placed in these radios to where there would be interoperability across the state of Texas. When one agency, for example, I know I saw one of our ambulances from Weslaco that's here through EMTF, right, and they've responded in support. But how would that work? Is that available? We understand that those systems are maybe $12,000 per radio, but is that an option that can be utilized with every department throughout the state of Texas without reinventing that wheel of infrastructure?
Oh, absolutely, sir. The main problem is the purchase of that equipment, but yes, it is available.
Okay, thank you very much. And then one last question, and this could be for anyone on the panel, and it's mainly, you know, in looking at the map, when you look at the South Fork of the Guadalupe and where it intersects with Cypress Creek, is there any way, or is there something that we could put in place, maybe gauges on those creeks as well, that could help us maybe model that, collect data to where we could understand, you know, those rise and falls of those the creeks as well in that intersection to help us with warning systems?
So Bill Rector, UGRA. Yes, sir. That's something that we are looking at. Also, floods don't just occur on the North and South Fork and the Johnson Creek. We've had significant floods on other creeks, Turtle Creek, Cypress Creek, and those need to be monitored also, and we're planning to do that.
Thank you.
Senator Bettencourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, to the judge and to the mayor, 108 plus people could have lost their lives here. The whole nation grieves with you. That's why you have a tremendous heartstrings now from just not in Texas,
not from all our districts, but all across the nation. I wanted to start with Judge Rubio real fast. You mentioned in your testimony that you were worried if we had and we're calling it a flood emergency communications and warning system, that we would not have funding for that, for maintenance and operation. I want to make sure you know that Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Speaker Burrows, Governor Abbott have all said that the state's going to pay for it, and we're looking at ways to make sure you have that maintenance and operation money long term.
Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Rector, you mentioned something that I need to ask further questions about. You said you weren't really sure about a river alert system actually being able to save lives, and you mentioned that the wall of water was moving at 17 miles per hour.
Yes, sir.
Right? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's
And
correct.
you said the camps were 7 miles downstream. Now, by my simple Aggie math calculation, that's 24 minutes. Now, if we had an integrated system, and your organization was looking at one, I think it was 10 river crossings, if I remember from the engineering study I read. But if we had an integrated gauge system with an alert that was also tied electronically downstream, we could be popping sirens off as we go. And 24 minutes is enough to get people to higher ground, because that's all you can do here. You don't want to put them into a river crossing. You want to get them to a higher ground.
Yes.
So with that fact and the fact that there's 24 minutes, you want to change your response on if you think a river alert system could have helped save lives?
Bill Rector, UGRA. Yes, sir, Senator. There's no question that that could have saved lives.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we establish that. Mr. Wright, you had a lot of testimony. I first off want to say that the statistics are that we know Texans turn off their alerts about 29.5% of the time. That's 5 times more than Vermonters. Also, we got a problem with people turning phones off at night, about 18%. You combine that, you're already in the 40 percentile of people that are not going to be able to get this, and that's not counting the unique topography of the hill country and the Guadalupe River, of which I've been here for more years than I can remember. Now, we agree that this should be like the mayor. We want a data system that's that's minute by minute and can respond. But in your written testimony, we asked about sirens and whether siren alert system could have helped us respond more effectively or even save lives. And you said it wasn't an easy question to answer with certainty. It's something we've evaluated in the past. And I just want to make sure you made a comment about visitors not understanding what the sirens mean. And that's because we're going to probably pass these bills and get these systems out. And I think it's incumbent that, and we understand the high walls. I mean, I've rafted this area. You've got 50 to 100 foot cliffs areas. But shouldn't we be more concerned about getting that siren into people's, auditory range so they can take action and get to higher ground?
William Thomas, Kerr County. Yes, sir. What I was referring to is we need the education piece. We need something on our websites, social media, those types of places where the public can go to and see what those sirens actually mean.
But you're not saying that we shouldn't do this because the public won't understand what it means?
No, sir, at all.
Okay.
I think we definitely need it.
No, I just wanted to make sure that wasn't part of the record, because that's the way it reads. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And Sheriff, understand the points we've already covered. There was one thing that you said that we do have to visit. You said there was no time for formal orders. I need to know what that means. I think the public needs to know what that means.
Exactly. When I say formal orders, you talk about an incident command or something like that. At that particular time, it was time to save lives and go to work. You know what I mean? We'll set up, as administration, we'll set that up. When I say it's time to take action, I mean, it was real time. Things are happening right there at that time.
Because we agree about the river crossings and the other statements about getting people on higher ground. Now, if there was an emergency alert system, okay, you're not saying by this testimony that you wouldn't have hit the button because the emergency management coordinator works for both you and the judge.
Yes.
But because when you say there's no time for formal orders, that could be misinterpreted as I didn't have time to do code red. I shouldn't have done a code red. So I want to give you the chance to make sure you specify exactly what occurred. Now, before you do, OEM or Director Nidden Kidd said that in testimony that no alert was issued by Kerr County on evacuations. So,
Okay, what I'm saying on my comment is it's not kind of let's call the administrator or supervisor and ask what to do. I mean, it's time to take action at that time. That's what I'm trying to say. Sir.
okay, so if we had an alert system, now and I do want to ask you and the judge, because the Director Kidd was said that there was not an evacuation order issued by Kerr County at any time. Now, is that just oversight? Didn't have the system? What was the issue? Why that evacuation order wasn't issued?
It was too late. It was too late.
Okay.
This was so massive and arrived so quickly that if you've driven that road, you know, and you've been to the camps, we're talking about thousands of campers. And then we have the residents. And trying to move down Highway 39, which is 2-lane with no right-of-ways. And it's 2 lanes with no right-of-ways because it's privately owned, but it's a public use road. And the number of buses that bring the campers out sometimes are bumper to bumper and go on for half a day. Those of you that have seen it know what I'm talking about. To try to get those people out of, and you got to remember the configuration. You've got the North Fork and the South Fork, and then they get to La Junta. Mm-hmm. We're going to have one heck of a traffic jam at La Junta.
And,
closer. Okay,
and
I got
Judge,
closer.
in the interest of time, could the cubic flow on the river
Yes, sir.
was 2.5 times the average flow over Niagara Falls.
Absolutely.
Which is an astonishing number. And I think in 1987, I'm going from memory, I think 10 people lost their lives because we tried to evacuate people across the river.
Children in the school bus.
Right. So no one would suggest that. Okay. The concept I'm trying to get to is this. The watches were in place till about 1:06. 1:14, the mayor, everyone said that it turns into a warning. And by 4:23 a.m., it's the highest level the Weather Service can get, which is a emergency alert. So at that point in time, would there not have been a recognition of the obvious that there needs to be an alert that says effectively get to higher ground?
I agree.
Okay. Thank you for your response.
Chair recognizes Chairman Moody.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be succinct and to the point. I just have a couple follow-ups for some folks. But before I say that, just to y'all here and to the folks that have been through this tragedy, in just a few days, community I come from, El Paso, is going to recognize an anniversary that we don't like to think about. But during that time, as the mayor stated, we also saw the strength of our community, and we saw the love and care and compassion from people we'll never meet that wrapped our community in love and lifted us up. And I want you all to know that's certainly what we're all here to do, but there's people that are going to do that for you for years to come, and we're going to be walking with you side by side. So I had to say that before I start. A couple of questions. Sheriff, in the follow-up question that Sheriff Lauterbach asked, you went through a detailed timeline. I don't have that in your written testimony provided. Is that something you could please provide to the committee subsequent to the hearing?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. Let me switch over to Mr. Rice. Mr. Rice, you listed a number of legislative proposals, ideas, concepts. Obviously, we're time constrained in a 30-day session, but I think some of those things fit in that bucket. And some of these things, I know I've visited with Speaker Burrows about this. These are going to, and I imagine the Senate will do this, launch forward into the 2027 session, ideas going forward, right? There's immediate need, and then there's structural change that we need to get to And those are two things that we need to do. We can start in earnest on them. I didn't see that list provided here either. Is that something you can provide to us if it hasn't been provided already?
Dalton Rice, City Manager. Yes, sir. We can provide any documentation you need.
Okay, and if you wouldn't mind segregating, like put it in those two columns, so it'd be helpful to us. Because
Yes,
I
sir.
do think also you did mention in your testimony, property tax relief legislation. That's something that's going to be considered. I'd like to know, from your all's perspective, how emergency preparation, mitigation, all of those things that our locals are tasked with doing, how that sits side by side in setting your budgets, because y'all are in budgets
Yes,
right
sir.
now. You're launching into budgets right now. And I think that needs to be a part of that conversation. Even though it's a separate conversation, it certainly is connected to your ability to do what you need to do for your community.
Yes, sir.
So if you could please highlight that, that would be helpful to us.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm going to try my best. Judge Stolarczyk, is that how, was that close?
You got it, sir. That was actually correct.
Judge, thank you very much for your testimony. I think specifically your testimony about your preparation and the work you've been doing, I think it's very instructive to folks to hear those stories. You mentioned that your emergency management coordinator, last name I caught was Constantine. What was the first name?
Shane Stolarczyk, Kendall County. Brady Constantine.
And is Brady Constantine here?
Yes, sir, and he did fill out a form in case you'd like to hear from him.
Okay, great. I would. Because there's something that's sticking in my mind here, and we're talking about, warnings versus watches versus emergencies, and we know that warnings start sometime on the 3rd, carry forward, and escalate up. What actions are taken, those are, and to the sheriff's point, those are things that you're doing as the situation unfolds. But there's two very different things that I heard. One, that I think in the sheriff's written testimony that he went to bed on the 3rd and didn't have anything to worry him as he went to bed that night. And you said that Brady Constantine's reaction in your testimony was he had an uneasy feeling that night. I'm not saying either one is right or wrong, so I'm not here to criticize. What I'm saying is all the same data was available to both those people, and you have two very different reactions. And again, this is not for me to say right, wrong, because there may be a reason why you get a number of warnings, and because of your experience, you go, okay, well, that's this or that's this, and maybe it was, things
There
move
is
a lot.
there is a reason, sir.
Okay.
Would you like me to call him up right now?
If we get to his testimony later, I'm happy to hear it. I do want to dig into that because it may be that those warning systems and how they ratchet up isn't effective for you all to be able to do what you need to do in a uniform fashion. And what's happening in Kendall County versus Kerr County, I know you all are nearby, but could be different issues.
In a nutshell, I believe it's based on Brady's interactions with our TDM representatives and the conversations they had personally with him is what triggered his uneasiness. And plus, we also had a huge parade the next day in Comfort, which draws people from all over the state. And so I think the combination of those two things added to Brady's feelings that day.
Okay, that's good. And when Mr. Constantine testifies, I'd like to hear more about that at that time. That would be very enlightening for us, because those types of communications we heard from TDM last week about those conversations, and I think we need to figure out how we can be, this is for all of us to look at what we can do better and how we can react better. And if the systems aren't set up to give us a uniform reaction when even catastrophic things are happening, then we need to look at those too. This is the opportunity for us to unpack those. Just because we've done something the same way for years doesn't mean we don't look at it again now. You also mentioned in your testimony that you wanted to simplify grant applications. You highlighted engineering studies that have to be provided as some of those grant applications. Can you highlight which grants you're talking about?
I also have my county engineer here because I believe there was one application we went out for. We had to actually do an engineering study as part of the application process, and that costs funds. I don't recall the name of it, but it's things like that could be cost prohibitive for certain counties because you're spending that money
Correct.
with no guarantee that you're going to receive the funding at the backside.
And your county engineer's name?
Mary Ellen Schuley. She also filled out a card, so
we'll hear from her later.
yeah, if you'd like them in the 3-minute comments, they can come up. I don't know what the process is for them.
I do want to hear that because part of the task that we've been given is to get rid of the red tape.
Okay.
It is not a system that anybody wants. When you are trying to figure out how to mitigate harm or how to recover from a disaster, if we are asking people to check boxes that are not necessary, that is the epitome of bureaucratic nonsense. And you highlighted it here. I'd like to drill down into, and I've talked to the Texas Water Development Board as well already at the last hearing to identify these things when we're talking. Now, I'm not saying that you still got to check. You're spending money, right? You want to make sure that we're not doing that in a wasteful manner. But if we're talking about emergency preparedness and recovery from disasters, I want to know where the red tape is because we need to figure out how to get rid of it so that you can do the job that you need to do, so the judges can do that, so the sheriff can do that, so that we can get the funding to people. We have great capacity in the state of Texas, great capacity. But if we tie it up with timelines and useless check boxes, then we are depriving the people that we represent from solutions that they know could help and could save lives.
Agreed, and it's just not at the state level, it's at the federal level as well, because we went out for grant applications for wildfire protection, and we're like the 26th county in all of Texas to have a wildfire protection plan. We went out for a grant. It was given great remarks by the federal government. We were excluded because we were too wealthy of a county, so they put financial parameters on health and safety. Even though we were well deserving of it based on our needs and our wildfire dangers, we were denied based on so you're not alone in having those issues. So.
And Judge, I agree with you, and we talked about this at the last hearing. I get why that's something they look at, I think, median household income, and that's how with the grant application, there was 5%. Right, they did dump it into a formula, and that's the way we divide it up. There is a great philosophical reason for doing that, right? Communities that can't afford it, you want to triage that and put them front of line. I don't disagree with that. That's something that makes sense. But this is also an opportunity for us to look at. I mean, disaster is going to hit people that no matter what their median household income is. So what can we do to unlock the potential of the state? And if there are messages we can send to the feds, we need to do that as well. And so if you can help us identify, or any other witnesses that are listening, help us identify those barriers when you're talking about mitigation and emergency recovery, let us know what those are. And we are talking to these agencies because we need to get that stuff out of the way. That's part of the task that we have here. You shouldn't be put in a decision, you shouldn't be put in the position to make those decisions when you're talking about saving lives as you're setting budgets. I think we need to figure out how we unlock the potential of the state, and if we can highlight those concerns to the feds, we're going to do that too. But we certainly can control what we do at the state level, and some of that is money that flows down from the feds as well.
And we're a very blessed community, and so we didn't take that, we didn't just stop there, we didn't get it. We actually found a way to fund it internally and start a 501c3, and the county funded that 501c3 with the funds to carry out our plan. So where there's a will, there's a way, but it'd be so much nicer to not have that red tape. So I appreciate your comments and your support on this matter.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Swartner.
A few direct questions to a number of the individuals on the panel here. Judge Kelly, I think some constituents and individuals, families of the tragic children that were lost, want to know some very direct answers to some questions I'm going to ask. And I'm going to ask them for those individuals. First, Judge, are there any sirens in Kerr County along the river regarding emergency warning?
Not that I know of, but I'll defer to my emergency management coordinator.
William Thomas, Kerr County. No, sir, there are no warnings.
Right.
No sirens.
Guadalupe County has like 23 along their section of the GBRA, and I know there are several in Comfort based after disaster that have been installed recently. Judge, you put down in your written testimony that the first indication of this storm was different came from when I woke up to texts and calls from Kidd, Letha, and Rice. Were you awoken, or did you wake up from those texts and calls? And at what time did you wake up?
It's going to be in the 5:36 range, something like that. And I don't remember if they woke me up or I woke up.
You don't remember?
No, I remember looking at my phone.
Okay.
That's what I did.
And you were at the lake? I'm sorry, which lake was that?
Travis?
Travis Lake, okay. You are the emergency management director for the county, correct? With Mr. Kelly, I'm sorry, with Mr. Thomas being the emergency management coordinator?
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Thomas, you mentioned in your written testimony that you were sick and were awoken by your wife after a call from the city of Kerrville's EMC, which is your counterpart for the city of Kerrville. Is that correct?
William Thomas, Kerr County. Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. So between the two of y'all are in charge of the emergency management operations for the county of Kerr County. When was an EOC established for Kerr County?
The EOC was set up in my absence.
By who?
I don't really know. Okay. I'm assuming. I think Chief Kidd had gotten here by then.
Yeah, there was a combined one set up later that day, I think,
right,
about 6 p.m.
Moved it. Yeah.
But as far as an EOC, there was one in Kerrville, the city. But Kerr County set up an EOC or not? I don't know.
No, the way I understand it is the county actually set up their EOC in the Youth Event Center, which is a county-owned building. It had been moved to that location. What happened out in Ingram at City West Church was an incident command center, as I understood it. Dub, can you clarify?
Yes, sir. William Thomas, Kerr County. So we operate a joint EOC. We have a joint emergency management plan, Kerrville, Kerr County, City of Ingram. So we had a joint EOC set up.
You had a joint EOC set up, not dissimilar to Kendall County and Bernie when they have an emergency situation.
That's correct.
Okay. Sheriff Letha, did I say your name correctly? I'm sorry if I did not.
Yes, sir, you did.
Yes. You gave the timeline, and that was very good information. It looks like the 3 o'clock hour was, for lack of better terms, when the SHIT hit the fan.
3:30. Yes.
You said in your testimony that when Shoemaker passing or crossing became flooded, it raised some eyebrows in the dispatch center in the KCSO, the Kerr County Sheriff's Office Dispatch Center, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned there were a large number of calls and then 114 radio transmissions in the next kind of time frame, 119 or whatever. So a lot of activity. You mentioned that several times. Was there any activity to call you? Because in your testimony, there's no, like when you were awake or whenever you were around. So when was that? So
I got my first call at 4:20 is when I came, I say active. My chief deputy contacted me at that time. I had 2 phones going, turned the radio on. I kind of lived to the east part of the county. It's a little bit dry, but I came to the sheriff's office by around 5 a.m. But no, I was notified at 4:20.
Okay. So you were notified, of course, because sheriffs and 911 dispatch, they're awake and alert, and someone's answering the phone. So that's good. Did you notify the sheriff, the judge, or the EMC?
At that time, what I did, I started calling people out. A little bit later, I did contact the judge. I knew my communication supervisor was trying to get a hold of our EMC, but I started calling people out. And what I did immediately when I knew what was going on, I started calling hands on deck, getting people out in the field. That was my primary. Felt like my responsibility.
So it was more focused on rescue and handling the acute situations coming into the 911 call center.
Yes, sir. I was not, to me, it wasn't important to notify the judge at that time. We needed to save lives.
And there's a way to alert the mass through their phones, but there's not a siren system in Kerr County regarding an emergency event, correct?
Yes, sir, there's not.
And you don't have the authority to actually activate that, do you, as a sheriff?
Well, we don't have that alarm system, sir.
Right, but if there was an alarm system, the sheriff doesn't have that authority. It has to be the judge or the mayor.
Sorry, I can't answer that question.
You don't
sir.
know the answer
No,
to that?
I don't.
Or can you answer that question, Mr. Thomas?
William Thomas, Kerr County. If we get a flood warning system here with sirens, it will be, the sheriff will be able to activate that system.
Yeah,
He'll
again,
have the
but
authorization.
in this situation, who can activate, call an evacuation? Can you call one as EMC, or does it have to be the judge or the mayor?
Under Chapter 418 of the Government Code, I believe it's the county judge.
The county judge, okay. You're not empowered by statute to do so as EMC.
No, sir, but in a life-saving event, we can order people to leave.
Right. But you were sick in bed until that morning when you were woken from your wife.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, there's some, again, my focus was on the prevention of loss of life, not necessarily the rescues, which have their own problems, and obviously the coordinate, which I actually commend many people on this panel. It's just, and Sheriff, one other question regarding this. I believe one of the other county judges mentioned that their sheriffs had pre-stationed, and I know you have a family history here in Kerr County with an intimate knowledge of the various crossings that are the worst and the likeliest to flood early. Mm-hmm. Did you have any sheriff deputies pre-stationed at those crossings?
No, at that time, no, I didn't.
Can you turn on your mic, sir?
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah,
Yes.
no, at that time I did not have deputies. They were out in the field. As soon as we started getting phone calls, they went to those areas.
Right, but you didn't have any pre-stationed at the low water crossings that are the first to flood in Kerr County based on your knowledge and your family history in this county.
Well, no, sir, I didn't. With the prediction of 1 to 3 inches of rain, 5 to 7 in isolated areas, it was just another normal day at that time.
Okay, thank you for your answers.
Chair calls Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. To Senator Shortner's point, and he has laid this out pretty clearly, but clearly the question would be not to be critical, but to learn from this incident. The 3 guys in Kerr County who were responsible for sounding the alarm were effectively unavailable. Am I hearing that right?
What alarm are you talking about, ma'am?
Well, you said at 3:30, after 3:27, when what's the crossing called?
Schumacher Crossing?
When Schumacher Crossing's not possible, and at 3:30, when there's a call coming in that people are on their roof, you wrote down that's time for all hands on deck.
Correct.
But you didn't wake up till 4:20. The judge is in Lake Travis, and the emergency manager is sick.
Correct, ma'am. At that time, my people were out there doing the job. You know, I got the call at 4:20, but they were doing their job, notifying people and rescuing people.
But you, to your point, this was a weather event nobody had ever seen. It was moving fast, and 50 minutes sure seems like a lot.
Yes, ma'am.
So if we could do it better, because we cannot go back in time and save these children, but knowing now what you know, is there a protocol that needs to be put in place that if the 3 folks who are responsible at this moment are not available for whatever reason, what should we do?
Yes, ma'am. We can look at that real hard. You know what I mean? Best thing I can tell you, I got the call at 4:20. Prior to the 4:20, that 50 minutes earlier than that, our people were out there. Our dispatch was calling additional people out. Yes, I can look at maybe they could call me earlier.
But no code red was issued, correct?
No, there was a code red issued, I believe it, to look about 5:01. But there was additional weather alerts being put out that whole time.
But who issues the code red?
Our dispatch issues it.
Under whose authority?
Anyone who tells them that they have supervisor approval.
And who is the supervisor?
The supervisor on that night was Sergeant Merritt.
So are you saying that there was a code red that was issued at 4:22?
No, that's when it was requested.
When was it issued?
5:01. Let me explain that to y'all up here. What happened at that time, I gave you the numbers. These people, they were overwhelmed, okay? These dispatchers were with phone calls, radio transmissions, trying to type. They did a great job. The code red went out at 5:01. But in addition to that, there was other life-saving measures that were going on.
I was down here last week. You have a beautiful part of Texas. You have a community that has rallied. I have seen folks from all over this nation that has come in after the fact. It is our responsibility to look at, is there ability to better predict? Is there ability for better preparedness and for better prevention? My questions are purposely intended to figure out, now that you have the gift of hindsight in 2020, because Wimberley was 2015. Allison in Houston, of a slow-moving storm that didn't move, I experienced. Harvey didn't move, I experienced. Unfortunately, y'all have now experienced something you are saying, I have never heard of or seen this before. We've experienced it in other parts of Texas. And if we can't take advantage of this moment right now for the rest of Texas to recognize, you may not think it's going to happen to you, but it's going to happen. And if we're not prepared for the extreme weather, the system that stalls, then we're not taking advantage of this moment. So the question is, you said at 3:30, when people were having to get off the roofs, that's the moment for all hands on deck. And I'm trying to figure out, is there an existing system that could have gone out to people in floodwaters way to reach higher ground, or are you missing that system?
No, we do have a code red system that something can be put out. Yes, ma'am.
But for whatever reason, in this moment, there was nobody to properly sound the alarm. Is that what I'm hearing?
They did not send the code red. No, ma'am. Until 5:01.
I have numerous folks from our area that have lost family in this event. And it is my understanding that there were little girls with water around their feet at 2 a.m. at Mystic, and were told, stay in your cabin. And those little girls did what they were instructed. What, if any, system is there available for Kerr County officials to hear from campsites on the river in a flood zone to better coordinate, to send out a warning? Is there any way right now, was there a way for Mystic at 2 a.m. to tell you we have water at our ankles?
I'm going to defer to our emergency management.
William Thomas, Kerr County. Is it working? Okay. William Thomas, Kerr County. So there were a number of National Weather Service alerts that went out that evening.
I'm not asking about the national weather because that's prediction. I'm talking about the reality on the ground of little girls in their bunks with water around their feet at 2 a.m. Did you have any idea that that was happening? And was there a mechanism in place? Because if it's happening at Camp Mystic, you've got every other camp in this recreational zone at risk. What was the protocol and the process to warn people when that scenario comes up?
To my knowledge, we were not notified that the girls had water in their camp.
Did you have a protocol or a process to give you notice and or to seek assistance at that point, or was this private entity on their own?
No, I've had discussions with the camps before, and the process was they need to notify the sheriff's office.
Is there any indication that there was any notification?
I'd have to defer that to the sheriff.
No, ma'am, I don't have any. No, ma'am, I don't have any notifications in my notes.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last week we heard testimony from Chief Nim Kidd from the Texas Department of Emergency Management about hazard mitigation plans. My question is to Mr. Thomas. According to TDEM, counties are required to submit hazard mitigation plans to TDEM, and then TDEM is supposed to provide technical assistance to ensure that you are meeting the requirements for FEMA approval. Have any of your counties received technical assistance from TDEM or an audit of your current hazard mitigation plan?
William Thomas, Kerr County. I believe the process is once our hazard mitigation plan is completed, we submit it to TDEM. If there are any questions, they will submit it back. We answer those questions. We resubmit it again to TDEM, and upon their approval, they submit it to FEMA.
And were there any recommendations from TDEM on your plan?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Not to your knowledge. Okay. So up to this date of this extraordinary weather event, your plan was in compliance according to TDEM and FEMA?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Louderback.
Thank you, Chairman. Sheriff Letha, at 2:53 in the morning, we knew that the River Inn had a problem, correct?
Yes, sir.
3:30, we knew that you had a family on the roof. 3:41, we knew that Schumacher Crossing, from a deputy, from a sergeant who lives there, understood the area, grew up there. So if we're going to have anybody make a decision right then, would it be a sergeant level or above law enforcement person to make the recommendation and make the call right then? We're saving minutes and seconds here. So would it be good for him to be able to have the authority to act in your stead, act in emergency management stead, in the time frame that it takes emergency management to get going, or for you to get up, or for them to be contacted wherever they are, so they can put a proper response in place? But it seems to me like we need an emergency response that is up to the task at the time it's going on.
Absolutely, sir. Yes.
Thank you.
Chair calls, recognize Representative Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This line of questioning is very disturbing. To some of the comments, we've had little girls in bunk. We have people dying. And yet we've got officials that are charged with the responsibility for their protection, that are in their beds, they're sick, they're waiting for somebody else. I've not to this time heard about the establishment of a unified command center to handle these responses. But yet I'm more disturbed with your comments, Mr. Thomas, as a river authority charged with not only educating people, but exercising conservation measures, but you're also charged with responsibility of gauging that river and letting people know about the dangers. In the comments last week and testimony from your authority to our committee, it was clearly evident that in 2015 and later in 2023, it was recognized through studies that you paid for that there was a need for an early warning system. In your words, an alert system would have saved lives. And yet, you didn't do anything about it. You waited to receive grant money from some third-party source when you had the funds available in your budget that you collect property taxes for to protect the citizens of Kerr County. You had money in your budget to fund an alert system, but yet you chose not to. Would you care to elaborate on that for the benefit of this committee, on your reasoning for that? And ultimately, the funds that were in your reserve account, did you return those through property tax reductions? You chose that path?
Bill Rector,
Speak into the microphone. Speak into the microphone. We need to hear your response.
I think, is it working?
I can hear you now.
Thank you. Obviously, we have been frustrated over the years trying to institute flood control, trying to institute a system where that we can better inform our emergency managers of situations. We grew frustrated to the point where we said, we're going to do it ourselves. We're going to just take the bull by the horn. we're going to create our own system, and we're not going to ask for additional funds. That was out of frustration. We had tried since 2016, when I came on this board, to create a flood warning system in Kerr County repeatedly, year after year after year, working with various agencies, trying to work with them to obtain fundings, and finally we got to the point where we just need to do this. It is urgently needed, and we are going to do it, and that's what we did in 2023.
What did you do in 23? Did you establish an early flood warning system?
We began looking at putting this as a separate priority, dedicating funds to it, and we followed that with finding people to talk with us on what needed and what could be done, what was technically now available. We had a hydrologist talk to us in 2024 of September, and we heard him. We heard what he had to say, what could be offered to our county, and we moved immediately in our next board meeting to moving forward with that project. And we issued, at the next meeting, January of 2025, we issued proposals, or requested for proposals for this system. And then by June 4th, we had actually hired a contractor, signed a contract to begin creating a system with our own money that would support flood warning in Kerr County.
I think your executive director last week had indicated that the board decided in 23 not to move forward because they could not achieve a grant request and have your money, the board's money, needed to have matching grants for outside money through a grant system from the state or somebody else. So I guess the concern I have is that you had the resources, you had the data, you had the studies that said this early warning system is a critical factor in the protection of lives, and yet you continued since 2016. I think you came on board in 16.
Yes, sir.
You continued to look down the road, if you will, and not really address the concern that your data showed. So that's particularly disturbing to me, to think about folks asleep in their cabins that could have been warned. I'm not saying that they might necessarily have saved their life, but certainly we have to ask the tough questions. The folks on this panel are charged with the responsibility of protecting people, and we want to make sure that there's no impediment, if you will, to that protection by some sort of procedural mess or unconcern. In fact, let me ask, where is and who is Jeremy Hughes?
Dalton Rice, City Manager, City of Kerrville. So Jeremy Hughes had put in his retirement paperwork July 2nd prior to the event after serving over 2 decades. And so he retired, I think, on the 11th, I believe.
So he's the Emergency Management Coordinator for Kerrville?
Kerrville, yes, sir. So that position is a training battalion chief and with a separate function of Emergency Management Coordinator.
I think one of the problems that this process is showing is we have a lot of folks who have titles, but when the time came to act, they did not do so in a timely fashion. Mr. Thomas, the River Authority, we're going to have to take a look at your role and your responsibility to protect the lives and property of folks along this river basin.
Mr. Darby,
We would appreciate that.
just for the record, you're addressing Mr. Rector, and you said Mr. Thomas. I just want the record to reflect who you're questioning.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Rector. I'm sorry.
No problem.
I had Bill here, but I'm sorry. But you know who I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Rector, I've just got a couple questions for you. I believe there's eight flood gauges that report to the National Weather Service. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that's the only data. I mean, it's not a warning system. It's just a data collection, correct?
We are in the business of collecting data.
Right. And so with that data goes to National Weather Service. Do you make an effort, or is there a protocol in place to share any of that data with either the city of Kerrville as emergency management director or with your county judge?
The Weather Service makes that data available to all government agencies.
Right, but it comes to you. It comes to the River Authority too, right?
No, we see it at the same time it's released to the other agencies. We do not monitor those gauges. All that data goes to the USGS, and that goes to the Weather Service. When that data is released, we get it at the same time the Sheriff's Department does, the emergency managers do.
I see. So
even though we pay for the gauges, we do not.
So you pay for the gauges, but you don't get a heads up on what the gauge told you?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you pay for those gauges out of property taxes, is that correct?
Yes, sir, for 36 years.
Are all river authorities, do all river authorities have the ability to levy property taxes? Do you know?
I don't know that answer to that, sir.
I don't think they do. In fact, I think there's only 2 that levy property taxes. Is your board elected?
No, sir. It is appointed by the governor.
You're appointed by the governor. So do you report to the governor what
Yes,
you find, to the governor's office?
Yes,
rather?
sir.
But you're not accountable to the voters of Kirk County, even though you're taxing them.
We are accountable to the voters of Kirk County because they pay taxes that support us, but
they couldn't unelect you and take you off the board if they didn't think you were doing a good job.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
I've got a couple for Dr. Rector, and then I've got a couple for city, both Kerr and the others. First of all, on your financials, for 24, under surplus funding, it's showing up on your income. I guess you spent $515,000 out of surplus in 24. 25, you budgeted another $589 out of surplus. You had about 3.3 or 0.4. Is that related to this dashboard project, or what are those funds going to?
We had several projects that we were funding at that time. Was a riparian area that was going to be
Let me
used.
back up. Was any of that related to additional gauges or flood monitoring?
No, sir.
Okay. And I understood that the dashboard, and I understand the need for consolidation. I would just argue you are not the best place to consolidate it. What it appears to me is there's a large river authority that has a fabulous consolidation of data that is accessed by portal for anybody that chooses to, but they're 100 million plus enterprise. So for an entity to take on a dashboard that's, quote, going to be a shared resource, when you don't even have a number of gauges underneath the dashboard to actually track the data you're trying to track, does not make sense. So you dedicated $1.5 million to a dashboard to consolidate existing gauges. Does that include any more gauges?
Yes, sir.
It does. How many gauges?
Our firm, Kisters North America, is working on a map for those gauges. Obviously, one of the problems that we have, we don't have a flood until it rains. And so we need gauges in West Kirk County, rain gauges in West Kirk County. And those need to be automatically triggered. When you get a certain amount of rain, that data needs to go to our emergency managers to say, hey, something's going on up here. And we have always just supplied in the past data to the National Weather Service. What we're doing now is we're changing our scope. We are going to create a system within Kirk County that supplies data for our emergency managers in Kirk County so that they will be knowing what's going on locally on the ground here.
To be clear, though, you are adding additional flood control monitoring systems in that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, I don't care which one, Kerr or, Kerr or, I'm looking down here, Kendall, either one can operate, not Kendall, Kirk County, Kerr City. Here's, I'm going to hit you with about 4 or 5 things. I hope they're pretty short answers. Sheriff, number one. I'm sorry, let me do Sheriff first. What is the acronym for the radio towers that you're deploying for new operability?
Gators.
No, that's the radio. What's the towers? You had an LTR or something? You had an acronym for the tower that y'all deploy to get better radio reception.
Oh, LCRA?
Yeah, that's right. So are they of a height, and are they permanent? When you put those in, are they permanent?
Yes, sir.
Are they of a height that could accommodate additional cell service vendors?
I would think that's very possible, sir.
And so I would tell both Kerr County and Kerr City, look in your current inventory of tower structure and ask your vendor network, for those that did such a yeoman's job during the emergency, that they might be willing to come on permanent. And I would also caution you this: do not hold them hostage for fees that are exorbitant. The cost of a tower, the large part of the cost of the tower is land acquisition and leasing for space.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're sitting on government-owned space today, it only makes sense you reach out to those and say, please come on board, because this community, this area needs bandwidth if we're going to put all of our eggs in one basket on a bandwidth line. So I'd tell both of you, Mayor and County Commissioner, and I don't have the mayor here, well, I do, to go through your inventory and find out what works, and do not go back and hold them hostage. There's a fair market value to fees, but I would argue the safety of your community is worth gouging somebody that's trying to offer something that's essential service today. So that's the first thing. And it don't have to be LTRS. It could be a water tower for all I care.
Yes, sir.
But take an inventory and look at that and pursue that with a vengeance.
Yes, sir.
You can have service by the year end and won't be relying on boosters in the next flood. Secondly, this dual EMC deal for small county and cities. My large ones, I get it. Lubbock's a split. But I want to tell you, in operation, you'll never know their city and county. They dovetail. My basic understanding is this one really didn't get together until Kidd got here and kind of forced the issue to get them together. Partly because we had a retired in one the day before, and we had one sick, and we had a county judge that was out. So, number one, I think you're going to anticipate or should anticipate a consolidation at a certain level of one, for many reasons. One, I don't think the expertise needed to do this properly exists in a small community. So you're running stretched on resources to begin with from a personnel perspective. Two, I want my TDM director not to have to guess which one he should talk to. So just from an organization and coordination, unless you can give me good reasons between now and the report and Bill that it shouldn't be that way, expect a consolidation. So here's the one that we haven't talked about much, and it's going to step on all kinds of toes, politically and otherwise. We're talking about what you do when the flood's coming and when it gets here. The question I have for y'all as a city and county, is there appropriate higher ground space given the time to evacuate people that are sitting in the 500 floodplain? Is there area you can get people to in this area if you have time to get them there?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. So here's what I mean, all the data and monitoring is good, but you know what that's doing? It's squeezing it down to the very last second before we disrupt somebody's world. And that's a convenience or an inconvenience I'm willing to go to now. So going forward, under the Health and Human Services Codes, I believe it is, safety codes, that's where a lot of the camps are regulated. And what I've learned to find out is there's all kinds of reasons this shouldn't have happened at some level, but we get waivers. They ask for a waiver and they get a waiver. So guess what? An action plan at a flood warning level. Number two, not the last one in line where it's already too late, but number two, in a flood-prone area, when you're responsible for the lives of people that paid to be there, has to be evacuate to higher ground. Shelter in higher ground. And we would have had 3 hours if that had been a coordinated place to go and trained and taught, they could have been on higher ground. But what we don't want to do as a community is disrupt the community on a flood warning. Y'all don't get that luxury anymore if you're living on the river. So those are some things that I'm chewing through here, because if we can talk all day about data reporting, our science is pretty good, but we're never going to be able to predict exactly where Mother Nature's going to drop one of those. So all of these folks out here that intentionally, I didn't want them here today, but everything in your world's going to change a little bit, because in the next flood warning, if you're in a 500 plane, and most of those places were, there's the 100 and the 5. If you're in the 100, but if you're that close to the river, you're going to higher ground at flood warning level. That's the only way with some certainty you can predict, no matter what the river does. And it would have worked in this one had those people went to higher places. The people that got to higher ground, some of the kids in Mystic actually got to a higher ground on their own accord. That's what we got to start talking about, and stop wobbling around some of these things that we let people do because it's an inconvenience. Judge?
That's not difficult to do.
Do what?
That's not difficult to do.
Well,
to adopt a policy on the NWS when they have the flood warning.
It's an action plan at this level.
Well, let me just say this. It's not a problem as for emergency management to put out shelter on higher ground, and you know, we can do that. On flood warnings, when it says 1 to 3 inches, I'm telling you, some of those people won't move.
I'll tell you this, if I'm responsible, if it's my camp and I've charged for that bed, and those kids have been entrusted with under me, it's not an option. Now, if I'm a private, pulled up, put up a tent and sit on the river, so be it. If I'm in the RV camp and I go to our RVs and say it's time to shelter a higher place, and one of them says, you ain't getting me out of here, check the box, you talk to him, and when he's found down the road, you can go. But we've got a way to stop this. And what you just said is a truth, but sad. It's not that hard to do.
No, it's not. And it's just like Chief Kidd said, we can do better.
Well,
we can do better on this.
I would argue, and I haven't been through all the waiver processes, but I would tell you a lot of this stuff was probably wavered off over the years because it was an inconvenience. And that's got to stop. One final question. I think if I heard it correct, there was not a required actual training scheduled at least once a year. I know there was tabletops. Tell me if I'm wrong, Mr. Thomas. Y'all do an actual test once a year, or you just do tabletops and exercises?
William Thomas, Kerr County. We do tabletops and exercises.
You actually do a physical all hands on deck with city and with county?
We have not done a full-scale evacuation exercise, no, sir.
So going forward, Senate Bill 6 had some requirements. It ended up in a report. I don't know how you guys can be good at what you do if you've never practiced what you're supposed to.
I agree.
And I think coordinated, not 2 units. You need 1 leader, which reminds me you actually need 2, or maybe 3 in this case, but your leaders weren't available. So a whole lot of world changing in this stuff for you and everybody that's in your current position. But we really just got to be smarter and willing to pull the trigger. I'm going to give you, I think this committee will hopefully approve it. It's not miss me. At flood warning, if you live on this river, you're going to be moved to higher ground. It just makes sense to me. So with that, Mr. Chair, I think I did have one sneak in. Actually, I had 2. Did you have any more?
No, I think the House is going to be
Senator
quiet for a
Swartner.
minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just on follow-up of your question, Judge Kelly, you're indicating in your testimony that there was not much in the way of an alert of the severity of the flooding. I understand, at least from prior testimony in Austin, that the National Weather Service issued not only a flash flood warning, on top of the flash flood watch, but subsequently had an actual flash flood emergency
Yes, sir.
sent out.
Yes,
and
sir.
of course, you being the EDC or EMC or EMD, and then of course the EMC,
Right.
those are automatically sent by text and by email to the address of record that you supply to the state of Texas State Operations Center. But you also indicated that you woke up or were awoken from texts or calls from Kidd, Letha, and Rice. Did those texts indicate the flash flood emergency occurring, and at what time?
I don't know if that technical information was in there, but we definitely knew we were in trouble.
One more time, sir.
I don't know what the exact
Time frame?
No, what was exactly said, but what the import was that we had a major problem in Kerr County, and I needed to address it.
On those texts?
Yes.
That when you looked at them, when you woke up at what time again?
5-ish.
5-ish. And what did you do at that time?
I got my dogs and packed up and called the emergency management coordinator. We went over protocols and drove back to town.
You drove back here. Did you
Drove
come to the
straight
EOC that day of July 4th?
After I signed the declaration, disaster declaration at the sheriff's office, we went over to the EOC.
On the July 4th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you at the press conference that night with the governor?
Yes.
You were at the press conference the night of July 4th with the governor of Texas here?
I'm not sure.
And again, were you in
the days bleed together. I have been in press conferences with the governor. You're asking me which day.
This would be the day of the flood. Were you in the press conference with the governor?
I do not know. I can find out.
I'm going to ask you this one more time. Were you actually in the Emergency Operations Center the day of July 4th at all?
Yes, sir.
You were?
Yes, sir. And what happened was, after we finished up the briefings and everything, I had still not seen my wife. And so I went to West Kerr County to make sure she was okay. And then I came back for the press conference with the governor, I believe. That can be verified. But I think I was back for that.
Okay.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Probably don't need an answer to this, but a comment. Dr. Richter. So residents of Kerr County are paying taxes for the Upper Guadalupe River Authority to be in the business of collecting data. You said we're in the business of collecting data. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, that's correct was his answer. You might pull that mic up, sir.
Yes, sir.
And the Upper Guadalupe River Authority has been established since 1939. There have been some floods. That's 86 years. And the board, you representing the board, are just now deciding and acting on the need to have gauges?
Those gauges were put in 36 years ago, I believe.
Okay, so we have no alarms, though. It's just gauges to collect information for the National Weather Service?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I would say that you should be in the business of protecting people from the things that are going on in the river. I don't see how the Upper Guadalupe River Authority helped in any way in this flood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kokhorst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To all of you, we're hearing you, and I know that it was like Senator Flores, you said, the monster in the middle of the night, a historic flood, and we're going to get better from all of this. I drove down with Senators Blanco and Menendez this morning to Hunt and Ingram, and we saw the devastation. We saw some of the debris in the top of the trees, those huge cypress. This was something of a magnitude that, as Sheriff, you generationally, having been here, we've never seen before. So specifically, I want to ask a couple of questions. Mr. Rice, you had some recommendations. I think that Representative Moody asked you if we could get those in writing. I was writing as quickly as I can, but my shorthand's not great. So can you get those to us?
Dalton Rice, City Manager. Yes, ma'am, we will have all that information to you all.
Thank you. And Sheriff, your timeline is very important because we're comparing those to what we heard in Austin. So if you could get that to us as well.
Absolutely.
I want to go to your question, your comments in your writing. You said the water came too fast, and that leads me to the importance of educating our seasonal visitors and the youth camp operators about the importance of flash flood monitoring and knowing the evacuation plans. I'm going to ask a question on the evacuation plans. Did y'all know that the camps had those, or the RV parks had those? Do those exist, and did anyone know that they existed?
I'm going to refer that to our EMC who works with them on a regular basis with the camps, our emergency management coordinator.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. William Thomas, Kerr County. We have 19 camps, summer camps here in Kerr County. I think I have emergency management plans for, they've been submitted by the camps, probably 6 of the camps.
Let me clarify that for myself. 6 of 19 camps had emergency plans that you had access to.
That have been submitted to me, yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask this as a question, whether it is through statute, state statute, that we give you the ability. Do you think that every camp, especially those in a 100-year floodplain or a 500-year floodplain, should have evacuation plans, including those that are to shelter in place and get to higher ground? Yes or no? And I mean, I'm a long 6th-generation Texan. I've come to your beautiful county many times. It's been a while since I've driven out to hunt. We see the low water crossing. With all of your timelines and comparing them, it was moved to higher ground. Should we have those plans? Should they know better? And should we require that?
Yes, ma'am. I believe if we're going to make school safety rules and regulations for the schools to have safety plans, I think we need to do it for camps as well.
Obviously, one camp suffered more than others, and we were able to get, there was something that went very wrong, and then there was an area that they were able to evacuate. And I know that there are a lot of parents with lots of questions. As we move forward, we'll hear from some of those. Representative Johnson, I too represent families that have lost their child or family members. I want to ask the county judge from Kendall County, Judge Stolarczyk. Did y'all lose any lives in Kendall County?
Shane Stolarczyk, Kendall County.
Pardon me?
Shane Stolarczyk, Kendall County. No, ma'am, we lost 0 Kendall County residents.
I went through your testimony, and you gave a pretty good timeline of how y'all reacted. It seems like y'all were reacting very expeditiously. In part, I know that the flood was your downriver. Did you think that you had more warnings from Kerr County that it was coming your way, or did y'all react just on the warnings from NOAA and from other warning systems?
I would argue that we reacted on both based on our conversations and those warnings, but also based on history. We know there's generally about 6 to 8 hours of a lag between when floodwaters come from upstream by the time they hit Comfort. So we know there was a window built in, but it actually hit us a little faster than we anticipated.
Then I want to ask this. You gave some recommendations. I'd like to get that in writing as well. But some of the things that you did, you have no manufacturing housing in the floodplain. Is that correct? You do that? Y'all have asked for that to happen?
Correct. No permanent like rental properties, but I believe you can keep them there for up to 90 days, like for park or to park and camp. But I'd have to recheck our rules for the exact specifications for that.
In your testimony, you had some bond issuance for $20 million of what y'all were doing with mitigation space, green space. If you could get that to us, I'd really appreciate that very much on the proactive things you did pre this disaster.
Correct. The bond initiative is a very unique one. We're a very conservative county, like 80% Republican, but that bond passed like by 66%. And so our residents willingly raised taxes to go out so we could purchase large tracts of land to, in areas where we know there's risk for floods, where we want to preserve waterways, and also prevent certain kinds of development that could be problematic down the road. So it's our community is very invested in the well-being and welfare of our residents. So that was one of the very big accomplishments that we've done in the past couple of years.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Lieutenant Governor.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I say this with a heavy heart because none of us want to point fingers, but I was kind of in the middle of it on day one. And since day one, I've been to a number of the funerals. I went to the church and spoke to the families and gave the families my cell number a few days later and said, call me. I've gotten to know these people, and I think I have to make this point on behalf of them. Judge Kelly, I never saw you on day one. I came here from Austin. In this room, I talked to the sheriff multiple times, Sheriff. I talked to the mayor multiple times. We had a meeting when we got here. Governor Youngkin was here. I was here. The mayor was here. Everyone was here.
Then I wasn't. Then I wasn't.
And you were not. You were not. And I asked the question, where's the county judge? I have covered multiple emergencies in my 10 years as lieutenant governor. This is about as bad of a day as you can have, and I've had a lot of bad days because we didn't just lose people. We didn't know where people were. And you weren't here. I asked where you were for the press conference that night. You weren't here. Governor Youngkin and myself and the sheriff, you remember the sheriff, we very laborious, I can't say the word, a lot of labor intensive, went down the list of every camp, of the 15 camps, to find out who was accountable and who was counted for. And the only camp, and you know this, Mayor, you were there with us, we went down that list and we found that every camp had accounted for everyone except Mystic. You weren't in that meeting. I don't know where you were on day one on July 4th, but you should have been here. You should have been here directing that response. That's your responsibility. And Charles Swartner asked you the question. I want to set the record straight. I'm not pointing a finger. I'm not blaming you. I just want to set the record straight. Everyone was here that day working their ass off, and you were nowhere to be found.
All right.
What? Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These questions will be to the sheriff, Mr. Rice, and to Mr. Thomas. Do y'all have previous incident after action reviews?
We are going to do one after this, sir.
How about from the floods of old? Then we have an issue in like 87.
Dalton Rice, city manager. I don't know about the old ones, but anytime we do an incident or have an incident, we have an emergency action plan, an after action review, and corrective action plans.
Okay. But after action reviews from previous events, do y'all have?
I would have to find that out for you, sir. I don't know.
Okay. Could you look, and if so, could you provide it, sir?
William Thomas, Kerr County. I'm like Mr. Rice. I have not seen any after action for past floods.
Thank you. Now, I know that Texas Department of Emergency Management basically started moving assets into Central Texas, or in a larger area, of course, not necessarily here in the county, on 2 July. Were y'all participatory in those coordinated meetings?
Dalton Rice, City Manager. No, we were not, but Kerrville is historically, regardless whether it's fire season, flood season, throughout the year, we're a heavy staging area for TDEM, and they're there constantly. So sometimes we know about it, sometimes we don't, and I don't think we knew about it until the morning of.
Till the morning of?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's assets, and you didn't know of it till the morning of?
Correct. And I think on the timeline, we had, I think it was about 03:30, give or take. Our battalion chief that was on shift, he had notified STRAC or MedCom, which is kind of the communication point, and that was when they got in contact immediately with the boat teams that were local.
But there's not necessarily anything that requires you, once it's identified by TDM, for you to actually attend that meeting?
No, sir, I don't think so.
Those coordination meetings, and you know the ones I'm talking about in the morning and the evenings. Okay, all right. So in your observations, when you're doing rescue and as well as recovery, and of course, you know, you still have weather events that's happening, you have a lot of help from agencies and so forth like that. Is there something that you identified that, you know, for example, that maybe the state had provided that basically was not a help but a hindrance, like for example rescue boats going down, or not in a necessarily was able to meet what this particular mission called for water rescue? Anything in that example at all?
Dalton Rice, City Manager. No, I can't think of any hindrances at all. Every state, local, federal resource has been amazing, and they've come in strength with the proper equipment, the proper training, and everything.
Okay, that's good to know. Was there any situation for which y'all repeatedly had folks doing rescue out there, but then you had to go and rescue them?
No, Sheriff Letha, Kirk County. What I can tell you with some of the volunteers, some of the issues we had, you know, we really appreciate them, but they were in the river searching, and we'd had some bad weather come back, and we had some trouble trying to get word to them to get them out. That I do know.
Thank you very much.
All right, members, I believe that's all we've got on this first panel. I do need Sheriff Letha, William Thomas, and Joe Herring to meet down at this very corner and fill out one of these cards. We need you for record. You guys are dismissed, but I would suggest you might stay here just in case there's questions that come up after public testimony. For those that have not signed up that are willing to, or those that wanting to publicly testify, these cards that are on the front desk, please get one of those filled up and get it to the clerk so we make sure we get record. We'll get you if you don't, but you'll still have to sign up the card. All right, you guys are dismissed, and actually subject to the call of the chairs. All right, we're going to start public testimony. We'll do 16, 2-8 panels, and then we'll get back on invited. Chair calls Mary Ellen Schul. Mary Ellen Schul. Brady Constantine. Auburn Gallagher. Ashley Willis. Timothy Mabry. Melanie Strong. Charles Holt. Albert Flores. Albert Flores, Charles Holt, Melanie Strong, Timothy Mabry, Ashley Willis, Auburn Gallagher, Brady Constantine, and Mary Ellen Schul. All right. There was a couple of those that were actually not, they're public, but they were tied to the previous panel. It's going to be a couple of questions that were introduced into the first one here regarding some of the things the panel first said. So we're going to hit those two people only. It was Mr. Constantine and Ashley Willis. So very quickly, I'll ask the question and members can ask. There was a comment made by, I believe it was the EOC, that somebody had an easy feeling about that night. I think it was you. Can you give us a background of, and here's the deal. We all can have easy feelings, right? I mean, we're just kind of human nature, especially in hindsight. You might kind of start thinking, well, I should have. What was the background for that conversation with Tatum is what it was said. Can you give us the background on that conversation? And say your name and your title, who you're with.
Yes, sir. Brady Constantine, Kendall County Emergency Management Coordinator. In context to that, so I'll start with saying I have a lot less years of experience as opposed to many. I'm the second one, I believe, in history for Kendall County to hold this title. Jeffrey Fink held this position for 40 years before me, and he was somebody that I learned and transitioned into his position as he retired in May of 24. So I will say that I'm a lot more on edge for any type of situation that could happen within the county. Sometimes I'm a little too eager or more proactive, but that's me learning more of what my role is now. I grew up in the fire service as a fireman and paramedic the last 20 years.
So to be clear, I just want to kind of land the plane. It wasn't anything Tatum said, or hey, by the way, this is going to be a big one. You need. It was just kind of your experience level, inexperience, and kind of looking at some of the stuff and talking to people. You were believing that maybe this is we may not know what we got.
Yes, sir. We did have we had a weather call with the SOC at 10 o'clock on the morning of July 3rd. We had our planned parade in the Comfort community that runs down High Street that was planned for that next morning of July 4th that brings a lot of people. And I know that it is my job to kind of have some awareness of that. And so that's what that was in context
So
to. Yes,
wasn't
sir.
nothing specific. Okay. Members, any questions for Mr. Constantine? Because I don't want to keep him or the engineer up here. Are you the engineer?
Mr. Moody.
Just to follow up on the chair's questions, Mr. Constantine, you said you participated in a 10 a.m. weather call with on July 3rd, and that was the beginning of the conversation. Obviously, things evolved from there, but that was kind of the inception of that of your action.
Yes, sir. I've built a pretty good relationship with my county liaison officer for TDM, Scott Haynes. He knows where my experience level is in the fire service and such, and I still have a lot to learn in emergency management. And so we have a pretty strong relationship. We actually started communicating at 8:30 that morning in regards to potential weather that may or may not actually land in our area or affect Kendall County itself. So that's how my day started on July 3rd, followed by the SOC weather call, not knowing how much or if we were going to get any at all at that point.
Okay, and the SOC weather call, that invitation goes out to you and who else?
I know it goes out to emergency management partners. As far as just for our COG, for ACOG, or I'm sure, by region, I couldn't tell you exactly who all is actually on that list.
And that, do you recall, or do you have the ability to inform us later the participants on that 10 a.m. call?
Representative, that's a global call. There's probably 500 people on there.
No, I know that the invitation is going out. I'm just asking if he participated in it, and if he has, these are some of the folks that he works with, if he has recollection of other folks that participated in the call.
As far as participation, I couldn't tell you who participated.
Okay.
I can look at the email chain, but as he said, there's like 500.
No, and we get those in our offices too, and we participate where it. If I'm not going to be participating from El Paso on a call like that, but we had the same notification if we would like to participate in it. I'm just trying to figure out if there was anything that stood out to you in that meeting in terms of participation.
No, sir. Honestly, I couldn't tell you who all was on the call. I generally don't pay attention to that. I just dial in, listen to it, and see if it's going to affect me in my area or not.
In our prior hearing in Austin, when we spoke with Nim Kidd and TDM talked about qualifications for folks that serve in positions as yours. You said you're kind of new in this position, and we've heard from another witness has shared his background, education, experience, and training. Do you have anything on that front to offer to you in terms of what are the best qualifications? What are qualifications that are best served, or that would best serve the communities when talking about positions like yours? Because obviously we have these positions all over the state, and if there are minimum standards that you think would be important for us to know about, I'd like you to be able to testify about that.
So one of the things y'all mentioned earlier is the tabletop exercises, and the information of if you don't use it, you lose it. That is something that we talk about in the fire service when it comes to hazmat, right? Or if you talk about if you don't know how to tie a knot, we tie a lot. Emergency management is built around the fire service and emergency medical service, where we wait for somebody to tell us what to do, where to go, not how to do it. It's not utilized as predominantly in the law enforcement profession, I would say, on a daily basis, at least not at the local level. A background for somebody that, or for this position, I can tell you that is the strongest thing that I have is my background in the fire service, the 20 years I had prior to coming to this seat. I wouldn't have applied or been considered if I didn't have that experience that built the resources and the knowledge for it.
Thank you very much. That was very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I called the engineer up here because you were named in that. Do you have anything you need to add to that conversation that we were just in with Mr. Constantine?
No, I don't have anything to add.
State your name and...
Sorry. Mary Ellen Shuley, County Engineer for Kendall County.
You guys are released. That was an easy day. All right. I'm missing two out of this. No? All right. Let's go ahead and start on this side. You've got 3 minutes, but we'll be granting latitude on the public side a little bit for you guys. So just kind of move down and tell us your story. Tell us your name. Tell us your name and what's important to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Auburn Gallagher. I'm a 25-year resident of Sandy Creek. We're a community of 3,000 plus citizens. The majority of the citizens in our area are retired, elderly, and on fixed income. This area is historically underserved by local authorities. I was awoken on July 5th at 6 a.m. by my neighbor, whose house sections and other debris were taking out my fencing and leaving my livestock vulnerable. At this point, I did not realize the damage to my own home. I was focused on my animals and my neighbor's needs. I put my boots and jacket on and began to zip tie my fences together and headed to the church in our community to see the damage that had occurred. On the way to the church, I saw that 2 of my neighbors' homes were gone. I began to ask, how did this happen? Beginning to develop a plan. Our floodwaters came from a very small watershed with headwaters all within a half mile of our subdivision. The creeks could not shed 18 inches of water in 1.5 hours, with the trees clogging the ways. It was it's like pouring 5 gallons of water into a toilet stuffed with sponges and expecting it to flow through. Our creeks are just 3, Bingham, Big Sandy, and an unnamed creek that starts at Rock Cliff. I took my funds and headed to HEB for water and ice and non-perishable foods. Then I returned to the church and moved down to Windy Valley to assess the damage. It looked like a war zone. I began calling resources I knew and asking for help of volunteers and equipment. The work began. The failures, the lack of communication by Travis County Sheriff's Office, the lack of communication from Judge Andy Brown's office, the Travis County Emergency Services Division lack of communication, failure to notify the residents when in fact I have been personally told by Travis County employees that they were warned at midnight that we were going to flood. However, at 4:39 a.m., we received a text message from Travis County that stated the following: evacuate, wildfire. Really? Wildfire? Flood. Travis County and the state needs to complete the 2015 flood infraction upgrades that were paid for and grants were received. They were not implemented. Now we find out that we have been under a 5-year flood mitigation plan, but no one in Sandy Creek has ever been notified. The delay of resources, please explain to me why New York State cadaver dogs were brought in 5 days into this event, but the cadaver dogs from Texas were never brought in. Please explain to me why we had no SARS or law enforcement units on the ground, but volunteers were on the ground by July 6th, where the state and county, where were your resources? I have been emailing Travis County for 3+ years about Sandy Creek and the things that needed to be addressed. They have never completed any of those requests, which would have fallen under the 2015 flood mitigation plan and the corrections that would have needed to be made. The lack of communication with residents about the location of possible missing, the numbers are still wrong. We have 20 homeless encampments between the two sides of our creek. Many of them have not been found. And by the way, did you count for the illegal population in our area? No, you did not. Further concerns are that Travis County employees are now telling us that they are not able to clean out or remove debris from our creek because the Travis County officials told them not to clean it up and not to remove.
Ms. Gallagher, thank you for your testimony. Your time's up, but I do have a question, so we're going to extend it a minute. Has any cleanup in Sandy Creek began?
So I'll answer that question as the following. I began bringing in volunteers on July the 6th. My volunteers, chainsaws, heavy equipment, boots on the ground, supplies, whatever we could get, we cleaned up Windy Valley. Windy Valley is done. They have started to remove, they being, I'm not sure whom they are, started to remove some of the debris from the riverbed, but there are many sections that have not been touched, and no one will listen to the residents, sir.
Understood. Members, are further questions of Ms. Gallagher? Seeing none. Thank you for being here.
State your name. You have 3 minutes, and we'll probably have a question or two maybe.
My name is Ashley Willis. I am also a Sandy Creek resident. At least I used to be. I'll live there again. We can all talk about how woefully inadequate the Travis County response was, but instead I've kind of brought some solutions, some ideas that I think we can move forward. I do agree, since 2015, we've had 10 years, there is 0 flood mitigation plans for Sandy Creek. There are 0 gauges. That is unacceptable. Additionally, in addition to the 22 inches of rain that we received, there are also additional circumstances. We need someone to monitor our tributaries. We have land with private dams that are very old. I'm not coming here with pitchforks, but they all broke. In addition to the rain, the level of damage was catastrophic. Whose job is it to monitor that? Whose job is it to fix that? Our emergency management coordinator, there is not a single standardized set of requirements across the state. There needs to be. As a real estate agent, I have hours of coursework I have to take yearly and tests that I have to take just to be a licensed fiduciary. It's not my job to save lives. Things that we need immediately: temporary housing, transportation, and yes, large equipment, because there is still debris. And I understand that rivers are traditionally what's covered by the county or the state, and tributaries are not, but it's the size of a river now. Additionally, aside from just debris, they are marking people found when they find their body parts. And they match DNA. And then they are not coming back to find the rest of these people. I found a hip and a leg on my property. And we did that, volunteers in the community, not Travis County. Lastly, I do think that there's going to need to be some water testing. There's a lot of contaminants. Actually, second to lastly, red tape in a disaster is ridiculous. The fact that the city of Leander could not come in because they don't have a previous interagency agreement with Travis County in a state of emergency, that makes no sense. Why would they be turned away? If you could please take these into consideration. I know you guys only have 30 days to pass legislation. I don't know how much of this can be done. But we have definitely, just want to thank every volunteer that came out the first week, as well as the weeks after. We're going to have the world's biggest cookout. We do still have an unserved area at the southern end of Long Hollow Loop and at the southern end of Gillum Creek that has not been touched. It still looks like a war zone, and if we get another rain, it will tear up all of the low water crossings that are left. The fact that we have spent our own personal money to help efforts because support has not been there is unacceptable. Thank you.
Just real quick, I know you don't have it, we don't have a copy here today. Those recommendations would be extremely helpful. Any written testimony that you can get to the committee the next week. I know you live, I think, in that area, obviously. Maybe homeless right this minute, but you're somewhere in that area. If you can get them to the Capitol, get them to my office or Chairman King's office, either way, we'll make sure the members get them. Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Chairman Perry, on that note, for all witnesses, whether you're testifying or just want to submit public comment, if you go to the posting where this hearing is posted on the House website, there's a link to the public comment portal, and it's going to be open for another week. So you have a full week to submit your comments in writing on that posting, and that will be shared. Whether you send it to the Senate side or the House side, we will share all comments and put them together.
Thank you for that, Chairman King. The Senate doesn't have that facility, so go through the House. It gets to the committee. So. Sorry, go ahead and state your name.
My name is Melanie Strong, and I'm a resident of Travis County. I'm a general contractor and realtor by trade, and I'm going to give you a brief timeline of my experience as a neighborhood leader and a community liaison. I've used my background in construction and my leadership skills in the specific area of Sandy Creek at the end of Windy Valley Road to help the residents clear the property of debris, manage volunteers and heavy equipment, and help them sift through the destruction and try to find any personal belongings. As well as I've personally brought in shipping containers, tents, and security to protect against looting. In the evening of the 8th, 3 days after the flood, I was disturbed to see a woman, Auburn Gallagher, a 25-year resident of Sandy Creek, pleading for help on social media. This area of Travis County is only 20 minutes away from where I live, and after doing some digging and making a few calls to the only two people I knew in that area, one of which lives on Nameless Road that leads to Windy Valley, and the other one lives on Windy Valley. Both of them had the same thing to say, and that was that nobody came. They were left in the dark, and they did not have resources to dig themselves out. I woke up my significant other, who is a lieutenant in the Capital Region of Austin for DPS, and I told him that we needed to go and see for ourselves. I asked him if he had gotten any emails or phone calls requesting assistance, as he would have been one of the first ones to receive that request, and his answer was no. He refreshed his email again, and there was nothing requested from Travis County. We drove out to Nameless Road and came to a bridge that was out. We watched several vehicles drive over it, even though it was coned off. Once we backtracked and drove through Treviso, and we came upon a single sheriff's deputy who was posted near the other side of the bridge. He was the only deputy stationed for that entire area. We pulled in and asked him what happened the night of the flood because we had been told that no one came. He confirmed that he was working on the night of the flood and had over 50 calls directly to him that he was unable to get to as he was caught between Cow Creek and the low water crossing for the Balcones Nature Preserve. That's a 20-minute drive on a clear night. He was on the other side of the county. And there were no other deputies available for the Sandy Creek area. Sorry, I lost my spot. He was stuck there for from approximately 3 a.m. until 10:30 in the morning when he was able to get out. He was landlocked along with other deputies, some of which had to evacuate from their own vehicles to escape the floodwaters on foot. We finished our conversation and went back home. On Wednesday morning, I went to my friend's house that lives on Windy Valley. His property extends both sides of the road. One portion of his property extends into the creek, and the other adjacent property is where his home is. The water came across both properties and into his home over 2 feet high. He took me to the creek that was previously an overgrown dry creek bed, and where we found his neighbor is trying to dig out an elderly neighbor who is unable to get out of her home. And this is 4 days later. I spent the next few hours walking down the creek and witnessing the neighbors and volunteers with chainsaws and bobcats and small excavators digging each other out. I spoke to many of them, and their testimony was all the same. Nobody came. No emergency services came to them. In the hours after the floodwaters receded, their 911 calls went unanswered.
Ms. Stalling, thank you for your testimony. My question is, we've heard from three of you now. You're not saying that there was no resources just from the sheriff. Your testimony is that there was no Travis County resources from any first responding discipline.
Nobody.
Before you speak, please restate your name.
My name is Auburn Gallagher. Nobody came. No resources. Nobody came.
No fire, no EMS,
Nobody came.
no sheriff.
Nobody came for us. Nobody.
That's unacceptable. Thank you for your testimony.
While we're there, real quick, in the DPS testimony last week, I met you ladies in a hallway there at the Capitol. The DPS said they had put resources there, couldn't remember exactly when they showed up, but from an actual cleanup or mitigation or help perspective, but this was regarding looting and stuff. So do you know when the DPS were there?
Yes. Yes, they came only after my many requests because, like I said, I brought in my own shipping containers and tents to protect from the looting because that area was receiving a lot of donations. And we had an entire pallet of chainsaws that were donated disappear overnight. And basically, I just begged my boyfriend to figure it out. I'm like, you have to get people down here. They need help. And he made the captain that is over that area, made TDEM, whoever was in charge at TDEM over there, very aware that although there were a lot of DPS resources that had been allocated to Kerrville and Williamson County, that to let them know that there were still plenty of troopers ready and willing to come assist. And the request was, or the offer was declined.
All right, thank you. All right, sir, state your name.
Howdy, y'all. My name's Timothy Mabry, and I'm representing all the volunteers who showed up to help. So my story started out on July 4th in Canyon Lake, where I assisted in setting up a donation center for here in Kerrville. We ended up sending, on July 6th, 11 trucks and 7 trailers of supplies to here in the Kerrville area. Then that night of the 6th, I saw Auburn Gallagher's video saying that Leander was hurting, that there was a major need. That next morning, I called up the church there, and I heard the exact same thing from the church. The church told me we're almost out of food, we're almost out of water, and we're out of supplies for children, like diapers and wipes and formula. This is what we're out of. And we happened to have some extra supplies that got dropped off right after our last truck went out to this collection point. So I loaded up a U-Haul, and I drove it and I had my wife driving my truck, and a few other volunteers. We drove it up to Leander, and what I saw was horrendous. HEB had just shown up, and there was a Travis County emergency manager on site. And I asked him, what is going on? Do you need assistance? Because I started to see how crazy this was. My background, I spent over 10 years in the fire department. Before that, I was Navy. I have a lot of experience in emergency management. And I asked, hey, do you need assistance? And he said, I don't know. I don't think so, but I'm not sure yet. Just be on standby. I asked him, do you have a full ICS, incident command system structure, up and running? And the answer was no, we do not. Those supplies were being turned away because HEB had shown up. And HEB at that point was giving out small little bags of groceries to people. It was just enough of an allotment for an evening. I then went up to Ms. Gallagher's house afterwards, and I got to see the devastation firsthand on Windy Valley, where multiple homes were completely devastated, and the loss of life, it's heart-wrenching. Out of 2 properties, 6 people did not make it, 1 did. And to hear their stories is heart-wrenching. What happened on that street and then getting turned away. I made a phone call to a friend who does global disaster recovery, and I told him the situation, and I requested a FEMA command trailer to show up to that site. The next morning, that Tuesday morning of the 8th, a FEMA command trailer showed up to this site before an emergency management was fully set up for an incident command system. The fire chief of the Travis County ESD-1 rejected that trailer, and they were going to use this little schoolhouse. But there were still assets that were being needed. People were getting turned away, and the community effort was there. It was not the government. It was not the state doing the cleanup. It was not the government helping. It was citizens. It was Texans helping Texans who are doing the work and are still doing majority of the work. It was after many cries and pleas for help and coordination with myself and many others of why resources in the state finally acknowledged what was going on there. And there is still a major need today. I see my time is up, so I yield.
Thank you for that. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, how y'all today? My name is Chief Charles Holt. I'm one of the 9 volunteer fire departments in Kirk County that services Kirk County. I'm also part of the Kirk County Swiftwater team. In this event, on July the 4th, we were able to evacuate 375 residents to safety. There was 36 10 businesses and 20 RVs that were destroyed. We had 16 waterborne rescues that day. The Center Point Fire Station had at least 7 foot of water that went through it. Even despite that, we were able to clean it up and get that as a community center and another distribution center across the town and the local schools. We ran 29,467 volunteers down the river from July 4th to the July 18th. We had 75 heavy equipment, specialized pieces of equipment. We had 32 rescue teams that was deployed down the river, 7 task force team with technical rescue and recovery and logistics. We had 6 cadaver dog teams that were running down the river. We provided 3,000 meals daily to the volunteers and everybody that was coming in to the area. We also accepted at least 80 tons of donations from the community support, and we had 60 medical contacts daily on our site. Through all that, we only had 3 injuries. One was a minor chainsaw scratch, one was a heat illness, and one was just a PTSD thing. What we got from the state was a 100-man TIFMAS team. It was actually a SAR team at the beginning of it, and then we got about 16 DPS deputies that helped us with traffic control in the area. So the biggest thing for us is, we had our personal professional equipment. We handed out to all these teams that helped them, mitigate the risks that they were going through on this river. We had a public plan. We had evacuation protocols that we had put together. On the county side, we had good communication with the county commissioners. They were good liaisons. The sheriff's response, sheriff's office response to there was great. Some of the things that we could work on with that would be, some of these rehearsals of the emergency stuff that would go on through here through the countywide. Other than that, through the state of Texas, the team support was good. We had stuff that we needed. The DPS checkpoints and the state representatives that have come down there to visit us and make sure that we're doing good was amazing. I got to see Mr. Liddell here on several occasions, come down there and see how we were doing and see what we needed. The only thing I would ask from the state moving forward would be, instead of a pull down from us trying to get information down, it'd be better to be more of a push, so we can get those good information things that we need to carry out our jobs a little better. So that's all I got for y'all. I appreciate y'all's time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Verdell.
Thank you, Chairman King. Chief Holt, I just wanted to commend you and your brother and all the other volunteer fire department members from Center Point. Y'all had an overwhelming task. I believe the last survivor was found near your station, and it was impressive to watch how many volunteers showed up. And y'all, that's really an overwhelming task. If you think about, you have a lot of people. Y'all did a great job coordinating and managing those volunteers. And I wish people could have witnessed, if they didn't get to, what your VFD was able to do. And I think it shows the importance of why we have to have those volunteer fire departments there. And your leadership was exceptional. I just want to tell you publicly, thank you for what you did.
Thank you, sir. There's a there's a lot more you can do, just being honest, with a little less red tape. So I think everybody that showed up to help us out, like we've always said, it's, you know, we're from Texas. We'll help our neighbor. It could be next door, next county, or next state. So thank you all for everything you did, and I appreciate that.
Go ahead, sir. State your name. We'll have questions for you, probably for the groups after this last one.
Good afternoon. My name is Albert Flotis. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today. I've been a television meteorologist for 4 years in this area, so I've seen the floods. I've seen the loss of life. I've reported it for many, many times. I know lots of the people that are sitting over there. This time, it was just insane. It was hard to do as a meteorologist. It's hard for everybody. I have a forensic company that does research on this kind of stuff. I'm here to volunteer our company to come in and do the work that needs to be done. You can't move forward until you have answers to what happened. We have some of the best in this operation of mine, meteorologists, geologists, everybody, hydrologists. We probably have about 150 years of experience doing hydraulic research. I'd like to have this committee consider that. I think that this whole situation really can't be looked at completely until you have experts like ours to come in and give you the minute by minute what happened, why it happened, what was the event, what can you do about it, how can you fix it. So that's what I'm here to tell you. I know how to get answers. We've done it for many people. I did it for SeaWorld and saved them millions because they had a tornado in their stadium and they didn't know it. So they were being sued for millions. Our forensic team came in and looked at it, and sure enough, we found a tornado inside Shamu Stadium, but it was tiny. It couldn't have been really picked up. I mean, it's not like you saw this giant funnel. Regardless of that, we have the experience, and we're offering to come in and do exactly what I think this needs. At the same time, we have an artificial intelligence company. There's been a lot of problems with phone calls and people getting messages and what do you have and how can you help me? We have artificial intelligent operators that can handle 1,000 calls an hour. They will help people. They'll take their emails, they'll send them text messages, they'll do follow-ups. That's, excuse me, my throat's dry. That's free. My company is giving that away because I have lots of friends in Kerrville. I lived in Bernie, and we just want to help. So our certified company will come in and give you the best report on this storm, and my artificial intelligence company will answer calls 1,000 an hour until this gets done for free.
Thank you for that. Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Ms. Gallagher and is it Ashley? Ashley and Melanie, thank you so much. Now, I'd gotten a report, and the Travis County judge will be here, or is here, will be on a panel later today. Hopefully you can stay and hear that, and we can talk. Because I was under the understanding that ESDs, more than one, and more than one responded. TDIM was there, and that they responded right after 1 o'clock, I believe, on the 5th, 1 o'clock in the morning. That's not true. Go ahead, Ms. Gallagher.
No, ma'am, that's not true.
When is the first time you saw somebody from emergency services or an ESD?
Hold on. So let me explain something. The first time I saw anybody...
Speak just a little louder.
The first time I saw anybody was when Melanie and her boyfriend rolled up on me on Windy Valley the night of July 5th when I was holding security to secure the items that I had secured. Ms. Campbell, please understand, I have a medical issue.
Sure. It makes it even harder.
I spent my $3,000 for my community to begin this process. The original products that were brought into this community, my call for help was a TikTok video that got my life threatened for asking for help. I spent my $3,000 on food, water, and ice for my community. No one came until she showed up in the middle of the night.
Was Tatum there when I had talked with the judge, Tatum has been very responsive. Were they there the next day or that evening?
No, ma'am.
Of the 5th or the afternoon of the 5th morning?
No, ma'am.
Melanie, speak closer into the mic.
No, ma'am. From my understanding, and after that night that I met her, that was on Wednesday after the flood. And then Thursday, I spent that day organizing volunteers and large equipment. And as I was leaving to go check on another area, there were 3 Texas State Guardsmen walking in the opposite direction down Windy Valley. And I pulled over and I forced one into my vehicle, and I told him that he had an iStat thing on his iPad. I said, you need to come with me. Nobody has been down here. I said, this is where the destruction is. This is where you need to be. You have to come with me. And he said, ma'am, that's not my mission today. And I said, I'm begging you, please come with me. And he did. And I took him down to the end of Windy Valley, he was on the phone and he spoke with Chief Klingenman, I believe his name is. And that from the next morning, Friday morning, there was Texas State Guard and buses of National Guard, and those were the first people that many of the residents on that side of Sandy Creek
where
saw.
the bridge had washed out.
Yes.
So
They were the first
opposite side
residents.
of that bridge, Ms. Campbell. We're
On the north side.
We're on the north side. The bridge goes this way, right? This is one community that has one in, one out bridge. We're on the other side over here.
Okay. The temporary bridge right now connects the two?
The temporary bridge is the big sandy side.
Okay.
Windy Valley and the side I'm on is the other side.
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Timothy Mabry. So when I arrived there on Monday the 7th at 3 p.m., there was a Travis County Emergency Manager, Cortland Ballou, at the Round Mountain Baptist Church. So Travis County, there was someone there, but he was the only one from the Travis County in that official capacity. The fire department had been ordered to stay in their station that day. I talked with the fire department the next morning, one of the lieutenants on duty, and at that next morning, the Tuesday the 8th, they did not have a full count of who was missing and the level of devastation. And that it was that morning of the 8th is when I was told that the emergency management was going to be coming in the afternoon, and that they were preparing for them to start coming in at that time.
Well, I think there's a lot we do need to look into. We'll listen to the judge pretty soon, and thank you all, and I'll be talking with you.
And one last thing, Senator Campbell, real
Yes,
quick.
sir.
Timothy Mabry again.
Senator Menendez.
Oh, he was
I'm
just
sorry.
finishing
I'm sorry.
a comment.
That bridge that was built that morning of that Tuesday the 8th, an individual who has a construction company in that area came up to myself and a few other people, and I relayed this to the fire chief, that he could have built a temporary bridge better than one that's currently up right now that same day of the 8th. And it took 8 days later to get another bridge working in order.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Menendez.
Could I say something before I leave? I'm going to have these folders given to all of you about our forensic company. Please consider it. You really can't move forward with this until you understand the gravity of what happened to the nth degree that we can give it to you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you for this offer. Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, to the residents of Sandy Creek, I'm very sorry for what you've gone through. The fact is that cadaver dogs need to be brought out. Residents shouldn't be finding body parts on their
They
property.
brought the New York cadaver dogs out,
I heard that, and
they were turned away.
Well, we're going to find out later today from County Judge of Travis County what the heck's going on and see what we can get you some relief. To you, sir, thank you for what you've done. Chief Holt, my understanding is that in Center Point and Comfort there's a siren system. Is that correct?
There's one in Comfort, but there's not one in Center Point.
Not one in Center Point, but there is one in Comfort.
Correct.
Does it reach? how do you, if let's say you wanted, if you were to evaluate what you heard earlier this morning, because I mean, to me, there was a concern that we have low water crossings that can trap people in place. We need a methodology by which that's not dependent on cell phone service, but that will give people the notice, move to higher ground. They should have never allowed or let or permitted for these children to stay in their bunks when the water was rising. They should have been moving to higher ground. And it's evident that not all the camps had as devastating a loss of life. Correct. And so your thoughts on that?
Anything moving forward to help, mitigate these problems that we have is going to be a step in the right direction. If it's a siren or if it's a better way to notify people, I mean, anything is best.
All right. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Flores, I appreciate your offer. I think it's a very generous offer, very kind offer. I think one of the things that's most important for us moving forward is we need more precise ability to determine where this rainfall is going to fall, because my understanding is that 5 miles in either direction the rainfall changes, we don't have this tragic loss, and we need to get more precision. I'm not sure if your service can help with that.
I can, sir. Having done weather for 40 years, I have a pretty good idea of what kind of rain can occur, how fast it changes when it moves. And so it's a complicated situation. You really need experts to look at it. So we've got, as I said, meteorologists, hydrologists, geologists. They're going to give you the best look at what it was, sir. And so for you to plan what you're going to do in the future, you got to first understand the hydrology and the meteorology that hit you. And just a personal thing to say, our government has cut back the National Weather Service, if you remember. They were shorthanded in San Antonio during this storm.
Sir, and we've got to move on. So I thank you for your offer, and we'll welcome the pamphlet.
I'm going to have some stuff handed out to you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other? Senator Betancourt.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be asking very pointed questions to the county judge when he comes.
Please.
No question. No, you can stay, or we'll tell you what the answers were.
Oh, I'm going to stay.
So thank you for your testimony. Chief Holt, I want to go back over there was a siren in Comfort that went off. Is that one of your volunteers? Because I heard it was volunteer fire department siren that was triggered by the mayor, I assume, or the other.
So the Comfort Volunteer Fire Department does service an area in Kerr County, but their station is in Kendall County.
Right.
So, and they have their siren that's there that they control and they set off for these events that are coming up.
No, I figured you had a piece of it, so I was just trying to make sure we heard the fact of it.
Right.
And there's obviously, the sirens are still the same sirens that we all grew up with.
Yes, sir.
That people, recognize that there's danger and that they need to take action. So combining sirens with, old tech sirens with, modern cell phone alerts would be a positive step forward.
Absolutely.
Sure. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
And your service, too.
Thank you.
Could I mention, sir, Starlink, if you haven't heard of that?
Sir.
That's how you get
you got
everybody's
your 3 minutes.
connected.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes.
There you go. Thank you for offering, and we appreciate it. Please get the information to the committee. All right. You guys are dismissed. We will have the Travis judge up on another panel. As I promised, we'll do 16 publics, and then we'll go back to inviteds. Lori Lowe, Bubba Walters, Sherry Reynolds, Jacob Willenitz, Terry Hall, Ann Carr, Nancy Zadunkwitz, Zdunkewicz, Roland Smith. Lori Lowe, Bubba Walters, Sherry Reynolds, Jacob Willenitz, Terry Hall, Ann Carr, Nancy Zadunkwitz, Rolinda Smith. Let's start on this side and go over. Yeah, I can. we've debated. We don't know on these cards what your story is, but we would more than welcome those parents, if they had Mystic kids, to fill in these slots, and we'll try to get you moving through the system if you feel comfortable to. But we just don't know up here the ones that are, and if there are parents of Mystic kids or kids that were lost to camps, for that matter, we would more than welcome to try to put you up here so you can move forward if you need to. So,
Chairman,
yes.
I might add, if you are a parent of a Mystic child, I know you likely traveled, if you would come forward and just talk to committee staff where we know which card belongs to you, we can expedite this process.
Good choice. All right, let's start on this side and move forward.
All right. My name is Lori Lowe. My husband and I live on the once beautiful South Fork of the Guadalupe River and have for 29 years. We are approximately 5 miles below Camp Mystic. We live on Highway 39, which is a 2-lane road. All roads to Hunt are 2-lane roads and are all subject to flooding. The initial plan in a normal flood is to stay put because of that. This was no normal flood. At 1:30 in the morning, I was awakened due to the terrible storm. It was pouring down rain, and by 2:30, I knew it had to be flooding due to the amount of rainfall and the slight roar of the river. At that time, normally one would take action to move your kayak up, things like that. You don't know what's coming. By 3:30, the red cell over the South Fork had never moved. We are familiar with floods. With an outside light, I could see the flood rising and moving aggressively towards our home. At 4:05, we hurriedly self-evacuated in my husband's large pickup as the floodwaters were fully surrounding our home. As we drove up our driveway, the flood was chasing us. It was rising so fast. But we knew that Highway 39 in front of our house was at a higher elevation. It was only about 100 yards to reach the highway, out of the reach of the roaring flood, higher ground. Had we needed to go higher, we easily could have by way of a paved county-maintained road across from us. Had we turned left on 39, we knew we would run into low water crossings, now flooded. We also knew that if we turned right on Highway 39, we would be driving towards 2 flooded state bridges. In a normal flood, you stay put because of that. This is no normal flood. Moments later, we're out on Highway 39 in the dark, and a Hunt Volunteer Fire Department firefighter arrived also. So it was the 3 of us out in the middle of the highway. It was totally dark. I think the power was out everywhere by now. VFDs are, in fact, the very first responders locally, and they are to be applauded. By then, no one else could have reached us unless by helicopter. He rescued a family on a roof next door, including a toddler. We picked up a couple, my husband and I picked up a couple who were wet and barefoot in the middle of the highway and texted a friend to open the Hunt Methodist Church. We drove them there. Soon it had 50 to 60 people taking refuge in the dark with no water as the power was out. We are fortunate to have a shelter along our part of Highway 39. At what point did I realize the flood was way worse than ever? Really, it was when I saw it coming at our house. So 3:30, this was a historic, never seen before flood. Its massive force flooded our home. Our house remained intact while it was flooded with 12 feet of water, ferocious, violent water, slamming everything around, moving things out of the house that were way too big to have been pushed out normally. So move to higher ground equals 100% success ratio. No, I don't have those statistics or proof, but I believe that moving to higher ground gives us the highest chance of success. Our visitors were the largest number of those who perished. It is heartbreaking, but also telling that 90% of those who perished were visitors.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Lowe. I do have a question. Did you say you're a 25-year resident? Is that correct?
I don't know who's
over here.
Oh, 29 years.
You've been here 20, or
Yes.
lived in this area 29
Been in
years.
this same spot 29 years.
Just for perspective, for those of us who haven't lived here, do you recall what the highest floodwater mark was prior to this storm that you had witnessed?
I can't say. you know, this flood went a half-mile across. Our little bend in the river is 15 feet wide, and by the end of this flood, it has reached all the way from Highway 39 up into Camp La Junta.
But you've obviously seen
Many-
that river
many
flood
times
many
we-
times.
yeah,
But from a perspective, 10% of what this one was.
Well, 25%
Okay.
compared to this.
I only ask because we hear about it being a 1,000-year flood, and I've toured the area, seen the devastation. It's unimaginable what that wall of water would have looked like to those that came in after. But everywhere I've been, I see the watermarks on certain landmarks of this is where it was last time, this is where it was last time, and it seems like the watermarks. Obviously going to be quite a bit higher than it ever has been. So I was just curious about your personal
It's unbelievable.
situation.
You know,
But thank
usually
you.
when it floods in Hunt, you get a day off work because the bridges are flooded.
Understand.
And
Members,
nothing, you're not limited in any other way. You just have to stay put.
Is there a question on the House side for Ms. Lowe? Seeing none, thank you.
Let's go ahead. Different committee this time.
It's a definitely different committee. My name's Terry Hall, and I'm founder of a group called, normally you know me from transportation related and turf, but we have a local liberty group as well, We the People, Liberty in Action. And my family live along Highway 39, basically like, what's been dubbed ground zero for this disaster, at least in Hunt. Our entire Hill Country community has been devastated, physically and emotionally, and there just aren't words to describe the scale of it. Every person's been touched in one way or the other. And we're very, very grateful for the state for your help in so many ways. We see it, we feel it. It brought in needed help in our worst hour. Our local resources were and still are stretched beyond their limits. We will continue to need state support. And the state picking up the cost of the debris removal alone will save our county from bankruptcy. We cannot thank you enough for that. But I want to talk about what's going on with some post-flood actions by our government. In spite of the biggest cost already being borne by the state, both Kerr County Commissioners and the City of Kerrville raced to start the process to raise property taxes potentially up to the 8% max, exploiting the disaster loophole that the legislature allows them to do without coming to the voters. Our little town is no different than most in Texas. Affordability is already at a crisis point. The very workers we're going to need the most over the next few years to rebuild our community are the very same ones being priced out of our housing market. We have an out-of-control property tax burden, and I know I don't need to say that to you all because that's why it's on the governor's call for the special. And though you passed HB 30 during the 89th regular to limit this sort of exploitation of a disaster loophole by local governments, it doesn't take effect till January. Many landowners are at high risk of losing their land due to being underinsured or simply not able to meet their deductibles. Many lost fencing and structures that cannot be replaced by any insurance or FEMA. Businesses that were paid for now have no option to rebuild other than SBA loans to pay it back, that they have to pay back. Many of them are too close to retirement age to make that even worth it. The affected areas have a high vulnerability to having big corporations like BlackRock swoop in and buy up our beautiful riverfront and turn Kerr County into something that we won't recognize. We know Senator Colcourt's foreign land ban bill passed this session, but it only applies to enemy nations. There's nothing to keep foreign entities from buying up our distressed land. We need the legislature to step in and protect Kerr County residents from our own government. And this is a very real threat of skyrocketing property taxes with all of these different taxing entities doing it all at once. We're asking that you tie any state assistance, any state dollars, to the requirement that local governments can't do this to us with our property tax. If you threaten to pull funding for state debris removal, that cost alone, they would walk back these property tax hikes at lightning speed. We feel like this shouldn't even be a discussion on the table. Literally, the president and the governor sat here in this building promising that we would have every resource that we need to rebuild. And the very next Monday, the first thing our county judge put on the table was an 8% property tax hike. On top of that, the county commissioners are seriously considering across-the-board pay raises for all county employees, including for
Hey, Terry, you
themselves,
need to wrap it up.
for the 4th year in a
Terry,
row
your
when our
time's
families
up.
are hurting.
Close her up. All right, appreciate it. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Jacob Wellens. I live here in Kirk County. I work in cybersecurity incident response, so I deal with emergencies, some of which can be life-threatening, like with hospitals, but I don't usually deal with natural disasters. Most of the time when there is a disaster like this, it's not actually lack of technology. It's more a lack of planning, training, or preparing for the worst. I grew up in Austin but spent summers here in Kerrville. I remember past storms intruding on Camp Chrysalis on Turtle Creek here in Kerrville. I was at home, safe and dry, while neighbors like Sherry Shine, two roads away, lost everything. The only reason why that family is still with us today is because they were out of town. The story isn't rare here. That grief is real. There are serious questions that need to be answered. I'm not asking for more government. I found that increasing government generally makes problems worse. I do believe, however, the state does have a role in equipping local communities to protect themselves. First, modernizing flood alerts makes sense. Sirens may not in some areas. We may need a layered approach, gauges, NOAA, weather stations, mobile alerts, radio systems, and sirens, if they make sense. Camps need to drill for floods. It needs to be a requirement. We drilled for cyber attacks. Why not other situations and disasters? A $30 NOAA radio in cabins where cell phones were not allowed could have made a huge difference. I urge the legislature to support county-led tabletop exercises that include camps, emergency management, local responders, and businesses. We already know our worst-case scenario now. We can plan for it going forward. Texas doesn't control the National Weather Service. However, we can lead the effort to improve the quality of the alerts we receive. Texas are tuning out repetitive, vague flood warnings. Let's work with our federal partners to make alerts specific, actionable, and worthy of attention. A good example of an excellent alert was the one that was sent a few days after the flood that warned of several foot rise on the river. That is specific, it's actionable, and directed well at those that were near the water. I support requiring camps to have real emergency plans. We must talk honestly about land use. I'm not asking necessarily for zoning mandates, but people should be informed when they build in flood-prone areas. We can encourage better decisions through education and incentive. We need to bring back signing up for emergency alerts via driver's license renewals. That was a bill that was considered a few sessions ago, I believe it was. We should allow that, and this legislature can make that happen. We also can't ignore the emotional toll on the communities that are impacted. We have a little girl in our church that lost her best friend as a result of this flood. Her friend was at Camp Mystic. Had her parents sent her to camp this year, she would be gone as well. Lastly, I wanted to thank Representative Verdell. He was here getting his hands dirty in the mud and the muck, not observing, but actively helping. He spoke with survivors, worked alongside responders, and truly witnessed the scale of all the loss. That kind of firsthand experience is rare in policymaking. I urge you to listen closely to his insights as you consider how best to help Kirk County and other counties that were impacted by this. So we don't need more state bureaucracy. Big government mandates don't solve this. The state still has a critical role to play, though. We need it to help equip the local people, the ones that know the land, the roads, the risks, to plan, train, and prepare. This is a moment to focus on what works: coordinated drills, clear alerts, informed land use, and yes, we need some mental health support in this community.
Thank you for your testimony.
Let's back local solutions with
sir,
resources they need.
We're going to come back to questions shortly.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, am I on? My
Very
name is
close.
Ann Carr, and I didn't want to be here today. I thought that I had done my job by going to Commissioner's Court on July 14th. I went as a resident of Ingram that lives on Ingram Lake, and we have some real concerns about our lake. Senator Flores and Campbell, I believe y'all flew over Ingram Lake most likely when you went out to hunt. What we have noticed since the flood is our lake has become a toxic pit. We've talked to divers that have been out there. They have found vehicles. We have asked them direct questions. Are there bodies in the water? Their answers are yes. We have an RV in front of our lakefront. Our lakefront is unique in that it's very long. It's about 35 yards long. A lot of the lot owners that surround the lake have deeds that go back 100 years. So we own 50 feet into the lake. We can't get access to our lake to clean in front of our lake. I was told by Judge Rob Kelly that the lake was going to be drained. And I thought, okay, this is great. Our job is done. A week later, I think I read in the Kerrville Daily Times that there is no money from the state to drain the lakes. And that's why I'm here. I did a little bit of homework. It looks like we have about $27 billion in our rainy day fund. And that lake in Ingram is the heart of our city. It brings money into our city. We have people that come in and boat, fish. They spend money at the restaurants. We're a poor community, and we need that lake drained. We need to recover the bodies. Lieutenant Governor Patrick, you said something earlier today about we got to do all we can to make this we got to protect the public, and this is going to require something that's local, that people like me can come out and tell y'all what we're seeing. We have an oil slick that continues to bubble up right in front of our property. There's a vehicle down there, and we're being told now that they're not going to drain the lake. You need to allow the lot owners, homeowners, to get out there. If the state's not going to pay for the cleanup, then let us go clean it up. We're willing to get our hands dirty, but we need y'all's help. With $27 billion, I think that the state of Texas can reach down and help us clean our lakes out, and we're going to find bodies out there. I'll piggyback on what the young lady said from Sandy Creek. They're finding fingers, they're finding wallets, they're finding limbs, and they're saying that the bodies are recovered, and they're not. We have six feet of rubble that has invaded our lake, and it's become a graveyard. So that's why I'm here. And Senator Flores says that y'all needed to hear from me, so that's why I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Zdunkowitz, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of Hunt, Texas today. I was at our river house in Hunt on July 4th. We're just down the road from Camp Mystic. My family has had property on the South Fork for nearly a century. My mother went to Camp Mystic, so did I. We've weathered many storms, but July 4th was completely different. Our home is 35 to 40 feet above the normal river water level, and by the time my father happened to wake up at 3 a.m., the water was already at the house, and we had no warning. Within minutes, the water was already covering the yard, which is how I injured my ankle, and we raced to our cars. We drove out onto Highway 39. There was nowhere to go. All the routes to higher ground on the other side of 39 are fenced, and the water was rising too quickly for us to try to make it to higher ground on foot. So we climbed on top of our cars, and then we climbed into cedar trees, and I had to help my 66-year-old mom. Our cars floated away soon after that. We ended up staying in the trees for several hours. We watched other cars shoot down the river and massive trees, and we just prayed and planned for what we would do if our tree was the next one to fall down. Several of our dear friends and neighbors lost their lives that night, people we've known for a lifetime, so we're actually very, very lucky. But our house was swallowed by the river. The community that we love has been devastated. Our house is now, stripped down to the studs. And so today I'm asking for your help because this community really needs help with recovery, and we need preparation for the next flood. Had there been early detection of the rising waters and sirens, we may have been able to leave in time to get to higher ground safely. I heard someone else say that they didn't think that that was necessary or would save lives in Hunt, and they are dead wrong. And frankly, that's offensive. There need to be more evacuation routes. There was no place to drive to on 39 that would have taken us down before it didn't take us up. So we need places to be able to drive that aren't private and fenced if we had that warning. More lives also could have been saved if people were able to warn their neighbors, but we have no self-service in Hunt. And when it comes to recovery, I specifically want to ensure that efforts focus on Hunt, which was the epicenter of the devastation, followed by Ingram. This is where the most lives were lost. This is where the most homes were lost. By the time we got to Kerrville, we were like, oh, we're finally safe. And so I really want to ensure you that want to plead for this city not to cannibalize the recovery funds and efforts just because there are more people who live in Kerrville. And I also do appreciate that, people in Kerrville were affected, but I just want to emphasize the need to focus on Hunt and then Ingram. The permanent residents of Hunt obviously come first. They need housing assistance and mental health resources and help to rebuild their homes and businesses and lives. But you should also know that almost all of the riverfront homes on the South Fork are generational family vacation homes. These are the homes where people come to stay when they drop their kids off at local camps, and their families support the local businesses here, like Kreider's and the Hunt store, year after year for generations. We pay property taxes. We are part of this economy, and we are part of this community. And so these homes suffered the most damage, and families like mine don't know how we'll ever be able to afford to rebuild. And so because we're not eligible for FEMA funds, because many don't have insurance, it's a real question whether or not Hunt comes back if these homes also don't come back. So, thank you for listening today. I know that the state has the power to act right now, and so my ask of you is that you please prioritize this over everything else this special session. Please, we need your help now. And I know that the governor has the power to use emergency funds today, and this is an emergency. And with that, I will turn it over to my friend. Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead. State your name, please. Sorry for your loss.
Nancy Zidonowicz.
Gotcha. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Can you hear me? My name is Rolinda Schmidt. Good afternoon, Chairman Perry and King and members of the committee. I serve as president of the Texas Association of School Boards, and I've also been a trustee here in Kerrville ISD for 30 years. We're grateful you chose to hold this meeting in Kerrville. This hearing is important to all those present and to many across our state and nation. I'm here to offer feedback as you shape future disaster preparedness and response plans. While first responders rightfully come to mind in times like this, public schools often stand quietly alongside them, opening their doors, offering support, and helping communities recover. Our facilities, buses, communication systems, and dedicated staff serve Texans every day. And in moments of crisis, these assets are critical to the entire community. At TASB, we're always mindful of the burden mandates can place on districts. But we do believe there's an opportunity here not to regulate more, but to partner better. During the July 4th floods, coordination happened quickly. We're simply asking, how can we help make that kind of seamless collaboration the norm across all regions and emergencies? As you know, within 30 minutes of receiving a call for help, Kerrville ISD mobilized. Our district employees drove school buses into flood zones to evacuate campers and counselors. Folks across the world saw a heartwarming video that day of young campers singing a Christian hymn to comfort one another, filmed on one of our Kerrville ISD buses and driven by one of our own, Miss Jerry White. She had just received her CDL license a few weeks before, and this was her first opportunity to drive children. It was a moment of peace in the chaos. I give thanks to God for those children who were brought to safety and hold in prayer the families whose unimaginable loss is now carried in the heart of our community. We're incredibly proud of our teams, but these efforts are not unique. Our neighbors, Ingram, Hunt, Centerpoint, and Comfort ISDs all sprang into action and continue to provide support services. We've seen school districts across Texas rise to the occasion in times of crisis, from Houston ISD and Katy ISD during Hurricane Harvey, to Canadian ISD and the Panhandle wildfires during Winter Storm Uri. Austin ISD and San Antonio served as warming centers and meal sites. And following the Uvalde tragedy, neighboring districts stepped in to provide counselors and additional support. These examples reflect a shared truth. Texas public schools are built to serve, and they show up when their communities need them most. When emergency strikes, school leaders coordinate behind the scenes to move resources and support where it's needed. We believe there's an opportunity to strengthen the front end of emergency planning
by formally incorporating schools' capabilities into statewide and local response frameworks.
Thank you,
We know
Ms.
this
Smith,
would
for that
require
testimony. I've got one
consideration on
question
very
for you.
many variables.
Your time's up, but I have a
Thank
question. Because you got to the point that I think many of us are very interested in, the mental health aspect of this and the grief counselors that our public schools can help provide. We know, those of us that have been around public education for a while know we have a shortage of that in our public schools. Are schools actively partnering with our ESCs, and are we employing telemedicine? Where are those resources at, and how can local affected folks reach out and get those services?
Yes, we do work with our local ESCs, our regional service centers. Yes, sir, we absolutely do that. We're just asking to be in the conversation as we move forward. We feel like that school districts do have resources that are vital to emergency. I imagine that there are school districts across the state and probably some of the urban areas that have been incorporated into emergency management plans. I think Bexar counties, that's the case. But in smaller rural communities, I would say that's probably not the case. Yep. And so that's why I'm sitting here today, because I know our school district's not actively involved in emergency management, but yet when we did have an emergency, we were called on, and we reacted immediately, and we're.
Well, I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you're bringing forward the resources that our public schools have and have to offer as a solution, because I think a lot of people don't realize that or haven't thought about the role that our public schools play. So thank you for that.
Ma'am, can you tell me, do y'all utilize TCHAT? Are y'all part of the TCHAT program?
We are not. You
are not. Do you know about the TCHAT program?
Well, I should say I'm not, but perhaps our school district might be. But
I'd like to know before we get out of here today if the district is signed up for TCHAT. It's really
I'll find out.
Robust and been made available. It's supposed to be in all districts eventually. I just don't know where we're at in getting it deployed. So,
okay, I'll find out for
you. Sir.
Thank you.
Your turn.
Thank you. My name is Richard Stunkowitz. Nancy is not only my daughter, she's also my hero. I'm a resident of Houston, represented by Representative Mano Deala and Senator Joan Huffman. Today I'm here as someone who spent over 40 years on the South Fork with my family, and the house is just downstream. It's the first house downstream from Camp Mystic, where my wife's family has had property since the 1930s. On the night of July 4th, my wife, Nancy, my daughter, and I barely survived the flood that overtook our property at 3:15 a.m., with water rising so fast that all routes were blocked, upstream and downstream. We climbed into 2 cedar trees on either side of Highway 36 and held on for 2 hours. Just minutes of delay, by my estimation, 3 minutes, we wouldn't be here. The floodwater reached 6 feet on Highway 39, my waist as I sat in a tree. We all know the hill country has flash floods, but this one was different. This was life-threatening, and our systems simply weren't prepared. First, our warning systems must do more than send routine alerts. My phone warned of flooding, but our home is 40 feet above the river level on a bluff. Never been flooded. We had no idea we were in real danger. We need alerts that differentiate between, I'll call them normal floods, and catastrophic events. And we need reliable cell coverage in remote areas to make them work. Second, we need to inform visitors, especially campers and short-term renters, who don't understand the terrain or how fast water can rise and how fast it can move. That means better signage, digital alerts, outreach through local lodging and camps, basically a system. Third, sirens are a very good idea, but only if they're backed by reliable power, things like batteries and regular maintenance. I work in that industry, so I know the challenges of remote area reliability. A siren that does not work in a storm is no siren at all. Fourth, some homes stood. Others collapsed or were swept away. We lost 4 friends that morning, including 2 in what appeared to be a really solid house. We should consider updated building codes for floodplain properties, things like elevation standards and rooftop escape. And finally, we need evacuation options. Our property was trapped on both sides. The only escape we had was up into private land. I urge the legislature to identify emergency rights of way in certain flood-prone areas, even if that means new road construction or limited land acquisition. It won't be popular, but it can save lives. One last point, many homes in this area between Ingram Dam and Camp Mystic and beyond are second homes, but they are part of the community and a big part of the economy at certain times of the year. Please don't exclude them from relief programs.
Thank you.
These families, thank you.
Appreciate it. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So much to unpack. First of all, we can't express how sorry we are for everything y'all have been through. I can't imagine the feeling of being trapped, and obviously all of you share that feeling with the water coming up to your home, awakening you. Many of us on this committee have been talking about the siren system because we feel like there needs to be some addition. Sir, you said just now that at what time was it the water entered your house? 3-something, you said?
I woke up at Richard Zedekowitz. I woke up at 2:50, told the ladies to pack bags, we were ready to go. By the time we got out of the house, it's about 3:05 to 3:10.
Yeah.
Water was coming around the back side of the house. So that would mean the water's about 42 feet at that point. But that point in on the South Fork,
3:05.
3:05,
Let's say
3:10.
3 o'clock.
Okay.
And you're just down the street from Camp Mystic.
Less than a mile.
Less than a mile.
From Camp Mystic.
Camp Mystic. So they're in Hunt. Because we know that at 1:14 was the flood warning. So if at 1:14 the flood warning starts a system of announcing, of awakening people somehow, an evacuation or a rise up to a higher ground, and I think you're on to something in terms of some sort of emergency easements that would be forced on folks. People would understand. I think private landowners would understand that if their neighbors need to get to higher ground, they would give them a permission to come up. So there's a lot of good suggestions. I hope you can make your testimony available to us.
Absolutely.
A hard copy.
Thank you.
To the Kerrville School Board president, I understand that the school district provided quite a few resources to many of the first responders, and so I want to thank you for that. But one of the things we've heard over and over today is the lack of cell phone coverage. And so my understanding is that TASB has a program, something called Connected, and so I was wondering if you could tell us, because I want to know how we can work together, because school districts are in every single community. So they have assets and resources that they need to be helping, just like they do today in terms of the people who drove that bus to save those little girls.
Yes, this is a voluntary and free program provided by TASB to school districts. We did some research and we found that 50% of Texas school districts have poor cell coverage from one or more providers, and mostly, obviously, more rural areas. And we know that we've heard over and over again throughout this hearing and the hearing last week about that cell service was an issue, that some people just didn't have connectivity. So this Connect Ed program is voluntary and free, and it assists governmental entities with selecting and contracting with a cell tower provider. If a cell tower is built, also, the entity that owns the land where that is constructed can receive revenue, lease revenue.
So can we ask, I'm going to ask you a favor as the president of, I think you're the president of TASB as well?
Yes.
Okay. Would you look into what we can do to help it, working with whatever providers are out there to expand broadband as well? Broadband, and then tell us what we can do to help.
Yeah. Well, what I would suggest, I know time is of the essence here. Y'all have a very long day. What about if I suggest that I connect our facilities department that's over that program with perhaps some members of this committee, and you can, and then they can provide the information to you, and we can see how that could be helpful moving forward and getting better cell service.
Yeah, that absolutely
would that
be
work?
helpful. Now, my last thing is to Chairman King's point about the counselors. My understanding is that the education service centers have a contract or an agreement with school districts to sort of share counselors as a result of Uvalde, the tragedy there, that's an ongoing thing. I think one of our school districts in San Antonio is providing counselors here to this region, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. Yes.
That is correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Senator
Verdell.
Beden, oh, you got one? Okay, I got one House member.
Mr. Verdell.
Thank you, Chairman King. First off, Jacob, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that. I'm glad you're here today. Rolinda, wanted to tell you thank you for the resources that Kerrville ISD helped with this flood. It was immensely valuable. And then Nancy, we are currently, one of the solutions we're possibly looking at is like a disaster victim relief fund. And so I just want you to know that is on our radar, and we're waiting on language currently to be drafted to see what that bill might look like. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on that. That's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was a great suggestion about the having basically a right of evacuation that we can grant through a property right in an emergency situation, Richard. So I really appreciate that. Nancy, your comment about why the responses you saw on the main panel offended you is perfectly correct, because I tracked this unfortunately to an engineering study about 10 years ago in this county that made the same comments about sirens not being useful tools. I don't understand why the River Authority would repeat that. Now, they did, under questioning, recant that immediately. But that was because that's a recognition of the obvious. What you all went through is certainly a fact demonstration enough that any form of disaster or sirens or any type of early alert is so critical, because in the few minutes you all had to try to pack and leave, the water was already at 40 feet above river bottom and rising rapidly. And the only way you could survive was to try to get higher. So yes, the answers were unacceptable. We noted it. Under Lieutenant Governor Patrick's direction and Chairman, I've got to file a bill about these flood emergency communications warning. I'll have your comment in it if we can put it in the caption in the property tax code, the right place. But I just want to make sure, yes, you were right to be offended. The answer was not sufficient. In fact, it was pretty pathetic.
Thank you. Any others? All right, you guys, appreciate you being here, appreciate your patience. So I asked for those with mystic losses. I'm going to ask for those with any losses. Any losses. We would like to set you guys just out of respect to get you up here and through the process. So if you haven't signed up and you want to testify, please come on up. We'll get you signed up. Any of those that have experienced losses, this is your next panel. All right. There they are. Okay. And I have an Alicia Baker. Is that you? I said I couldn't tell your story. Your story on your card is very sad. It was clearly there, but it's not. It's one of the few, but just a tremendous loss, actually. So, any others that have experienced a loss that wants to come to this panel so that you don't have to wait the whole day, please come now. All right, Alicia Baker, and are you another witness?
Yes.
What's your name, ma'am?
I'm a sister, Kristen
You're
Jeffrey
just a
Jones.
sister. Did you sign a card?
No,
You're
sir,
not
just
testifying. You're just
supporting.
moral support. Yes, sir. What's your name? Sir, sir? Sir on the end. Hello?
Oh,
What's your
me,
name,
I'm sorry.
sir?
I thought you were looking over- Bud Bol- My name is Bud Bolton.
Okay. All right, we'll get your card and put those two. That's it. Those that have losses. Okay. All right. Hey, Alicia?
Yes.
Talk to us.
I'm Alicia Jeffrey Baker, and I'm here on behalf of my 11-year-old daughter who passed away and my parents. We were part of the Casa Bonita community, and there were 9 others that were swept away. We started doing our summers here back in 1990. This was not a new endeavor coming out here. My parents bought a cabin out here in 2008, so this was our regular happy place. The river that we've loved so much killed them. I'm sorry.
All right.
In our community, there were 19 cabins, and we were the only one up on stilts. So let's just say that we got cell service, which we didn't, but with Wi-Fi, you could. Let's just say they got an alert. The alert says, seek higher ground. They're on stilts. Thank you. Where are they supposed to go? My suggestion would be that instead of just sirens, we actually have sensors in the water that would then alert sirens to go off. Because if you just have sirens that go off, people stop paying attention to them. Like, if we have gauges in the water already, put a sensor on them. If it gets to a certain point, that's when the siren goes off. Not just because, oh, it might flood. Because to be honest, if I got an alert that said 6 to 7 inches, I'd been like, cool, that's the dock. It wouldn't have made that much of a difference. Now, when you're talking 30 feet, that's a whole nother story. Something that I was the first parent at Ingram Elementary on July the 4th. Ingram Elementary wasn't even actually aware that they were the spot. When I got there, there were volunteers there. They had no way of communicating anything, and no one was in charge. And I waited there for over 12 hours for news, and literally no one could tell you anything at all. Literally no one was in charge. It wasn't until Sunday morning that really things started happening. Our parents were found on Saturday, but not identified until Sunday. And by then they had already been taken to Bexar County, and autopsies had been performed, which we would not have asked for. It seems pretty obvious. My daughter was not identified until Thursday the 10th, and the only thing that identified her at all was her charm bracelet. When we know better, we do better. And so we need to do better for the people in this community, for the people that are suffering. And like I said, we need to give people a chance. This is a lovely community. Like, everything, people have been fantastic. But I don't think the sirens by themselves will be helpful. Like I said, people will stop listening to them. But the sensor, when it gets to a certain level, and then the sirens go off, and then people know it's time. Like, this is serious. It's not just a, oh, it's going to rain, yay, kind of thing. I think that's my suggestion as someone that's living through a nightmare.
Thank you for your testimony. Sir, state your name.
Yes, sir.
Tell us your story.
Yes, sir. My name is Bud Bolton. I'm a local independent contractor here with heavy equipment and put up steel frame buildings and things. We lost our home on the 4th that morning. On the 4th, me and my wife had no notification. I was watching the river till about 2:30 in the morning. I do a lot of this river conservation work on this river with my equipment, have for many years. We got no warning. My neighbor's the one that woke us up, and he tried to rescue a family on the island out there, which ended up being Pat Green's brother. And Couldn't get to them, and so he came and knocked on my door, and we came out, and that water already rose about 9 foot, and this is about 4:15, 4:20, somewhere along in there. It already came up 9 foot. I looked out there, and there's water coming up on my doorstep, and I turned to look out there in the parking lot, and there's about 20 fire trucks, rescue workers, sheriff's department cars, and not a knock on my door, and they're as close as from me to you. My neighbor's the one that got me out, and they're standing that close to me with all these vehicles out there, and not a one of them knocked on doors, not a single one of them. So we went up to higher ground. I watched 108 RVs float right by me in them 3 RV parks, watching these screaming kids inside these RVs with the lights still powered on from the batteries after they pulled loose, and them screaming and hearing crashes and crashes, then tiny homes crashing and more crashing and get dead silent, then more crashes, then more screams, and that went on for 15, 20 minutes. We got an alert to evacuate after all the homes were gone. That's when our alert came in, and it came in on my wife's phone. It didn't come in on my phone. She's standing there next to me. That's when we got our alert. Of course, then we get an alert this past week saying we need to evacuate. There's a chance the river we got a chance of 3/4 inch rain. That was pretty much a slap in the face to the people in Kerrville. We didn't get one when it rose 28 foot, but we got one when it was going to rise an inch. So there's an issue there, because these right here don't work. There's no service out in Hunt. I do a lot of work in Hunt. Done a lot of work for Mystic Camp with heavy equipment. I know a lot of these homeowners that lost their property because that's what I do. And I want to address something here, because this is what I did for Trinity River authorities up there. Is river conservation work is the name of the game. It's river conservation work is the name of the game. This river's full of islands, full of them, little islands where the river parts and comes back together, parts and comes back together. Lots of trees that are in the water, not on the river banks, they're actually in the water. Tens of thousands of them. All that's got to come out. That water's got to be able to flow without any resistance. And when you start getting resistance, you start getting water backed up, just like if you dig a ditch and you start filling that little ditch full of debris and little trees and rocks and stuff like that, you get water that starts backing up. It doesn't let that water flow. The spreader dams that were put on this place years ago, there's only one out of all the spreader dams, the 8 that go through this county right here, there's one that's in the correct location, and that's the one that backs up our city water. The other ones are not in the right locations. They were put in many, many years ago. This county's grown, population's grown, things have changed. Just like we did on the Trinity River Authority years ago in Dallas back in the 80s. Don't cost much to put in these monitors in, these river, like I'll keep talking about these sirens that need to go in. I can drill you a hole in the ground and stand you a 50-foot.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your testimony. All right. Is there questions, members? Senator Campbell.
Well, I lost 27 people that I knew.
I hear
In
you.
them 3 RV parks. I know 27. Just me.
Thank you for that, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Alicia and your beautiful daughter, Emmy.
Yes.
We're sorry for her loss.
Thank you.
I met you through your sister on the phone, Christine Jeffries Jones.
Kristen.
I'm glad you're here from Dallas. And your parents, Emlyn and Penny.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Emmy. Got it. And they had a cabin in Casa Bonita for years. You celebrated the 4th and other holidays there. Yes. We're sorry. But we're sorry for everybody's loss. Very personal. Your recommendation, were you referring to something like the buoys that are out in the ocean that monitor for tsunamis when there's an earthquake because there's such a high, rapid rise in water?
Well, actually, it was, so the property that was right behind us.
I'm sorry, speak into
I'm
this.
sorry. It actually came from the property right behind us. They woke up because they have a water softener where when the water got to a certain level, it started like alerting them. And that's actually how they woke up.
Their water softener?
Their water softener woke them up.
I
and
see some
that's how
heads
they got
nodding.
out.
Okay.
So I don't have honestly the knowledge to know exactly what kinds of sensors, but like if we have water gauges, like I'm sure there's a little like
something
that can go, but it was actually because of their water softener that made me think they had a sensor and it went off because water was on the floor of their house.
Well, again, thank you for coming, and who would have thought that perhaps a remedy can come from a water softener?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I mean,
All
that's
right.
why that's how they got out.
All right. Again, I'm sorry for the loss of little Emmy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bye, Chris.
All right.
Mr. Verdell.
Thank you, Chairman. To both of you, I think you were about to talk about a float switch is basically a real simple switch that goes up and down, has 2 wires, and I think that's what you'd be indicating with connected to something like a siren system would be a good idea. And is that what you were about to say too, sir, when you were talking about that?
Well, I was just talking about those monitors. Y'all talking about those sirens to go up there. We've installed a lot of them up in Dallas and on the Trinity River when I was working for Trinity River Conservation Authorities. And just like I was telling some council members the other day, I was telling them, I said, I can put you a monitor up, I can drill you a hole and stand you a 50-foot column up and put you a 4-point megaphone up there, 180 degree, for $6,500.
Yeah,
I can do 2 a day, put them every mile. I don't see where the money problem is, and put you a river monitor up there on the headwaters north of Mystic Camp, about 7 miles is where that headwaters is. Put your river monitor up there. It works just like a toilet tank float.
Yeah.
Easy to monitor, simple to monitor. It monitors itself, does its own thing. It goes off. You'll hear them sirens all the way to Dallas, Texas, and them river bottoms out there. They're in those canyons, and they're not. I don't know where the money issue is here.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you all both for coming and giving your testimony. I'm sorry for your loss and for your losses, sir.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you for coming and sharing your story. And you make the appropriate comment. We all lost a lot of folks as a state, as a group. All right, we are going to get back on invited testimony. Chair calls up Judge Lane Carter of Tom Green County, Judge Sheree Harden of Mason County, Judge Frank Toll of McCullough County, Judge Jody Foley of San Saba, and Judge Brandon Corbin of Menard. Carter, Harden, Truel, Foley, and Corbin. All right, Lane, let's start with you. State your name, title.
Thank you, sir. Let me get this closer. My name is Lane Carter, and I serve as the county judge for Tom Green County, San Angelo being the county seat. I'd first like to thank the committee for the invitation for today's testimony. Chairman Perry, Chairman King, it's truly an honor to be in front of you today. Mr. Darby, who serves as my state rep, it's always a pleasure to see you. And a special thanks also for the Lieutenant Governor and the Speaker of the House who had to step out a little bit. Thank you for being there. And thank you for everyone that's behind us, the citizens for this community coming out for their testimony. It truly means that you believe in yourselves, you believe in the community. It's truly heartbreaking. I want to thank everyone that is on this committee here for what they are doing for our communities and progressively through this session. I know we have a long day set aside, and we have had a long day for testimony, so I'll try to be brief with hitting the critical points. But for our response and the recovery of our July 4th floods, I've provided you an extended version, if you have, for our timeline. I'll refer to this here shortly on the hour-by-hour, minute-by-minute progression of our day. We have a unique setup in Tom Green County in the city of San Angelo. This will be a prelude to the response to our community. In Tom Green County and the city of San Angelo, we have a shared EMC, Emergency Management Coordinator. We have an MOU set up with the city of San Angelo where the EMC is under the administration of the city, however, with a supplement from the county for the operational expenses. We've been blessed to have EMCs like Jerry Huffman, who is a retired TDM, Texas Department of Emergency Management District Director, and now Jose Rivera, who came from us also from TDM as the Regional Task Director. Our EMCs have taken into account the very words of Chief Nimkid from the very first hearing: plan, train, respond, recover. They have trained us through courses such as the IS 300 and 400, the IS 700 and 800. What these courses are, if you're not familiar, it's for elected officials, department heads, municipalities, governments, counties, to come together into a room and have mock scenarios. whether it be a tornado like we plan for being out in West Texas, during the fairgrounds, stock show and rodeo, which is a heavy event, 7,500 to 10,000 people at a given time. Tornado coming at night with many individuals in the area, and how do you respond if it comes to fruition and if it comes to a direct hit, which we actually saw almost come to fruition 3 times in one night during this last April stock show and rodeo. We have a command center trailer that we had the weather service on site along with our EMC, the chief of police, myself, in there watching and making sure that those red cells and those J hooks were turning north as they did every time before we made the call. We have quarterly VFD meetings, if not semi-annual. What that is where we have our volunteer fire departments come into the room at the EOC, along with the chief of police, the San Angelo Fire Department, myself, the EMC, TDM, and we discuss actions that need to be implemented, any necessary items that have taken place in the last quarter or the semi-annual part of the year. That way we can stay on top of it and make sure that everybody's on the same page. We also have dispatch there. I don't want to miss, I want to highlight that dispatch is in the room as well. However, it is not only the courses that have proven beneficial. It is our tight-knit partnerships we have with multiple agencies in our community. Many, if not all, being a member of our community COAD, which stands for Community Organizations Active in Disasters. We have a deep ongoing relationship with our nonprofits and strong coordination across all levels of government. This allows us to have solid emergency response plans and empowered leadership that can make fast decisions in the case that one leader might be unavailable at that time. Our COAD was first formed in 2021, and the trainings that we have are held annually for the IS 300 and 400 courses. With that being said, I'd like to point out now the following key times. This is a long packet if you can refer to it, but this kind of sets the stage of how our response was in Tom Green County and the city of San Angelo. At 1:38 a.m., first flood advisory was sent out by the National Weather Service. I'm going to skip down to 3:59 a.m. PD dispatch receives the first call for the water rescue. This happened with Grape Creek Volunteer Fire Department responding. Quail Valley, East Concho, and Dove Creek Volunteer Fire Departments called out also for mutual aid. At 4 a.m., Public Works started barricading the roadways due to floodways. We have known floodways in our area, nothing that has come to this fruition in the past. But like Mr. Darby said in the first hearing, we don't see 14 inches of rain annually in Tom Green County, let alone in a 12-hour period. Between 5 a.m. and 6 a.m., call volumes for water rescues and assist for motorists increased dramatically. At 5:24 a.m. is when TDM DDC 10, which is Sean Baxter, Jerry Huffman's old position, called myself as Tom Green County Judge to inform of multiple water rescues currently underway north Tom Green County 2105 and Navajo Lane, and that I, as judge, was the point of contact given that our EMC was technically out of town at that moment. He informed me that we were in need of transport, possibly 2 vans containing 15 passengers each. I started rapid firing our phone calls, first to John Austin Stokes, which is to the mayor, and then to Chris Moran, Dr. Moran, which is a SAISD director. All went to voicemail, which signified that we did have a tower issue at that time. They started calling back later after a little while, which knows that it was either a tower issue or an overload at that point. I got a hold of, I also called the chief of police. It went through, but he was already responding. It went to voicemail. Once I got a hold of the Tom Green County Sheriff, I informed him that we were in need of a transport van, which he graciously offered up our jail transport bus. And if he didn't have a deputy to drive it, he was going to drive it himself. 6:10 a.m., the county and TDM established the EOC and DDEOC at the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Building out North US 87. And at 6:58 a.m., San Angelo's COAD was notified by myself and TDM Sean Baxter for assistance. 7:05 a.m., first evacuees arrive at AgriLife EOC. And we also learned at 7:30 a.m. of the response that was happening within the city of San Angelo proper. What we found out during this flood event is we had rising water north of town and we had swift water on the east side, northeast side, progressing south of town. This is where we saw the swift water rescues happening within the city limits, Bell Street, Cohenheim, Pulliam Streets. This is where we saw a majority of the houses that have been washed away off the slabs, or if pier and beam off their footer. 7:48 a.m., after sending a text out to the mayor, we made contact with Mayor Tom Thompson and the city manager, notifying that the EOC had been set up at Texas AgriLife. The mayor arrived at 8:23 a.m., where we discussed the communication strategies that we needed to inform the citizens of where to stay away from and what the next steps were going to be if you were in an affected area. 9:10 a.m., our DRC, the Disaster Relief Center, was set up with a unified command at Paul Ann Baptist Church, where we started assisting with sheltering assistance, volunteer management, donations management, and financial donations. The evacuees from the AgriLife Center were then consolidated with the unified command at Paul Ann Baptist Church. At 10:30 a.m., our first press conference was held, informing what has happened, what our steps were, what we've seen, and where we were going. And by 11:40 a.m., both myself and the city mayor, Tom Thompson, had signed and declared the city of San Angelo and Tom Green County as a disaster. 10:35 p.m., an aerial assessment of the affected area was performed in a DPS helicopter by myself and the mayor, and I am very gracious for the helicopter being stationed there at Mathis Field. This was a crucial part to allow for what you'll see at the last part of this day of establishing the map of the affected area. At 1 p.m., the first donations were arriving from the COAD, which helped with hotel vouchers and gift cards.
Hey, Judge Carter, you're going to have to push it
Okay,
through.
well.
I know you got it all day by the minutes, but
The significance of these times presented is the fact that the recovery stage was initiated before the response stage was over within 3 hours. What our key point is that judgment doesn't come with the initial response, it comes with your recovery. In Tom Green County, we felt it crucial to our citizens to inform the actions, next steps necessary, and resources available. Unfortunately, we did have one loss of life. We continue to keep the family in their hopes in our thoughts and prayers, but we commend the first responders for their swift actions, because without their skills and knowledge, we could have had more loss of life. And with that, I'll leave the rest for questions
we'll have some
later.
questions probably.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Judge.
Thank you. My name is Cherie Harden, and I'm the Mason County Judge. I do want to say thank you for the Lieutenant Governor and the Speaker for being here today, as well as the co-chairman and all of you members of the Joint Committee. Thank you for inviting us here to tell our stories. On behalf of Mason County, we do say that our hearts are broken for all of those who've lost loved ones and for all of those who have suffered incomprehensible devastation. Our thoughts and prayers continue for all. I did want to describe Mason County just a little bit. We are at the bottom of the lower Concho Valley area and the upper Hill Country area. Our county is about 400 square miles in size and roughly 4,000 in population. We do have the Llano River that runs through the southern part of the county, with an arm of being the James River, extending from the Llano River, and the San Saba River that flows across the northern part of our county. We are a small county as far as the budget goes as well, with about 700 in revenue, and 1.2 of that amount is dedicated to our road and bridge department, and that's pertinent for later on in my testimony. I also do want to state that the majority of our damage was incurred by flash flooding and not river flooding. Just to set up the emergency management situation in Mason County, the county judge serves as the emergency management coordinator, and I do have an assistant part-time EMC. I have taken all of the required ICS courses, and my assistant has completed the ICS courses up to the 300 and 400 level class, but is scheduled to take those the second week in August. We have a basic emergency management plan, and we are currently in process of converting our annexes to the ESFs, or the emergency support functions. Flash flooding and river flooding are identified in the plans as hazards for Mason County with impact on public health and safety, and property being identified as major. We assume that it is possible for a disaster to occur at any time, and we have put in place communication methods to warn the public, noting that some emergency situations occur with little or no warning. The communication platforms that Mason County currently use are the Sheriff's app, Facebook. We do have city sirens. We utilize our websites, and we do utilize Code Red, saved for imminent or level 1 threats. On July 3rd, I received a call from District Chief Baxter from Tatum Region 7, who wanted to make sure that I was aware of potential rain that could cause flash flooding due to already saturated grounds from the Memorial Day rains. Periodically throughout the evening, the Sheriff's app pushed out notifications of flash flood watches for Mason County, as National Weather Service alerts are automatically pushed out on the Sheriff's app. Around 3 a.m. on July 4th, the Sheriff's app pushed out a flash flood warning for Mason County. This immediately caught my attention, as throughout the evening leading up to 3 a.m., flash flood watches were being dispatched, but this turned into flash flood warnings. I immediately called dispatch and asked if anyone had reported any flooding. One driver had called in and stated that there was water running over Wrench Road 1222, which is north of the city of Mason. TxDOT had been notified, and they were already out starting to put barricades on roads that were impassable. The Mason County Sheriff was notified. I notified the Sheriff, and a message was pushed out on the Sheriff's app to warn drivers of road closures and to not drive across water. Notices were also put out on the EMC Facebook page. Throughout the day, the Sheriff and the Assistant EMC monitored road conditions and low water crossings. Barricades and cones were put out in the city and county where roads were impassable. The Assistant EMC constantly monitored river and creek stages, and the Sheriff kept in contact with the RV park owners. We do have one open RV park on the Llano River. A second has been developed but is not occupied currently. The river this is the Llano River, it did end up cresting, but not as high as the 2018 flood. For the most part, people stayed home, which we heard earlier. That's what we're told to push out, is stay home unless you have to be out, and if you have to be out, don't cross running water. There was no need for evacuations or rescues, and thankfully there were no EMS calls during that day. On July 5th, I declared a local disaster and called an emergency management team meeting to discuss the emergency response plan. Our county roads were washed out, some literally washed away. They were all highly saturated, and most were covered in water. We secured necessary equipment that would allow emergency responders to access patients down these roads should there be 911 calls. A local community building was made available for anyone needing shelter. That shelter was not utilized. However, there were few houses that received flood damages. Emergency road repairs were made to make sure that everyone could get to a highway, even if by four-wheel drive only. At this point, there was an incredible effort made by our neighbors out there helping each other try to find a way to make sure that everyone could get to a highway and that our emergency responders could get to them in the event that someone needed emergency services. It was reported that the northwest part of the county received 23 inches of rain. 25 inches a year in Mason is what's typical. A week later, on July 13th, the second wave of rain came fast and furious, and a swiftwater boat team was positioned in Mason, but left only a few hours to go assist in the San Saba area. The rain event dropped another 5 inches of rain across the county, and emergency repair work that had been done the previous week was now washed away again. Post-event or recovery, several days later, the roads were passable by four-wheel drive only, and we began the process of PSTAT assessments. TDM dispatched multiple employees to our county, and over a week's time, we finished roads assessments. 250 PSTAT surveys were submitted indicating over $40 million worth of county road damage. Concho Valley Council of Government sent employees to Mason to assist with ISTAT surveys. Today, 30 surveys have been submitted, and though individual assistance has not been granted to Mason County, citizens have sustained substantial damage to property, and many have sustained agricultural losses, causing extreme economic loss. Recovery will be long and costly for all, and any considerations for immediate relief funding from our great state would be sincerely appreciated. I'm here to ask you to please help us, as county officials, help our people. I'll be happy to take any questions, and I will too provide a copy of my testimony.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Frank Trull.
Pull that up close and talk loud.
I talk pretty softly, so it might
we'll
be a
pull it
little
up
bit of
really close then.
little bit of a challenge. But my name is Frank Trull. I'm the McCulloch County Judge. I have been since 2021. We have a little bit different situation compared to most as far as the flooding went. Thank goodness it wasn't on the higher level of things. It was on the lower level. We still had quite a bit of damage both to individual properties and to our county roads, some of our county buildings as well, such as our courthouse. The roof suffered damage, a lot of water leaks and so forth. That's kind of been undetermined yet as far as what insurance will or won't cover. I'll give a brief description of some of the actions taken in response to the flood. The morning of July 3rd, I received calls from Sean Baxter, who's the Texas Division of Emergency Management District 10 Chief, and Guy Duncan, who is the TDM Section Chief. Baxter and Duncan advised me that forecasted weather in our area could result in up to 12 inches of rainfall throughout July the 4th. Truly thankful for those two gentlemen's briefing and feel like their attention provided several hours of prior notice before the inclement weather arrived. After speaking with Chief Baxter, I received a flood watch warning from the National Weather Service that indicated flooding could be possible in McCulloch County from 1:30 that day on the 3rd through July the 4th. I sent out an emergency notice through TextMyGov. That's what we use. It's probably similar to Code Red. It's not a reverse 911, but it's a system that I can send out notices. And then beginning at 1:37 a.m. on the 4th, McCulloch County Dispatch began receiving calls of stranded motorists due to the floodwaters. At 2:02 a.m., there were calls requesting emergency assistance due to some of the individuals' homes flooding. According to the National Weather Service, San Angelo at 4 a.m., the riverbank stage, and that's going to be the San Saba River, which is south of Brady, measured 5.9 feet. The bank full, just to give you an idea, is 16 feet. About 5:30 a.m., the radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rainfall. Across that warned area, between 1.5 and 2.5 inches of rainfall had fallen. Additional rainfall was expected of 1 to 2 inches more, and that's when the indicator for flash floodings were imminent. About an hour later, the National Weather Service San Angelo changed the forecast from minor flooding to major flooding, and the riverbank stage measured 17.6 feet. It took 2.5 hours, and the river rose 11.7 feet. About 7 a.m., I spoke with dispatch to see what the call volume was. They advised that there had only been a few calls and that 2 families or individuals had been displaced from their homes. Some of the other calls were related to the stranded motorists that I spoke about previously. I arrived at the courthouse about 8 a.m., and that's where I observed all of the water leaks throughout the courthouse. Shortly after that, there was a bulletin from the National Weather Service that the EIA's activation was requested for flash flood warnings. About 11 a.m. that morning, I received a call from the National Weather Service San Angelo requesting me to travel to that San Saba River Bridge because they did not think that the LCRA river gauges were working properly. Upon arrival at the bridge, I observed the river to be several yards out of its banks and the lower park area was submerged. The river was about 6 feet from the bottom of the bridge, and I'd estimate that the bottom of the bridge being about 30 feet in height. Advised actually the LCRA staff was there, and they had advised me that the water had swept away the monitoring equipment, and they were making those repairs. A couple hours later, the river stage was 29.7 feet, and the flood stage, activation stage, is actually at 18 feet. Part of that notice from the National Weather Service made reference to this crest compares to a previous crest of 29.1 feet back in July of 1938. In those past 5 hours, the river had rose an additional 12 feet. An hour later, there was a call requesting emergency assistance because a low water crossing had become impassable, and this was located just north of that river bridge where I was at. There were a group of people at a vacation home, and the road had washed out where they couldn't get back out onto the main highway. Our 2 local volunteer fire departments and our Precinct 2 county commissioner responded, and they actually had to use a very large wheel loader to transport those folks across the water. There were other flood-related calls, but those were the only 2 call sheets that I had to make reference to. Throughout the day, our county commissioners were actively monitoring the roads. Some of the roads and bridges had to be closed for several days due to the high water and deterioration. In the days following July 4th, calls came in from individuals requesting assistance with flood damage such as surface water penetrating their homes, roof leaks, private ranch roads destroyed, fence and water gap damages. And again, like everybody that has spoke today, they made reference to all the years that they had been in the area. They'd never seen flooding like what had occurred. Additional rains continued to fall. On July the 13th, the LCRA flood gauge at that same river I spoke of measured about 11 feet, which again, that's 5 feet lower than the bank being full. But however, there's a secondary bridge in the community of Voca, and that bridge had water lapping over the top of it. The reason why that's significant is it's about a 2-mile stretch between those two bridges. So all the tributaries between the main bridge and that secondary bridge were flowing so much water, we had no knowledge. There's no gauges in those areas. So I usually look at that gauge at the San Saba River Bridge crossing on 87, and I'm thinking it's fine because it hadn't even met the bank full yet. So it's really important we go back to as many gauges as we can get to monitor these rivers where we can make determinations such as evacuations downstream. There's several coordinated efforts for our local folks, for the ones that were displaced. Salvation Army, American Red Cross, our local McCulloch County Resource Center. Our city manager coordinated a flood victim assistance event and helped those folks get their ISTATs done with the help of the Concho Valley Council of Governments as well. We had a nice group of people there helping those victims. As of to date, there have been 155 individuals in McCulloch County who've completed those surveys, including 3 properties that are probably total losses, 27 properties with major damage, 95 properties with minor, and 30 properties described as affected. In close, just listening to everything, I've been here with y'all the whole time. One thing that I would like you to think about is possibly in a state position for an emergency management coordinator in our counties, or maybe a combination in our smaller counties, like the 3 of us here, where we don't have a huge population. I think, like you talk about, like you spoke of, all the training, it's so important that you have similar people that are making a lot of these decisions. And I think if TDM was to train our emergency management coordinators, or actually the state have that position, I think it may make a huge difference in how everything plays out from the beginning of the incident all the way through the end. We know TDM steps in when we ask them to, and we're very thankful for that. But if they're on the front end of it, then they would know all of our, I hate to say it, but our lack of resources in certain areas, maybe lack of equipment and so forth. They would already know on the front end where we could make those plans, I think, way more efficiently and better.
Thank you for that, sir. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Judge. I've talked to you and texted you, and you taught me something. We can have a question about it, but you very strategically did evacs. You picked very clear sectors, and I thought that was, maybe it's normal, but that was very unique in my world. So anyway, you did a good job that night. So.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Pull it up close and talk loud.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
I'm Jody Foley. I am the county judge in San Saba County. I think it's kind of interesting y'all set me next to Frank, because all the floodwater he just described, loved his county and came right over to my county. I'd like to start off with just saying, as been reiterated earlier, our thoughts and prayers are with those who have our friends and neighbors who are grieving, who've had loss of life throughout this disaster. We are blessed that our county did not go through that. And I know y'all have got a long day ahead of y'all, already had a long day. I will make my summary very quick. If you'd like more details this time, you are welcome to message me or question, and we'll fill that in. On July 4th, starting around 8 o'clock in the morning, we got notice that the San Saba River was on the move starting down in Menard County, and we were getting predictions pretty quickly of how bad that could be. The end result was the river today, if you look at our gauges today, is flowing about 4.5 foot. Our flood level starts at 24 foot. And by the evening of July 4th, we had 34 foot of water coming down the river. We had one passable highway in and out of our county. All of our major highways were underwater, and bridges and road. as we did respond to that, as we said earlier, we actually did receive the privilege of a few hours to prepare. Some of that notice came from Judge Kroll personally calling me from the bridge, telling me how high the San Saba was. With that time, we were able to sit down, we were able to organize very quickly, and we sent personal bodies out and to the selected areas that we knew were most likely to be hit by the flood and gave out recommended evacuation letters. Literally went door to door and knocked on their doors to get them out in time. We acknowledge if this had happened at 2 in the morning, if that river had flooded at the speed that the Guadalupe did, we would not have had the privilege to make those efforts, but thankfully we did. As that subsided, about a week later, as our things were beginning to recover and do clean out, it began to rain again. And on the morning of Sunday of July 13th, we got new notices, and we had our second 70-year flood in 1 week. We were hit with 31.5 foot of a rise on Sunday the 13th. So we experienced a lot through that. Like I said, we had a lot of time to respond. Our community is, just like our neighbors, are quick to respond and take care of each other. We were aided by quick response from more Texas resources than I can name, and I'm very grateful for each and every one of them. I believe we responded well to the floods. They did include recommended and in the 13th mandatory evacuations of some areas. We had numerous water rescues, but gratefully no loss of life. What I would like to address briefly with y'all is what helped in our county, and I think would definitely help in other rural counties of our size, is we do have a very experienced emergency management coordinator that is in county. She's local. Marsha Hardy has been there for years and has done a fantastic job of being well-trained and well in tune with our region and COG around us as to resources. The other part of that worked in tandem with her is that we actually have a county liaison officer from TDM who's dedicated to San Saba County and offices in my courthouse. Thankfully, he's also born and raised San Saba. He knows the area very well, and Wyatt Deans is his name. He did a fantastic job. Within 15 minutes of the first alert, I was already at the courthouse, and both of my CLO and my EMC were sitting in my office. We had an EOC set up in our commissioner's courtroom within the hour, and before lunch, we already had an evacuation center ready, and we had the notices going out to the public. Having those two people having a TDM that could pull down the state and federal resources in as quickly as they were there within, we had some people ready to go before the flood completely even hit us. They were in so quickly. And combine that with a local EMC who understood our community and our local resources, like our volunteer fire department, who does have some swift water rescue capabilities and we're involved in those in our community, was invaluable to us. A second thing I'd like to point out, a lot of talk has been about gauges and measuring and sensing where the water's at, water flow, all those type of issues. I'm no expert on that, but what I can tell you is where the San Saba fits, we're in the Lower Colorado River Authority. LCRA has something called the hydromet set up. They have gauges that run. I can tell you right now what the river flow in San Saba is when it starts the headwaters in McCavitt all the way to the time that it flows into the Colorado River, and then what happens on the Colorado going on down. It's a fantastic system, and I guarantee you that. And they have a combination where it'll forecast with the National Weather Service to forecast prediction of where everything's going to crest and approximately the time frame it's going to do it in. I didn't believe in them. I was very, very cynical going into them, but I can tell you after 2 floods in a week, they were very reliable. They're not dead perfect. They were off by minutes. They were off by a foot or two, but they were very reliable, and they made our planning and our preparation so much easier. If you could combine those gauges with some type of sensors for alarms at the same time. I will express a concern that I believe the panel before us expressed is all these alarms are great, whether it's by phone or it's by siren. I don't care how you do it. Those are all great things. But I get, and all of you get, I probably get 4 messages a day telling me, oh, guess what's going on in the weather now, weather now, weather now. We get alerts all day long from different things throughout the community. If the emergency alert system is used and set up in that manner, it will be ignored when the time comes it's needed. It has to be only for those vast emergencies and these extreme situations. The areas of need I'd like to express with y'all is, it was addressed earlier about agriculture. We're a ranching community. 9% of my river is ranchers and pecan orchards. Lots of damage, maybe not threats to life, but a lot of damage has gone through there, and there are very few resources that have come to be available on the agricultural side. We've had everybody in the world in our county to help us in our homes, in our community, which is great. but our ag has almost nobody standing up to help them outside of other ranchers and other communities coming forward to do so. Another thing I'd like to address as far as the recovery that we're dealing with, and I believe it was Representative Moody mentioned earlier about all the red tape kind of getting in the way, is we received notice yesterday that through the National Flood Insurance Program tied with FEMA, that of all these homes in our area that were hit, which in San Saba County, 90% of the homes hit are impoverished homes. This was not a wealthy area. These aren't second homes. These are people that have lived in granddad's home for the last 3 generations. They don't have money to pay for flood insurance. And now we had volunteers come in. They've already cleaned all those homes. They've gutted them. They sprayed them for mold. They're ready for rebuilding. And since they started, we're being told, oh, you can't rebuild. Wait another week. We're going to send assessors down, and we're going to value if the cost of repairs of your home is 50% more than the value of your home, which these aren't expensive homes, then you have to meet all new flood standards. You're talking about putting these homes on stilts, destroying them, building new homes, and that's going to be required, or you're not allowed to continue to rebuild or live in that home. These people can't afford flood insurance. They can't afford to go through this. They don't have the ability. There's nobody to fund them to do this. We have the ability to help them recover. We have the volunteers. We have the material right now. We could have homes built in the next couple months and have these people back to their life, but we can't do that because the red tape's standing in the way of helping these people. I know that's not state policy. I know that's federal, but we really need help to realize that every one of these situations is unique. What happened in San Angelo and the way they flooded, the way my river is much slower rising and Cumming River compared to what the Guadalupe did. The system has to be unique to the type of rivers they're on. You can't just say we're going to do one piece of legislation and everything's going to be fixed for everybody. It needs to be well thought out. I know you only get 30 days, but this needs to go on for a much longer time frame and really look throughout our state of the different areas and the different needs by county and by river. Thank you all.
Hey, Judge. All right. Judge
Last and certainly least, I'm Brandon Corbin from Menard County. Menard County is also a disadvantaged community. We are 1,962 souls that live in Menard County, and we are in the bottom 10 in the state in valuation. So we have a tax rate that's too high that doesn't generate enough money. So nice combination of that. But in respect for this committee and the job ahead of you today, I'm going to move very quickly through my outline. I did want to thank Senator Perry and your office for reaching out to me personally, and to Representative Verdell for calling me personally during all this to make sure we had everything that we need and that we were doing all right in Menard County. This has been said previously, but I think it's very important that on July 3rd, our section chief called all of us and said, this is different, pay attention. To Judge Foley's point, we get a lot of what I call alert fatigue. We are constantly getting emails and texts of, and we might get a flash flood, we might get, and it's just so much that you sometimes lose the narrative and you can miss things like this. And Section Chief Sean Baxter's name needs to be recognized for the work he did on July 3rd to make sure that we didn't miss this and got the word out. In the afternoon of July 3rd, I put a Facebook post out. That's the most effective way for me to communicate with my community. We do also have Code Red, which is another one of these reverse 911 systems that came into play later. But we did that, and we called at-risk citizens. We let our RV park know. We let our Baptist camp know, hey, we're worried about this. Please be vigilant. The next morning on the 4th, it started a little later for us. Our first call out for swiftwater rescue wasn't until 7 a.m. It was in the southeast part of our county, and that one was like most of the ones that we responded to that day. A volunteer fire department crew dispatched, and they were stopped before they could get anywhere close to these people by flood waters crossing FM roads and county roads. I wrote down a quote from one of them. I asked, hey, do we need swiftwater boats? What do we need? And they said, well, if we had a boat, we could have gone 20 yards across this draw, but then we still been 5 miles away from the people that we needed to try to help. All in all, we had 11 citizens go into the water that day and into life-threatening peril. That included 4 cars swept off roads and 6 citizens leaving their homes to try to get to safety on foot or, in one case, in a canoe. And by the grace of God, they all survived. We didn't have any fatalities or major injuries. Several of the Several of those, like I said, we just could not physically get to them. We have a constable that has a helicopter, and in several cases they tried to drop life vests to people. There's a draw in the city of Menard. There's a draw called Harris Hollow. I'm sure most of you have driven through it. There's a big bridge on the south side. That draw is usually empty. It swelled to the size of 4 city blocks. So all of the south side of Menard basically became part of Harris Hollow that runs to the river there. It wasn't like my peers to where the river came up in this case. It was coming down straight on top of us. So we had over 8 inches in about 2.5 hours. So that alluvial flooding really is what did us in the city, damaged most of the streets in the city, and most of the towns on that half of our community got between 2 and 6 inches of water into them. The San Saba River crusted that day at 17 feet. Normal is 3 feet. But again, 18 feet is flood stage, and that's when it spills out into town and creates a much bigger problem. So we were blessed that it stopped just short of that. We actually got messaging that afternoon that they expected the river to go up even more to 20 feet. And at that point, we made the decision to evacuate our Baptist camp. It's in an odd little spot that's higher than the Morales Creek that runs behind it and the river, so they were safe at that point. But if it had come up 3 more feet, it would have been dangerous for them. So we got 104 campers out driving 5-ton fire trucks and a Menard ISD school bus to get them through the flooded roadways and to safety. We established a community shelter operated by our CERT team, Citizen Emergency Response Team, that's less than 6 months old. Thank God we got that organized when we did. And that afternoon, the water receded. So fast forward again, I'm trying to just hit the highlights for you. On July 6th, the following Monday, we had a secondary event as we're starting to organize resources and try to get people aid that came down enough to flood our community a second time. In that case, it came in under the courthouse into the basement, took out the elevator, damaged antique wood structures and everything in the doors, and added a whole new layer to this. I'm not going to talk much about roads, but virtually every road in Menard County has major damage, and we've had great mutual aid from TxDOT. They've sent crews out to help us blade those roads. We can't fully repair them yet, but we can make it to where emergency responders are able to get to our citizens if something did come up. By July 7th, we started to get regional support. You've heard the Concho Valley Council of Governments. They were huge in all this. The Concho Valley Community Action Agency was also huge in getting aid to my citizens. And one of the things that I hope all you take away from this is I think regionalism is a major player in this. A tailored approach and maybe shared resources as you look for answers for the future. Some volunteer organizations such as Beautification of Menard, Menard Mission Team, and county staff began going door to door to fill out these iStats. I'm proud to say that with a community of less than 2,000 people, we have gotten 303 iStats complete. So we've really gained the trust of our community to input that data. We're traditionally fearful of outsiders. The unofficial town slogan is "Keep Menard Hostile." So we were kind of doing an uphill battle to get people to input that data, but we were able to accomplish it. As far as asks, the flood gauge is just as needed on the San Saba River. So I'm at the headwaters, and then it hits Judge Trull and Judge Foley. LCRA is an excellent resource. I have to toggle between that and a USGS gauge in Fort McCavitt, which is on my western border, to see the trend. So I'm bouncing back and forth. I think it'd be great if we could consolidate that data and give us a easy-to-use application or something that pulls that information together for decision makers to look at in real time. As simple as additional gauges. I wrote down some specific ones. If you look at those flood maps, Rocky Creek, Los Morris, Elm Creek, and then the floodplain of the headwaters of the San Saba is mostly in Schleicher County. There's about 30 square miles out there, so some of those are usually dry draws, but if it had an alert, that would be very helpful and ensure that we help people get out of the way when these things come down. I think we benefit from new floodplain mapping as well. It's been decades since we had accurate floodplain maps. There's been talk of a project, and it's kind of started and stopped. And one other quick thing, ISTAT has excellent methodology to gather all that information. I discovered this week there's a button basically or a checkbox that says I need help or I need resources, and that doesn't go anywhere right now. So if there was a way to that could send me a red flag or something that we could then allocate resources and make sure those people get the help they ask for, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I think there's a few questions.
Mr. Burdell.
Thank you, Chairman King. Appreciate it. It's a small world, and it's weird how we cross paths. Judge Corbin, I lived in your county near the river for 3 years. Judge Fowley, I actually lived in your county for 2 years at Haverlaw Ranch. Judge Troll, you were my next door neighbor for 3 years. Judge Hardin, we go to church, and Judge Carter, I went to college at ASU, so I lived in San Angelo also. So that's kind of weird, small world. But I have a couple questions that I think are important for people to know. Judge Hardin, we talked about this before. FEMA, how much did you mention that we have in damage right now in Mason County?
40 million.
You said 40? Is that
40.
And then one of the things that was brought up was FEMA only reimburses, so we have to come up with those funds, and they only reimburse 75%, if I remember the number correctly. Where do those funds for our counties, where are they going to come from before FEMA reimburses?
Well, that's a great question. Thank you. That's what we're struggling with right now to figure out. And I'm just being very candid. I'm here pleading for financial help to get us started in the emergency road repairs. I mentioned earlier that our road and bridge budget is $1.2 million. It's staggering to think that we have $40 million worth of road damage that half of our population depend on. By state statute, county government's responsible for county roads, and half of our population depend on those county roads. And so it's a very tall task that the Commissioner's Court and our Road and Bridge Department is trying to figure out. We will apply for grants. This doesn't help with money right now, but several months ago, with the guidance of TDM, we have applied to FEMA to renew our hazardous mitigation plan. And that's a process, but I'm expecting, quite honestly, thinking positive, that we'll be approved for that, which will open the door for grant funding to help us mitigate our county roads and especially the roads that are prone to flooding. Several of our roads sustained flooding in 2018, and I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus or anything, but we did qualify for FEMA reimbursement public assistance back in 2018, and we are still waiting for some of that funding. So when we do figure out how to start repairing and rebuilding these roads, we will submit for reimbursement so that we can just keep that money going. We will obviously have to apply for extensions. We went through our debriefing yesterday, the applicant debriefing, and we're expected to have these repairs done within 18 months. It's 300 miles of granite gravel road. I don't have the answers, but I am here asking for help in finding those answers and for some relief funding to get us started in the project.
Thank you, appreciate that. Just for not comparison, but an idea of how much rainfall y'all received in your counties. I know Kerr, I think they said 14 inches during that first day or so. How many inches of rain did y'all get in each of your counties?
I'm at 32 inches year to date. Our average is 22 per year.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're in the same ballpark. I think we had reports of anywhere from 8 inches of one side of the county to over 20 inches just on the night of the 4th, and then repeated on the 13th.
Yes, sir.
If I could remind the panel, we're kind of jumping back and forth, just say your name before you talk for the live feed. Thank you.
Frank Trull, and I believe it was about 19 to 20 inches, some more, some less throughout the county.
The northwest part of our county sustained the most, right at between 30 and 33 inches in that part of the county. Our yearly average is 25 inches.
Lane Carter, we had our annual allocation that night of 14.
Comment. Thank you. Just got two more questions left. One is for Judge Troll, and it may apply to y'all also. We have some U.S. Army Corps of Engineering dams in Brady, and would you say that those were incredibly valuable, that we had those there to protect the courthouse as much as possible from the creek that flooded right next to it?
And that's roughly how I was going to start my conversation today. Back in that 1938, when the flood happened then, they built roughly 30 of those flood control structures. The USDA and soil water conservation districts were the ones that were in charge of doing that, in combination with the Brady Lake, the dam across there, and that's what prevents a lot of that water from coming down throughout the town as well.
It's safe to say that we could have other areas that could benefit from those also in Texas, especially in this region. Last question, which applies to all of y'all. I know that y'all have had to deal with this, and we've talked about this. On ISTAT, was it hard to get participation in ISTAT, and do you believe that there's still people that haven't participated, that there may still be more expenses we don't know about?
Frank Trull, we assisted a lot of the folks, and like I say, we had 155 out of a total population of 7,500 people. But when you look on the map, you can tell exactly where those waters, the flood waters, had gone. So it kind of makes sense when you look at the map. There could be more out there that just, for whatever reason, they didn't want to answer the survey questions and so forth. But I thought it was well received. I thought it was easy enough. I only had a few people come to my office that just wanted somebody that they knew to help them fill it out. So, but the Concho Valley Council of Governments, they came when we had the tractor supply event set up, and they did a lot there. Then they also came back a few days later and set up at the courthouse and helped. They also went door to door trying to get people to help, but a lot of people, I think, were just skeptical of people coming to knocking on their door.
Yep. All right. Last thing, just thank y'all for y'all's leadership during this time. I appreciate y'all being here, and thank y'all very much.
Senator Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your testimony. Heard your testimony about your EMCs setting up shop quickly. My question is, as county judges, you all select your EMCs. What criteria or guidelines do you all utilize in selecting your emergency management coordinators? Do you have challenges finding individuals that qualify? And would it be helpful for TDEM to formalize guidelines for selecting EMCs?
Starts off.
You want to start off? Go ahead, Jody.
Sorry.
Yeah.
All right, I'm Jody Foley. Well, I'll address is, I heard a conversation earlier in one of the testimonies of, should we have some restrictions on who can serve as an EMC? And I think that's kind of what you're indicating as well. A big concern for me in a county our size is when we put those kind of restrictions and guidelines, we make it impossible for us to hire somebody. We need to be able to hire people who are local and then train them into the position. Now, I am very lucky in that when I came in 2023, I had a very experienced EMC that had been there for about 15, 16 years before me. She's very well trained. She's very diligent. She's done all of the training to keep up with it. She's very involved with our regional council of governments, our 911 meetings. She knows her job very well. But in our small county, that's not her only job. She's also our indigent healthcare provider. She does a lot of other hats because we don't have the budget to have a full-time EMC. So some of my neighbors don't even have the ability to have what I have. So I don't think the restrictions are there. I think the ability to train somebody up and allow them to have the training available to them to get into the position and develop would be beneficial to counties our size.
Opinions of others?
Brandon Corbin, Menard County. I'd echo Judge Foley. That would make it difficult for us to staff. My position was created after Winter Storm Uri, and I'm again blessed to have an outstanding lifetime emergency responder in that position, but he's only a half EMC. His other half is facilities maintenance. So when he's not doing this, he literally mows the courthouse lawn if I'm not doing it. That's Judge Flaw reminded me the first time he met me, I was on a lawnmower in the courtyard. So I guess if the underlying root issue is competence of these EMCs, and honestly, I think that falls back on the local elected official to make sure that that person is doing the job more so than something I would ask you to do from a legislative standpoint, to put a lot of extra requirements.
Yeah. My last question, currently the hazard mitigation maps, the plans rather, are required to be updated every 5 years. In your estimation, given the more frequent weather events that we're having, do you believe that we need to consider decreasing the number of, lowering that threshold maybe to 2 to 3 years for updates for your plans?
That's a hard question to answer. Probably the reality is yes, but the other reality is it does require funds to update those, even if it's a grant match. And I feel pretty confident that the message has resounded that in counties of our size, we just don't have extra money in the budget. If I may go back to the previous question just for a second,
Sure.
Because it's been said and it's so very important. I'm blessed that my assistant EMC did grow up in Mason, knows the land like the back of his hand. That goes so far in preparations and also in response. He also has a military background. He volunteers for the fire department, and he has his basic certification for EMS. The Commissioners Court, as you all know, we're in the process of budgeting, and for 2026, we are looking at how we can best utilize him and his gifts, talents, and abilities for our county. We've been struggling with a second out call for our EMS. We only have funds right now. We have 2 ambulances, but we only have enough money in our budget to have 1 call out at a time. So on the second call out, we have to rely on mutual aid, a neighboring county. So we're trying to figure out a way how we could better utilize him in moving him into a full-time EMC position and also help out with second out calls.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Darby.
Thank you. I haven't moved around like Representative Verdell, but I've worked with all of you over the years and your predecessors, and thank you for being here today. Judge Carter, the governor had said that Montgomery County's response is to be considered the gold standard for how you prepare. I noticed in your prepared remarks that you said you and the city of San Angelo had spent years in preparation behind your emergency readiness. And so, including the establishment of the COAD network, and I don't think we've given enough attention to that. It's called the Community Organization Active in Disaster,
Yes, sir.
and I've not heard that mentioned in other discussions about how we prepare for these disasters. So would you elaborate a little bit on that and how that was organized and what it does?
Absolutely, yes, sir. So our COAD is formed by a vast array of nonprofits, including CVCAA, United Way, Red Cross, and there's an oversight board, a committee that shows that response. So the crucial portion of this was enacting that as fast as possible. And I think that is what has been the key to our success in the recovery stage, staging that in the first initial response stage to make sure that the recovery stage is initiated in a timely manner and we can get back to normal. So it's putting those agencies into one spot that all communicate together in the time of need. And with that board being the oversight of those agencies, There's one point of communication, and that was with Miss Cameron Cummings. She's the one that we initiated the call with at first, and she showed up, I believe, before the first evacuees arrived at our EOC. And she was on the ball on making the calls with all the other agencies, with the San Angelo Area Foundation, and arranging the volunteer efforts, the donation efforts, and those such.
Part of your comments said that part of your success could be attributed to emergency equipment already being secured. And as we learned in San Angelo, you had already contracted for disaster debris removal. Talk a little bit about that. I mean, I think the key to all this is preparation, having a plan in place, preparation for that plan, and then the execution of the plan. We've seen a lot of this break down in this recent disaster, but talk a little bit about your efforts to pre-position your county in response to a potential disaster.
Yes, sir. Once again, Lane Carter, Judge of Tom Green County. Having those agreements in place really expedited that process to where we could get in contact with those agencies and those the disaster cleanup agencies, the companies that come in to make sure that the debris is not just sitting on the side of the road for weeks on end. We initiated that with the county and the city of San Angelo the day of. In a few hours into that, having those agreements in place is a very crucial point for the expedition of your recovery. The communication between those and making sure everything's up to date, having it, whether it's being ran through the city council or run through the commissioner's court, it's absolutely the key role to the success of the recovery rate.
We'll point out that TDM had stationed a swiftwater rescue team in San Angelo on July 3rd.
Yes.
The day before. So there was warning.
There was warning.
Events were coming. Yes. I mean, communities were warned. And so the idea that this totally came out of the blue and was completely unexpected is just doesn't wash with me.
Our swiftwater rescue boat team from TDM was placed initially as a response that they were going to be dispatched and deployed to our southern counties. And then I believe that boat team was then dispatched, we found out later, to Kerr County in those relief efforts. That's when I have to give a huge shout out thanks to the Texas Parks and Wildlife and their boat teams. They came in, filled the gaps along with DPS, working with San Angelo Police Department, our Sheriff's Office, our volunteer fire departments, our San Angelo Fire Department, and making sure that those boat teams were in the areas needed to recover those individuals that were standing on roofs, hanging in trees, getting them to rescue.
For the benefit of the committee and the people gathered, I would just use your words. Proactive investment in disaster readiness saves lives and speeds recovery. And I think that should be a marching order for all of us. But with regard to the other committee members, what are some of the barriers residents and first responders are facing in your communities regarding assessing medical and mental health care services in your county? I'd like to hear. We've got a panel later on talking about mental health, but while I got you here, let's talk about that.
I can start that. I'm Brandon Corbin again, Menard County Judge. Mental health is top of mind right now, especially as a lot of these first responders come home. A lot of the people that have been here dealing with this tragedy in Kerrville. And I was very proud of our Rural Health Network. They set up a first responder support event last week and had counselors on hand, had just kind of a event there to coordinate all the options that are available to help these people. You have to have trust in someone in order to share your trauma and to begin your recovery process. And that's a big part of it. So having someone there that can advocate for them and say, hey, this doctor is legit, and they're not somebody that you go to church with and that you're going to then share your darkest secret. But we're also dealing with what I would call survivor guilt. I cannot tell you how many times I saw people absolutely redlined who'd been up for, we went, I'd say 10 days on absolutely high alert with these 3 events that we were in. And people felt guilty, feeling bad because we're not Kerrville and we're not dealing with the horrors that were happening here in the recovery process. And I think we have to help people get past that and actually, acknowledge that they're going to need some help getting past this as well.
Anyone else?
Frank Trill, I just kind of echo what Judge Corbin just said. We've had, I guess, staff from Frontera Health reach out to us, as well as Texas A&M University, trying to figure out the best way to handle the mental health side of things. So we have those 2 resources available.
Okay, my last question relates to what a previous panelist referred to, and that is kind of the ongoing disaster response that each of your counties are facing as you rebuild your roads, other infrastructure. We've put restraints on you about how much you can grow your government. In fact, there are propositions in this special session about further reducing your ability to respond. A comment was made about the disaster relief exception that will allow you to respond quickly in a dramatic fashion. Would any of you care to comment on that? And what this panel would like to listen to is the ability of our local leaders to respond in times of crisis and respond with the appropriate resources. So you've got an opportunity to speak to a panel of senators and representatives here. Tell us what you want us to know.
Thank you, sir. Again, Brandon Corbin, Menard County. As a underprivileged county without much industry, my ad valorem tax generates $2 million a year, and that's at a 76 out of 100. That's too high. That number, that percentage is too high for my citizens, but I still have 24-hour law enforcement, the only law enforcement in town. We have a 3-person road and bridge crew to do the bare minimum to maintain these roads in normal, peacetime. Veteran services, the normal clerk services, tax assessor, the 3 courts, and it is extremely difficult to scrape together enough funding to just execute our base level operations. So to your question about the emergency rate, I don't ever want to have to do that to my citizens. But if forced into a corner, that's our only option. That's the only thing we control. And with the size of the state surplus, it is concerning that we would be forced to that option without getting some kind of state aid or some kind of exception to help us out of this.
And Jody Foley, Santiago County. I'm going to echo that. We're slightly more fortunate than our neighbors as far as our budget, but not drastically. Our budget's full. We don't have a large reserve. We don't have the ability to build that because we do our best to keep lowering our taxes for our community. The idea of dropping an extra 8% on them this year and ask them to repay for all the damage that have happened is a little painful. They really can't afford that right now. We're not a wealthy community by any stretch. So yes, and I think the reality is where we spend a lot of our money is stuff that it's not the focus here, but if we're into budgets is how much money times do we spend of our county budget to keep people in jail in our counties at our expenses that should be sitting in state jail? How many people do we sit in based on certain regulations? Some of even the new ICE legislation that went into place is going to involve us holding people in our county while we wait for ICE determinations. That costs our budget money that could be going towards roads. It could go towards assistance with our families or at least reducing our taxes. Those are things we think are really state services that we're providing at our dollar. And the reality is we don't have a lot of dollars to go around.
Frank Trill, we're not in terrible shape in McCulloch County. I'm not going to play that card. We would find a way for the startup funds to do our road work. But on the other hand, we may have to cut some corners somewhere to make it happen. So if there was state assistance available, just for the startup portion of it, and that would be that 25% that we'd have to cover that FEMA wouldn't. That's what would be appreciated if we had some help with that 25% of all the road work that needs to be done. Then if we look at the courthouse, and it takes a new roof, back in 2009 when we did the renovation, $350,000 just for the roof back then. So again, the dollars just keep adding up the more you look at it. Thank you.
Judge Hardin, Mason County. I also echo what my fellow judges have said. We actually just took out certificate of obligations to help us purchase road and bridge equipment that was 40 years old and continued to break down. So we were in that cycle of, spending 80% of our money, helping to make repairs on equipment that just continued to break down, and road materials that continue to wash away. And so the fact that we've had to take out those certificate of obligations is a very clear indicator that our road and bridge department is suffering financially. We also transfer from our general fund some monies to our road and bridge fund annually to help with that. But I do want to say that as far as the ISTATs go, the information that is requested is damages to primary residents and then also agricultural losses. And probably the majority of the phone calls that my office gets is, can I report driveway damage, private road damage? How do I report those types of damages to my property? And I will say that I'm speaking as Judge Hardin here, not as the Mason County Commissioners Court. I'm not going to put words in my commissioners' mouths. I am grateful that we have the ability to go up to that 8% on the tax rate, but to tax our citizens in a desperate time of need on top of a debt rate that we're currently having to impose on them just doesn't feel right. It's something that we do want to avoid if at all cost.
Lane Carter, Tom Green County. Even though we're a county of more of a urban rural, 128,000 people of Tom Green County, it still is a never-ending struggle to stay on top of the economic drive that keeps us afloat. We do house a county jail that can house 570 inmates. We house 4 district courts and 2 court at laws, so the court sector of our county is very vast, and that keeps up the majority amount of whatever our tax base is going towards, along with our sheriff's office and a large IT budget. So we're always in efforts to make sure that we can stay afloat on that to where we can lower our tax rate incrementally ever so often. We push the PSTAT and the PA declaration as hard as possible. That way we did not have to potentially push towards that 8%. It's not looking like we will. Like we said, we're all in our budget cycle at this time. So we're blessed in Tom Green County for that. But one thing I wanted to tap on that I believe Judge Corbin mentioned earlier was the regionalization. Judge Foley is the only one not in our Council of Governments, but borders us. Our Council of Governments, it's such a tight-knit, what do you need group of county judges and commissioners that our director and the assistant director are always talking with us of what's the next step for the region, not specifically what's the next step for your individual counties. So we look out for each other out there in rural West Texas. I'm proud to serve with everybody here, and we'll continue to look out for it. But yes, to answer that question, we push the PA declaration, the PSTAT entries through TDM. That way, Tom Green County specifically would not have to potentially increase over the voter approval rate.
Well, thank you. I want to echo, I too want to express my gratitude to each one of you judges for the job you do for your counties. And I do think we have a very tight-knit West Texas community, and thank you for being a valuable part of it, each and every one of you. Thank you for being here today.
Amen.
Yeah, I think I've talked to all of you, or tried to text all of you, or served out of 2 redistrictings once or twice. So I'll just say this. Chief Kidd said something that was very telling regarding Sangelo. If everybody ran their ship the way Sangelo operated with all the preparedness, and he would be out of a job. So it's the ultimate compliment. I'm going to ask real quick, do y'all actually drill your plan?
Judge Corbin, Menard County, yes, sir, we do.
You do?
What was the question?
Do you actually have a drill? Do you actually physically drill your plan, put your folks together in a room under a simulated disaster?
We have not done one in preparation for a flood or in the very recent past. We did do one in preparation of the eclipse a year and a half ago.
And I think the actual disaster is important, but what we're looking for is system. Something, it doesn't matter what the disaster is, everybody knows their role and everybody knows what to do when they need to do it. So how about you, Judge Trull?
Frank Trull, we have a monthly LEPC meeting, and at those we kind of discuss all of the areas where there could be upcoming problems and so forth, whether it's emergency management or just it may be things about the hospital or nursing homes and so forth like that.
Right.
We do have a tabletop planned for next month. So.
Okay. Judge?
Yes, sir. Judge Hardin, Mason County. We do have an unofficial system, I guess, put in place where it's just an automatic, this is what happens. We have not had specific flash flood planning or drilling. This is another reason why there's such a push to have a full-time emergency management department and emergency management coordinator, is to get a pattern, a consistent pattern of that drilling. Yes, sir.
Judge Carter.
Lane Carter, Tom Green County. Yes, sir, we do. We have our IS 300 and 400 annually. We try to do that every August. This year it might come, since we're coming up on it and tomorrow. Have to, and of course, recovering with the flood events now, move that back a little bit. But we do drill, like Chief Kidd said, plan, train, respond. So we do that
I would just
annually.
say night and day difference in those that do plan and those that don't. We had 1 fatality in Sangelo and no other fatalities in your area. And I know I was getting text from Tatum, but also text from you. Tatum was your first contact pretty much. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And you knew what to do. Thank you for that. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me tell you, be very frank with you, I wasn't quite sure what I was going to expect to hear from y'all, but what I have heard is I've been very impressed. I'm particularly impressed with the concern with your taxpayers and your candor in terms of your financial situation. And one of the things is, I think you've been here all morning, correct? So you heard earlier this morning when the emergency was going on, and it seemed like the people or the person that could call the evacuation, it was impossible to get a hold of them. And one of the questions that we're grappling with is, if we can't get a hold of a county judge and there needs to be an evacuation, how would you feel individually if after a certain amount of time there was a law passed that would allow for TDEM to issue a temporary order until we can get in touch with you? Maybe something's going on with your own home or family and you're tied up taking care of them, but something needs to be done. Would you be opposed or would you be okay with that? And whoever cares to answer. Go ahead.
Brandon Corbin, Menard County, I would be in full support of that. I think a lot of the legalism of only the judge or the mayor being given certain authority just slows down in these situations. I don't see much value in it.
Thank you.
I think I feel a little different than that. Jody Foley, St. Sava County. if I was unable to respond, I would rather have it within our plan than we do now. Is either my EMC steps up to that next level, or maybe even our sheriffs, depending on how we laid that out. I'd like somebody local making that decision. On the flip side of that, we do have a local county liaison that I would have a lot of confidence in. That does make a difference in that equation. But to me, I don't want to make a decision based on a person versus a generic position.
Sure.
So I would not want to allow the authority in the county to transfer over to the state as long as we can make that decision. Now, maybe down the line they become one of those answers because they were, and I'll say this, I'm not anti-to, they have been, TDM was fantastic during this. I can't say enough. I can't tell you the amount of resources that showed up on our doorstep in a blink of an eye, and every bit of that was coordinated through TDM. Chief Kidd reached out personally to check on us, and it was just, I don't know where to start or stop. We had everything we needed from them.
Let me reassure you that no one's looking to usurp your authority. It's just a what if we can't reach you type situation, kind of like what we experienced just recently, and someone needed to be able to answer and be in charge. And so if for whatever reason you're physically indisposed, something happened, the emergency, a terrible tornado, whatever, and it's knocked out yours, that's the only reason I would say would you be opposed to having TDM make that declaration temporarily?
Well, and in my mind, I'm not worried about the usurping. My thought is I'd like to see that as a set plan, and I think every county should say, okay, if I'm out, who's number 2, who's number 3, and at some point in time, TDM should be in that list. I would not have an issue with that, but I would like to have it somewhat controlled within the county to start with, knowing their boots on the ground, they're there seeing it happening.
That makes sense.
Frank Trull, I'm almost positive it's in the government code as far as the succession. If a county judge is unable to fulfill some of his duties, then it defers to the senior member of the commissioner's court, I believe. I'd have to double check, but it seems like I've had this conversation with some of our TDM representatives simply because I'm without an emergency management coordinator right now.
Okay.
I'm taking that role, and that was part of our concern. If something happened to me, who would be next? And
Exactly.
I believe that's accurate, but I would definitely have to look that up for you.
Understood.
I have to be honest here. When I received a call from Senator Perry and Representative Verdell, both, I was not in Mason County as the emergency management coordinator. I was actually in San Angelo for what used to be called the Pops Concert for the July 4th celebration that happens on the evening of July 3rd.
Sure. Understandable.
Mm-hmm. Before leaving, however, to go to San Angelo, I made sure that my assistant EMC knew that I was going to be out of the county for an extended period of time, and also our sheriff. In a small community such as ours and these, you just form those tight-knit relationships and you work so well together. It's almost second nature. You read each other, you know each other. And so I had full confidence in my assistant EMC and obviously the Mason County Sheriff's Department that should the flood watch turn into a warning, they would be completely capable of executing our plan. We do make sure that we keep the Form 147 updated, which is the tool that TDM uses to know how to contact the EMC, the assistant EMC, the mayor, the succession that has been mentioned here. And we work so incredibly closely with TDM as well that it's almost as if they're automatically part of our team. Chief Baxter could have called out my assistant EMC and they could have worked flawlessly together in this incident. So I think it's that building of the relationship and knowing how each member of the emergency management team operates and having confidence in one another.
I agree, and I appreciate that, but I think legally only the county judge can call for an evacuation.
That is correct. Yes.
And that's where the question that I'm asking.
I'm sorry, I did not
That's okay.
comprehend that you were asking that, but
Yeah,
yes, sir.
That's the sort of the point that when some folks have said, well, what if that evacuation was necessary or some order given that it can only be done by the judge? And that's where I was asking. So
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your answer, though.
Yes, sir. Lane Carter, Tom Green County. You're absolutely right. The judge or the mayor, I believe.
Yeah, correct. In a
Or
municipality.
the mayor, the judge can step in if the mayor is absent or failing to for the prevention of loss of life.
Right.
You can come in and order an evacuation.
Right.
I think the conversations may need to happen if there is an absence of both. Who does step in? I have a full trust of what my judge pro tem at the Commissioner's Court would be able to handle. Whether we initiate the conversations is the sheriff involved? Absolutely. These are conversations that can definitely be had through legislation.
Yeah.
And at what point does it get last resort to
Sure.
the TDM director?
Last question. I think on both ends, I've heard you talked about regionalism, and all of you have expressed how well you work closely together and how you help each other, and especially because of the great need. Recently, I've been hearing that it's very easy for you guys, elected officials, to come down to the Capitol and spend time to talk to us. I was just curious, are you guys members of an association that helps you sort of get your word out, represent you at the Capitol?
Absolutely. Texas Association of Counties.
Is that a valuable representation?
100%.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
It would be detrimental if we did not
It
have
would be
them.
detrimental not to have it. Tomorrow, we'll be voting on that tomorrow.
Thank you. I hope
Thank you, guys.
consider
Thank you for
keeping-
being here. I don't think we have anybody.
I've got
Do you?
one.
I'm sorry, Chairman.
I've got one for Judge Harden. Just a point of clarification. I think I heard you say when it came to emergency management, you had taken all the required training. What are you
Sir.
required to do? Because it's my understanding you're really not required to do anything, even though statutorily you're in charge of emergency management.
I believe, sir, that as the emergency management director, by default, just by being the county judge,
Right.
and then possibly the emergency management coordinator as well, I would be required to take the ICS classes, 100, 200, 700, 800, which are all online, and then courses 300 and 400, which are in person.
The reason I ask is the testimony we heard last week from Chief Kidd was that many county judges, because you're not required to take it, and I mean, it's very proactive of you, and I'm sure your county appreciates it, but one of the things that we're looking at is actually requiring judges and mayors to take this training, because statutorily there's nothing that forces you to do it, and not all 254 counties are created equally, and I have 19 counties in my district, and I work with 19 judges, and most of them are just like you. They're all small counties. They all face financial challenges, but they take their emergency management position serious. There are others that do not. So if that was a statutory, you've already taken it.
Yes,
Does
sir.
it offend you if it's a statutory requirement?
No, sir.
That's all I need to know. Thank
Can
you.
I comment on that? As we are required to take the Open Meetings Act, I believe as the emergency management director of a county, especially a larger county, should be required to have at least some of the trainings of the 300, 400, 700 classes.
If you wouldn't mind, when you give you gave me written testimony, but we've asked panelists all day, to submit those things to our offices. If there's specific trainings that you've taken that you think every judge should take, I'd love to see some recommendations.
And it's a 2-day course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Thank you, guys, for being here. Thank you for hanging in there with us, and good testimony and good county judges.
Thank you all
You did
very
a lot.
much.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it,
Thank you
guys.
for reaching out that day, too, as well.
All right, we're going to go back to 8, public panel. Eric S. Cooper, Jacob Torres, Mike Richards, Janice Riley, Lieutenant Pete Chambers, yeah. Ryan Pape, Ron Lehrman, Kathleen Brinkling. I'm going to. A little technical treatment there. I got Kathleen Brinkman. Is that you? Nope. Ron Lehrman? Nope. Ryan Pape? Pape? Nope. Pete Chambers. Okay, got Pete Chambers. Janice Riley. Got Janice Riley. Mike Richards. Jacob Torres. Last call. Eric Cooper. Yes. That's you. Okay, give me two more. I need 4 too. Okay. Chair calls Mike Hughes. Tom. I believe it's Joser, but it might be in yes, sir. Moser. Your M and your N and your J, but there is no J. So Barbara Ferguson and Betty Murphy. Betty Murphy. There. All right, that's got a full 8, doesn't it? Does it not? Give me another one. Kelly Rabone. Kelly Rabone. Come on back up. You're the next contestant. These were not here, so. All right, let's start on the right. Give us your name. Got 3 minutes, and let's move down the line, and we'll have questions for all of you at the end.
Thank you, Chair, committee members. My name is Eric Cooper. I lead the San Antonio and the San Angelo food banks. We serve 29 counties. There's 20 food banks that serve all 254. Of the 29 counties we serve, 15 of those counties were impacted by flooding. We fight the daily disaster of poverty, but when a natural disaster or man-made disaster occurs, we respond to that too. When neighbors are hurting and are in crisis, words can often be inadequate. Food expresses love and nourishment. Many of our food pantries were going to be closed the weekend of July 4th, so we preloaded and stocked them for their following week's distributions. But at the onset of the disaster, we received calls from our churches, from our local VOAD and the COAD, making deliveries into the DRCs in San Angelo and to our nonprofits in the impacted areas. I want to thank all of our food pantries, those nonprofits, schools, churches, for all taking action, especially those connected to the VOAD and the COAD, and the role of the Salvation Army here in Kerrville. The countless volunteers, all that helped with our call center helpline, responding to requests for water and meals. Many of those volunteers packed care boxes, and since July 4th, we distributed about $2 million in food. I also wanted to thank all those that donated, the individuals, the churches, the companies, especially HEB, USAA, and Valero, Feeding Texas and Feeding America. You all should know your state agency has responded quickly. I personally got a text from Nim Kidd and the TETM team, Deputy Commissioner Lena Wilson with the Texas Department of Agriculture and the Health and Human Services Commission. I want to thank you all and the governor for allowing SNAP benefits to be used at restaurants. Those people who lost their homes were able to get meals. Donations management is always a challenge in disasters, ensuring the right items are donated in the appropriate quantities at the right time. It's critical to have the right equipment and the storage to ensure food safety. Food safety never is not a priority. In times of disaster, you need to be extreme. We're distributing food before, during, and after this storm, and it will be a long recovery. Impact to housing costs, rents, insurance, agriculture, and the tourism sector have already been noted. Y'all are invited to come out to our upcoming distributions. There's lots in all of these counties. Last Saturday in San Angelo, there was about 650 families served at San Angelo Stadium. This Saturday, we'll be giving out the cleaning supplies from the COAD. But please ensure these communities get adequate support for the weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Moser. State your name. You got 3 minutes.
My name is Mike Hughes. Mr. Chairman, Chairman King, Chairman Perry, members of the Select Committee, thank you very much for coming to our community and hearing us. I watched a hearing held a few days ago in Austin. I think it was 11 hours. Is that right? 12. I changed my arithmetic. Okay. Rightfully, attention is being drawn to emergency response, adequacy of flood warning systems, the property damage and the terrible loss of life, property that we've suffered here. However, I don't recall, and I'm really surprised, that any attention has been paid to what I believe is the single most important thing we should be considering as a solution: flood control. If you don't remember anything else I say, please hear this. We cannot control how much it rains, but once that rain hits the ground, we can control partially what it does. We need to build flood retention dams on the upper reaches of the Guadalupe River watershed. I have a background in civil engineering. I grew up in East Tennessee where the floods were frequent. The Tennessee Valley Authority came along and built dams, and they were no longer a big issue. Those dams acted as a flood control preventive. To explain what a retention dam does, and that's what we need to have, visualize taking an ice chest, an empty ice chest, out into your driveway, opening up the little drain hole on the side of it, and putting in a couple of inches of water. Water will run out the drain hole. Imagine dumping a big bucket of water into that ice chest. There's still only one place for it to go, and that's out that drain hole, and it restricts the flow. That's exactly what a retention dam does. No matter how many buckets of water you pour into that ice chest, as long as the rate is constant, that much water is allowed to pass through. Other than during periods of heavy rainfall, the reservoir behind these dams remains dry. This is not a dam that impounds water permanently. Normal stream flow passes through a relatively large opening at the base of the dam. When excessive rain falls, the water level upstream of the dam starts to build up behind the dam and then is eventually released through that same opening at a controlled rate. I prepared a short paper on this, and I've got copies.
If you'll get copies for the committee.
I have copies to distribute.
Awesome. That's good. And I appreciate your time and your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. And it is a valid concept. We are going to look into it. That's not something you do in 30 days. Initial is we've tried it, but this area didn't work well for it. But we will go back to that and have that conversation.
Over there on the table.
Go ahead, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon. Janice Riley, Center Point resident and volunteer coordinator with Somebody Cares. On July 4th in the morning, our power started to flicker in and out, so my husband and I decided to run down into Center Point and fill up our gas cans. Both ways were covered in water. Center Point, there was already a vehicle stuck in the water across the roadway, and east on 27 going into Comfort, it was already starting to come across. My husband said, "This is stupid, we're going back, because if we try and go, we're going to get stranded in Comfort." So we got back and just waited it out. That day I started contacting Crisis Response International in Virginia, who I am certified with for crisis response, saying, "This is what's going on, are you coming?" They responded, left for Virginia on Sunday, got here on Monday, connected with Hunt Fire Department, and we've been deployed in Bumblebee Hills ever since, working in there. And they left on Saturday the 18th after working with multiple other disaster relief organizations to get the entire community mucked out, and we're now rebuilding. So we have several homes that are already up drywall, and we're getting painting and moving towards getting them back in their homes. I mean, they've already been traumatized, and one of the key things now is to get them back in their homes. We have an individual who is a World War II veteran, 98 years old, who's been displaced out of his home, and he's been told he's in the flood relief area, floodplain, and now we can't rebuild until he gets permission, permit, something to say, okay, yeah, you're now permitted to rebuild. And he's been in this home for years. So we have, I'm just standing up for a World War II vet saying, can we please get this guy back in his house? And what do we need to do to make that happen? My second point is, in case of a disaster, I've been working with bunches of disaster relief organizations for the last 3 weeks. It's managed chaos. If we could have a Texas website that activates upon a disaster, I don't care if it's Houston, El Paso, or the Panhandle, that activates and then says, hey, if you want to come help us, all the information you need to know is here, because we still have people showing up wanting to do search and rescue and wanting to do muck out, and that's done. We now need to do other things. So if we could get that information out to these volunteers that want to help, that it's organized, because the thing that I have seen from day one is just what help is needed, where is it needed, and I mean, we had friends up in San Saba and Leander begging for help, and honestly, we were overwhelmed with help here. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Raybon, and I am a mom from Houston, and Representative Johnson, I am one of your constituents. So on July 4th, I got the text that is every parent's worst nightmare, that my sons were caught in the Hill Country flood at Camp La Junta. I raced to Kerrville to learn that my 7-year-old, just finished kindergarten, Brock, had survived only because his brave teenage from the bottom bunk to the top bunk to the rafters of his cabin, riding out the storm as the structure literally fell apart around him. My 9-year-old was in a higher cabin, and for 12 agonizing hours, he had no idea if his little brother was alive. Today, my sons are physically safe, but for our family, the storm is not over. Brock scans every room for higher ground. He checks the weather constantly. He battles nightmares of water dripping from the ceiling or his mattress being wet. His fear is so profound that he's now anxious about the tsunami in Hawaii. He lives with the terror that no child or any person should have to carry, but so many of us now do. I have tried to find help. I've asked the camp. I've asked FEMA. The answer is the same. Sorry, we don't know what to tell you. You're in Houston. While Texans are showing up for each other in extraordinary ways, and the people here are just phenomenal, I shouldn't have to rely on a Facebook group of volunteers to find trauma care for my children. I'm a former journalist, and I understand how politics work, and I pray that these hearings are more than just for show, because every day that we just focus on political posturing instead of people is another day that families like mine are falling through the cracks. And as Representative Moody noted last week, we are better than this. Please remember that this disaster impacted families from every corner of Texas. I pray that this beautiful community gets every resource it needs to rebuild, but do not forget the thousands of us who were just visiting, who are now weathering the storm alone from outside the disaster zone. So today I have a couple of simple urgent requests. First, release the emergency funds for the recovery now. It seems obvious, but apparently it's still hung up. Second, make mental health care a central funded part of the state's official disaster response. That means creating a system to identify who is impacted and proactively providing them with care, no matter where in Texas or beyond they call home. If they were here, they need help. And third, after hearing about the camp emergency plans or lack thereof, please address that. That should be mandatory and frankly published on every camp's website for the public to view, not just in an office somewhere. My sons didn't ask for this tragedy, but as their mom and a lifelong Texan, I am firmly asking for your help. It's time for the state government to do its job, and please help the wounds that cannot be seen, because they will not heal on their own. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Lieutenant?
Are we on?
Yes.
God bless you, ma'am. You're why we're here. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Pete Chambers. I'm retired out of the Texas Military Department in 2022. I served 39 years in my nation, for my nation, the last 8 blessed to serve Texas in the Texas National Guard. I've served on 2 governor task forces. I've served in Operation Lone Star. Since leaving the Texas National Guard, I started a non-for-profit, the Texas version of the Remnant Ministry TX. We've responded to disasters around the nation. This one was in our backyard. On the 4th of July, at 0600 hours, I received a call that there was a problem in Kerrville, and there was a problem. And we lit out, and we were there by 0830 on the scene, coordinating with local response. Now, what we do is we set a footprint. I work with a lot of organizations, a lot of serious operators. I was a Green Beret myself. We established an administrative mobile command. We worked with local law enforcement in this very building, local aid workers, local EEOC members, TDEM specifically. And I know Mr. Kidd from working with him on the COVID response. So our reconnaissance teams went out. We brought in the finest rescue operators in the nation. Within the first evening, we had operators from the East and West Coast from all special operations branches, combat divers and hard hat divers on the scene. I worked with other organizations here within Texas, mostly citizens. Of the 17,000 citizens that responded, we worked with 14 of the organizations. Heavy rescue equipment, reconnaissance, logistics support, ministry support, heavy equipment, amphibious recovery vehicles, and other ancillary services. I visited Sandy Creek, and we heard a lot about them today. We got there a little bit late for us. We were focused mostly from Hunt to about Kerrville, just past around the corner to Center Point. But when I got to Sandy Creek, my heart was broken because it looked like a third world country, and there wasn't a lot of help. And I want to thank those citizens who rescued and recovered themselves today, to remember them. Information ops are important, and we did. We put out sit reps 3 times a day, situation reports to the citizens on our social media, right? We're using it. And thank God for the AT&T folks. I pay a bill to them every month, and so now I'm thanking God for them, who put in the towers for us. It made it a lot easier. Texans and other Americans helping Texans made up a part of the 17,000 citizens conducting their civic duty. It is a civic duty. We did it on the Red River when I was young. Tornado hit one town, everybody else showed up in the other town. I ask you to look at House Bill 4914, designed to fundamentally reconstitute and modernize the State Guard, the Texas State Guard, to a professional and mission-driven focused state-controlled homeland defense and premier disaster response force. We've looked at it. We helped to design that when I was still in uniform. Representative Moody, thank you for your comments about love and compassion. I'm in the ministry now. I put on a different uniform. It's found in Ephesians 6.
Appreciate it, sir. Go ahead and try to get
I'll finish it up.
Get in there.
To the citizens of Texas and everything dear to the American character, we thank you for coming to our aid, America, with all dispatch. Love and compassion. Doc Chambers.
Thank you for that. Now I got the right guy.
Yes.
State your name.
Pardon
get
me.
You 3 minutes.
Yes.
Sir.
I'm Tom Moser. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today.
I choose to testify because I was a Kerr County Commissioner from 2012 to 2021. As such, I introduced and advocated for an improvement in the Kerr County flood warning system. And I did this, Representative Johnson, based on what happened in 2015. Funding for this planned flood warning system was submitted to two state grants. We were denied on both, and I think that was mentioned earlier today. I'm not here to look back, but I'm here to advocate for a new, improved flood warning system that could be extremely reliable and extremely efficient. I advocate and recommend this not only as a long-time Kerr County resident and former county commissioner, but also as a former NASA program manager on Apollo, Space Shuttle, and Space Station. So I know something about getting projects done. In 1990, President Kennedy was bold. He said, put a man on the moon, bring him back safely within this decade. I asked the state legislature and the governor to be bold today by developing the need for a flood warning system that would be applicable to Kerr County and for all other high-risk regions in the state of Texas, which we've heard from today. As a former longtime project manager at NASA, I recommend that the flood warning system have two aspects to it. Number one, predict the flood, and number two, project the warning. Okay? And in so doing with that, to predict a flood would require a model, which is being developed, I understand. If not, it should be developed, which would predict the rainfall, the rise in the rivers, based on three things. Based on weather projections, number two, measured rainfall data, and number three, the rate of rise in the rivers. Projecting the warning is also equally and as important, and that is employ techniques that are state-of-the-art today on telecommunications, sirens, also cell phones, social media, television, radio, blah, 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 all of those things. So what we need to do is to be bold and say, let's project the flood warning system early so people can get to safe grounds. Predict it with 75% confidence that the flood is going to happen based on early predictions. Then upgrade that with the more data that's available. So do that, have these requirements. We've had a lot of people say, here's what I recommend we do. Take 6 months to determine what the requirements should be for a flood warning system. Don't just go carte blanche and check on one. Then implement and have this system fully operational within 2 years.
It's good information, sir.
Okay. I have the experience and would do pro bono to help do this any way that I can.
We've gotten
Thank
a lot
you.
of help today. We may take you up on it. We got your name and number. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello. Hello, my name's Barbara Ferguson. I'm a Kerr County resident. And one of the things that occurred to me is we've listened to testimony from Austin and here today as well. Our cell phone coverage across the state in rural areas is sadly lacking. I also spend time on a ranch in Kinney County. We have no cell service there, and I'm just one of the many across this state that are in a location where there is no one to call because there's no way to call. And that happened up in the Hunt area. Until we improve that, we can't institute a kind of warning system that Mr. Moser just talked about. We've got to improve our cell service. The FCC, it seems like, was charged the cell phone companies decades ago to implement coverage in rural areas, and that those promises they made have never come to fruition. We have to do something to force cell phone companies to provide to rural areas. I also think a better opt-in and out choices on cell phones. I turn my cell phone alerts off because they go off constantly. I turn my phone off at night and I sleep. Now, if I lived in a flood prone area, I'd probably leave it on. But we've got to do better in not having the cry wolf syndrome. So we've got to come up with some options for people. One additional thing is the loss of electricity in rural areas is common during storms. The implication this would have on sirens needs to be considered. What are our options there? How effective would they be in a storm given the loss of electricity? And Hunt lost electricity. Finally, to perhaps clarify what appeared to be a misunderstanding in your first committee hearing in Austin, earlier today, UGRA is not tasked with emergency operations. It protects the headwaters and some 30 miles of our river, not only for the benefit of Kerr County, but for all the counties in the beautiful Guadalupe River flow. Its functions include testing for water quality, water levels, encouraging conservation, and the protection of the riparian zones. It protects our river that all of Texas benefits from. The number of, most importantly for this committee, the number of water gauges UGRA oversees, some of which the federal government recently informed them they would no longer fund, need to be increased, not decreased. We're facing a possible reduction in the number of gauges that feed information to the National Weather Service. That cannot be allowed to happen. In fact, having additional gauges higher up the river and on tributaries may help the National Weather Service issue earlier and more accurate warnings.
Thank you for your testimony. Sir, just please state your name, and you've got 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name's Mike Richards, and I've got a ranch in Bandera, and I've got land in Center Point. And I received a call from my daughter that lives on the land in Center Point on the next morning after the flood. And she said there was a dead guy, by her house. And so I went over there, and we recovered a total of 10 people on my property. And there's so many different things that are wrong. For instance, FEMA sucks, FEMA needs to be abolished, period. Kerrville and Kerr County, all through this, we just quit searching Saturday. All through this whole thing, people would call them from different cities and say, hey man, y'all need to be up. No, we're full, we don't need it. Well, they should have said we're full, but call Hunt or call Center Point, but don't just turn people away, because like I say, we just quit searching Saturday. And as far as the state goes, well, let me tell you about the state. I think the state involvement, as far as I'm concerned, is pathetic, and I'll tell you why. After we found that one body, I went down to a part of my property and I started looking at the drifts, the debris, and it was 30 and 40 foot high, and 50 and 100 foot long, all of them down the river. I said, well, I can't touch it with the equipment I have, so I'm going to call around and get an excavator, see if I can rent one. And I started calling around, nothing. About 10 minutes later, some guy calls me on the phone. He says, is this Mike Richards? Yeah, and I don't know who it was, but he says, I got these excavators, I got dozers, I got anything you need. We're setting up here in a parking lot near Kerrville. I said, well, dude, bring it on, I need it, And he called me back in 5 minutes. He says, no, the state's not going to let me do it. I said, what the hell, come on, why is the state not want? Well, this river authority says this law. I said, I ain't worried about no laws, man. I'll break them if you bring the equipment over here. just to go out and look for these people, you know? And it's this river authority, and then they started talking about burning. I said, I'm not talking about burning. I'm talking about finding bodies, you know? And it goes on and on and on about this stupid clam in the water and stuff, you know?
So,
and it shouldn't be.
Sir, you'll have to kind of wrap up your thoughts.
Huh?
Wrap up your thoughts. It's been 3 minutes, so just kind of wrap up your thoughts.
Well, my time's up.
It's up, but if you want to finish your thought, just go ahead and finish. I mean, we kind of understand what you're talking about and saying, but if you want to finish a final thought, go ahead and finish it out.
It's just well, here's I say that to say this. It was 2 days before I got some help, and it was not from the state, not from the government. It was from good-hearted people, my friends, and my cousins and things, and they came over, and 3 of us went across this little island, and we found two easy finds. You know, there were 2 bodies laying over there, and. You know, one of them had been bleeding, and that indicates that, you know, he was alive when he got there. But I wish I'd had the opportunity to find him. But all these bullshit laws and stuff, everybody's got, and do this, do that, you can't do this, can't. No, whenever it comes to finding bodies out there, dude, all that crap needs to go to the wayside.
Sir, I appreciate it. I understand there's bureaucracy that gets in the way of people trying to do good work, and that's one of our charges, to try to bring it back. So I appreciate you testifying and appreciate what you did. All right, members, questions? Senator Kokors.
Thank you so much. If I could, the gentleman on the end, your synopsis is, let the volunteers keep working. Is that what you were saying?
You know, those volunteers, my God, I mean, they are doing God's work. These volunteers and all this millions of dollars that come from all over the place getting donated, where in the hell's that going? It ain't going to the volunteers, you know. I mean, where? You know, my God, I've got volunteers. I got the time they showed up and the time they left, and I can't afford to pay them. But they did it out of the kindness of the heart. All that money is going to some politician's slush fund somewhere. I mean, we need to consider.
I will correct you on that. Okay, it's not.
Let's chill on the conversation. Let's keep it on the subject matter. That money is not going to politicians.
Well,
that money will
I hope that there's going to be
sir, I'm not going to argue with you.
Huh?
That money will not go to politicians. It will get to the help that it's seeking, because it's going to be administered
I hope there's
by
an
quality
account
NGOs.
for it.
I'm not going to argue with you. You can leave, or you can sit there and answer the questions directly. But that money.
I answer them correctly.
You just made an accusation that money is
That's
going
my
into the PAG
opinion.
members. Well, your opinion is your opinion, but it's not factually
exactly
accurate,
right.
and it's my right to call it out. This is an NGO, and I can name you about 100 NGOs that are looking for paychecks.
I don't know what an NGO is, but there is a...
Non-governmental entities and nonprofits are not getting paid to do this work, and they're doing a yeoman's job. By definition, a volunteer is not expecting a pay. Period. And so hopefully most of that money I've been aware of is going back to individual assistance, helping to rebuild some homes in the areas that I'm talking to. But we're not going to have the conversation when you start calling politicians out.
I will say, and let me conclude, one of the things we talked about in the last hearing was I've had constituents who came from Senate District 18 to volunteer here, and they were discouraged when they were told that they no longer, by state officials, or that they were no longer needed. And we're going to work through that. That's part of this process of how you organize volunteers and how you utilize them. So thank you for your testimony. To the mom of the La Junta boys, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name or didn't write it down.
Kelly Raybon.
Kelly, you gave us 3 recommendations. I got number 2, which is proactively help with mental health, and then the last, which is something I'm working on actually right now, on the part of the health and safety code, on evacuation plans for flooding, especially if a camp is in a floodplain. So that's already being worked on. But what was your number one recommendation?
Was just regarding emergency funding. It's my understanding that there's still funding that's held up at the state level that has not been released.
Okay. And then finally, about your son, I'm going to meet you at the back of the room with the representative from Health and Human Services, and we're going to get you on the right track on that. So I'll meet you right back there as soon as this is over.
Thank you very much. And I'm not alone. There's lots and lots and lots of others out there who have these same questions. And my goal here today is hopefully we can all make it easier for people to get the information that they need and deserve.
I'm Chair of Health and Human Services in the Texas Senate and honored to serve in that role. And we have lots of resources, and we're going to make sure that we get better about telling people how to get those. So thank you so much for being here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Verdell.
Thank you, Chairman King. Appreciate it. Mike, we met, I think, on day 2. I just want you to know I did reference some people to your property to try to help you out, and I'm glad that you're here today.
You being there. You actually cared.
I know it's been very hard on you. You care a lot about your property, and I'm sorry for what you're having to go through. And I hope that someday you can enjoy the property again, like you've known it before. I know it's going to be tough to get to, but I just want you to know we do care for you, and I understand where you're coming from with what you're saying. To the others on the committee or the panel, Barbara, Tom, Doc, Kelly. All right, and you're working at Bumblebee Inns, right? You've been helping out at Bumblebee Inns.
Yeah,
Am I
Janice
saying that
Riley,
right?
I live
Yes,
in Center
yes, ma'am.
Point.
Yeah, and then I apologize, I've forgotten y'all's 2 names, but I just want to say, yes, sir. Yeah, I want to say thank y'all for all of y'all's help in the community. I know that y'all have helped in each way you can. This is tough, and that's what we're here for, is to try to find if there's solutions going forward. And Mike, I feel for you. I promise you I do. And you know, I hope we can get back to some kind of normal at some point for you and for others. But I just want to tell y'all, thank y'all for being here, taking the time. Thank you for telling us about your child and what he's going through also, Kelly. Appreciate that. But that's all I had. I just wanted to make sure to let Mike know. Thanks.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the panelists. You know, this brought up another very important point that I don't think has had enough emphasis on it, but a lot of you, I understand the gentleman's frustration at the end there. I know as a young man, my family and I, whenever there were disasters like this, we try to volunteer and go respond wherever it was. I remember in particular Hurricane Katrina, and where we chartered a couple of buses and went out there because the need was just to try to get people, you know, as they were rescued, just out of there and get them to a shelter or something. And I'll never forget one of the moments where when we arrived, there was a gentleman who had spent basically his life savings to charter 20 buses. But because of governmental red tape and other things, they sidelined those buses. He was there crying on the steps because, you know, he'd spent all this money and it wasn't being utilized just because, hey, we're not letting you in. You know, Texas is a wonderful state, in my opinion, the best state in this nation. In the United States, we see the best in people when disasters tend to happen. So we respond in Texas, from Texas to other states, and we see that as well. But just in Texas itself, we have just so many people willing to and ready to help. Ma'am, to your point, the third from the left here on the panel, you were talking about potentially a website or something. I think we've been talking about something like that where we could organize maybe ahead of time where it's not a long-winded process. Now, rightfully so, there are concerns. You know, you don't want people who are going to loot and cause chaos to come rummaging through people's personal items. You don't want somebody who's had a history of sexual offenses to be out there watching over a kid's area. You know, those are important, legitimate concerns. But, you know, also to the gentleman's point, there's a lot of times where people want to give money, but they're not sure where. They haven't pre-registered. They haven't gone through all the certifications to be part of the Red Cross or any of these other organizations. But I think we as a state, we have so many wonderful people who are willing to come and help. And if there were a way for us to organize them in a way to say, hey, we need people out here with chainsaws right now. We need people out here with waders who are willing to go out and do some searching. We need the gentleman here from the food bank, what specifically do we need so that we're not bringing a whole bunch of stuff that isn't needed. If there were a way to have this coordinated ahead of time, I think we could see so much more help from people that are willing to do it out of the generosity of their own hearts. And that would really help us as a state, would help the community in a more immediate fashion. So I just wanted to give you the opportunity to expand a little bit more on some of those ideas that you had when you had mentioned the website and some of the other things that you witnessed. Just wanted to see if you would be willing to elaborate a little bit more on that.
Sure. Janice Riley with Centerpoint and Somebody Cares. I think it's a great question that there's so many thoughts to this. But it's figuring out a website that says, okay, what are all the areas impacted and, the riverfront and who needs help? Because in the current situation in Kerr County, we were relying on the fire departments that were handling first responders and doing search and rescue to also handle all the volunteers coming in to help. And some of those volunteers came in for search and rescue, but they were also coming in to rebuild. And so that was a lot on them. So I think part of it, doing the data collection across in the moment, doing the data collection and finding out what's happening where. And, obviously that's boots on the ground of people that have been background checked and can be trusted. Don't necessarily have to be state employees, but people we can trust that are going in. And I know the Republican Party precinct chair was going door to door along the riverfront in Centerpoint saying, how are you impacted? What have you dealt with? What help are you getting? And then was assigned to go up to Ingram and do the same thing. So is somebody like that assessing what's going on, assessing what the need is? And I know a lot of our churches have gotten funding, so now the churches are going around and the churches are saying, please complete my application to say what you need. And at the end of the day, the immediate need for each household is what sizes are the kids and what do they need to have replaced? They're getting ready to go back to school. I think I heard Kerr County schools are going to supply school supplies, but some of these kids still need shoes and still need clothes and hats and baseball gloves or whatever they did. So somehow we have to figure that out and get it sourced, because one of the things I've said on Facebook is that I think we have half the country's bottled water within this county alone. If you drive around and look at the flood impact, you're going to see bottles of water, I'm just saying. So, we don't need more clothes and we don't need more bottle of water right now. Or if we do need clothes, we need specific clothes that fit the people. So it's figuring that out and then having it on some kind of website that as soon as it happens, this goes live. And then there's committees and a task force activated to get the data. And then there's data outlet, sysadmin, and all the things that go into software development and website development. I used to work in that space of funneling that information and then saying it's like a gift registry on Amazon. When the need's met, it's taken off the list and said fulfilled. So we don't keep getting more of it. Or, wait and it'll come back around and we'll need more. And then also as far as what volunteer hours are needed, I had somebody show up to work with Operation Blessing at Bumblebee Hills, and Operation Blessing pulled out last Saturday. She showed up Monday from Arizona, flew in for the entire week to help with either search and rescue or muck out. All that work in Bumblebee Hills is already done, and sorry, they've canceled that. So she's like, okay, what do I do now? Because we don't have the central form. So I know it's hurting cats.
Well, I don't know a lot about technology, but I know that technology can sure help in this way. As a small business owner, the difference between a website and then having the benefits of app of an app that can actually send a notification. Maybe people, a state-sanctioned app where they know it's official. They know that it's any money donated is going to the right place. Any announcements of volunteer help or specific duties or specific supplies that are needed can be updated real time, and maybe notifications sent. Have a pool of people already registered, perhaps, that we can even call and say, hey, mobilize, we've got people in Corpus Christi ready to mobilize their group of, bundle their network of people for funding. I know there's ways to do it, but again, I'd like for this gentleman here at the end with your food bank, particularly about coordination, right? So if you had somebody on the ground coordinating, I know there's various groups that have expertise. The gentleman with the food bank, I'd like for you to chime in as well, but for that, for example, that can be coordinated into what is needed, I'm assuming.
Can I say something?
If you don't mind, let me allow him to answer, and then we can allow you to have some comments on that.
Yeah, I think there's a huge opportunity just to get information out and help people understand what resources are available. For many of the established churches and nonprofits, Representative Darby, I think, pointed out COAD in the Concho Valley area is the Community Organizations Aiding in Disaster. In kind of the San Antonio area, it's called VOAD. Same organization, is just Volunteer Organizations Aiding in Disaster. And that becomes a communication hub of all the organizations that are doing work. And so if someone has a need or surplus, if it's access to neighbors that were impacted, then people can shift resources. Those organizations can shift resources. If someone has a surplus of volunteers, then those volunteers could be shifted to other organizations that might need them. And so just being a part of an organization where you can get access to communication is hard. I think this is a disaster, and we've suffered many here in Texas. And I think giving ourselves some break, right, that the nature of the disaster is going to create friction and confusion, but how can we improve? And I think it's just that opportunity to really network in those times when you're not in the middle of it and establish relationships. I think Tatum's been celebrated a lot, and I think, hats off to Nim Kidd, and he's a San Antonio guy. And during Katrina, we forged those relationships. And I think the consistency of the players in the space, doing what you say you're going to do, acting with integrity, we're stewarding widows' mites that have blessed the people that were impacted by this disaster, and we will ensure that those resources are given to those impacted by this disaster. And so the community trust, but nobody wants to waste people's time. And when there's inefficiencies of food that goes bad or people's time is wasted, that's what we need to be figuring out how to get tighter. There are some websites, I just don't want to plug, there's a lot of people competing for the space on kind of volunteer management and all of that kind of stuff, but those vehicles exist today, but there's politics on which one gets used or not used. But showing up and being a part of a community and the communication, I think, brings some efficiencies, and we saw that in the San Angelo area.
Appreciate that, Sarah. At the end, if you wanted to add anything.
Yeah, what you said is so true, because one of the main things I think the state dropped the ball on is that there was zero communication, zero coordination. And that may have been happening somewhere else, but it wasn't happening where I was at. But there's no reason that the state can't send somebody in to the landowners in particular areas and communicate with them and say, hey, this is what we want to do. And we're going to search for bodies. Then we're going to get the dogs. Then we're going to do this. Then we're going to do that. And give everybody a structure, because otherwise my neighbors are sitting there with bulldozers pushing them up, and we're finding bodies in there. I mean, it's not because of them, their fault. It's because they never looked for bodies before, you know?
Right.
They need some advice, and everybody needs to be on the same page. But yet, nobody with the state ever came through my gate and said a word to me, or FEMA, or whoever. Man, we had to do that all on our own, you know? And it just, I mean, we figured out the easiest way to do it, but I mean, that's the way it's got to be done. There has to be more communication, and it has to be with everybody along that river, because if you're trying to reach the same objective, to find those bodies with respect, then it needs to be all done the same way, and no burning, and you know, just everybody needs to be on the same page, and they weren't.
That's well said, and I believe that that's what we're trying to shoot for, is a more standardized process, like you said, in times where it's not, you know, other than the disaster moment itself. This is the time to try to figure out that structure and try to learn from what we can do a lot better. So that's the goal here, and I appreciate all of your feedback on that. Kelly, I just want to say, you know, we've got 4 kids, our 2 youngest right in that same age group, and you know, that just hits home. Our prayers are with you, all the people impacted. So God bless you guys.
Thank you very much.
Menendez, Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eric, no pressure. You've got, what, 29 counties right now? So in those 29 counties, you're helping distribute food, and I read an article that some food that was perishable that they weren't going to be able to use here, you guys were sort of helping redistribute that. And so my thought was, I don't know if you heard the folks from the Sandy Creek area behind you that they hadn't had anything. I know they're in Travis County. I'm just saying maybe you've got a counterpart you can talk to and see what you can do to help them out. Thank you for what you do. The other thing is that you have a history of using technology to help people get their benefits. You mentioned earlier that SNAP is now allowing people to purchase hot food or food in restaurants, and I want to make sure that that's the case. We should make that the case all the time, because one of the concerns I'd heard is you can go to an HEB and buy a raw chicken, but you can't buy a prepared chicken. What the hell kind of sense does that make if your kitchen is broken or gone? And I mean, if you need to eat, you need to eat. Can you let me know what's going on with that, so we can maybe address that?
Yeah, Senator, thank you. Eric Cooper, San Antonio Food Bank, and the San Angelo Food Bank. Absolutely, we'll reach out to the Central Texas Food Bank and make sure that they're aware of the needs in their area and do what we can to help. But under USDA, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP, is only authorized to be used for groceries. And so that's where items that have some food prep behind it are not eligible. But it takes a waiver, a declaration. The governor was able to obtain that to allow families that receive SNAP to use that at restaurants. It's for a limited time. It's during the duration of a disaster. And so, yeah, for those that are on the program in those impacted areas, they are authorized to do that. The SNAP program also has provision for restoration. So for those households that lost power, their food spoiled in their refrigerator, SNAP benefits can replace those food items. Many might now be eligible for SNAP because maybe employment was impacted. So our helpline, the main number, 210-431-8326, or you can go to San Angelo foodbank.org or to safoodbank.org for the San Antonio region. That's this area, Kerrville. And we can help navigate impacted families for services through the Health and Human Services Commission for SNAP and other federal programs, in addition to getting physical food and food boxes, connecting with their local food pantries. And I just can't say enough about here in Kerrville. There's some phenomenal nonprofits that we partner with every day, that our truck delivers to every day, that are seeing that need. And in these areas of floods, oftentimes they're families that are low income. They're prone flooding areas, and They just don't recover when a disaster hits. But they just keep getting pounded and pounded. And so please, just everything you can do to help this community will go a long way.
My last point that you can help us out with, because you have such a broad coverage, we've heard earlier that the focus is on Kerrville, because it's the focus is everyone knows about the floodings in Kerrville, but Hunt, Ingram, Center Point, I mean, it's a region that's impacted, and we need to make sure Sandy Creek, it's a region that's been impacted, that we need to make sure they get the things they need. And so the focus is great that we have one here, but we have to address the whole region. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Chairman Perry. For the guys my age, 2 quick questions. The TVA analogy is a good one. It's a little less, here in this watershed, maybe less macro, maybe more micro, but so I'm looking forward to the paper. Is there one key recommendation that you had?
Do it soon and do it and think big. These structures need to be quite large to be effective. They need to have a lot of storage area. They're going to cost a lot of money.
Yes.
Typically, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers is the source for that, not only the funds, but the
and the key structure on the river is the Canyon Dam right now.
Yeah.
That prevents flooding downstream. But I appreciate the analogy.
Thank
and
you
to
very
my
much.
Apollo manager over here.
Yes, sir.
Gene Kranz is supposedly has said that failure is not an option. Now, apparently he didn't say it, but the attitude pervaded the Apollo program. And so you've come up with 2 really good points, but I'm going to ask the tough question. I want to know, as a commissioner, you submitted 2 state of Texas grants in 16 and 17. What were they, and why did the state turn you down?
They were for $1 million, okay, based on an engineering study that we performed. And the first one, I believe, was for Tatum, okay, and it was the grant purpose was primarily for flood mitigation, but we went in as a flood warning system, and it was not approved. And the second one, I don't know exactly, I don't remember which one it was, but it was part of the Hurricane Harvey.
It was a Harvey.
The Hurricane Harvey
containment.
funding that made some grants available, and
Right.
so we're not successful on both of those.
And you don't know the reason why? Or
Pardon me?
Commissioner Moser, what was the stated reason?
I don't remember that. GrantWorks was working with us to apply for those grants, and I could provide that to you, but I don't know it right now.
I'll find that out. I think Kelly might be old enough to remember Harvey. But
And my oldest son does, and my youngest was a baby, but he still hears about it all the time. I mean, and aftershocks from the derecho and Hurricane Beryl, too.
right, well, that's exactly my world back in H-Town. So, but God bless you. Someday those stories will be told over and over again too. All right, and I hope they help people save lives in the future. Thank you all.
To my food bank, do you know if the center here with all the local state resource hookups and the federal is still open? I believe it still is. Do you know? That's really more of a Kerrville. There is another facility here that's got the ability to tap into Medicaid, SNAPs, federal programming, and all of those other assets available.
Yes, sir. So we do have staff in the area that are doing that and will continue to be in the area.
It's actually a location where we consolidated all of those resources from the state and federal in one room, one building. I believe they're still operational, and I think they pretty much stay until nobody else is coming in. So I should know where that location is, but it's local. It's here somewhere if someone knows. I'm pretty sure it's still open, but it had all of those state resources and federal resources at the time. Something as I need to get my driver's license because it got lost in the flood. I needed to know how to get my passport renewed because it got lost in the flood, and all of those little things like that, birth certificates and stuff. So that was one resource stop shop. I believe it's still available today, but if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I think they told me they would be here a while, so that's good. I need to call back, and I apologize, sir, in that I kind of snapped at you there, but you were coming at it. But here's what I'm protecting. My local church out of Lubbock, Texas, gave $50,000 to, I imagine, the foundation or something down here. So the last thing I want to do is have a donor community believe that those monies are not going to be spent well. It's not fair to them, and it's not fair to the people that are going to get that money. So it's just one of those things we've got to protect, because we've got good-hearted, kind-hearted people doing the right thing, and there are legitimate places to put that money so that it's not at risk of being scammed, and there's a process to distribute. In my history with disasters, it ends up going to small businesses to make their payrolls and keep their lights on for a while. It goes to individual assistance. I will give you one example. Samaritan's Purse is currently staying in San Angelo till the end of August, and they're rebuilding houses today because San Angelo had it organized where they had mudded out and debris was gone in less than a week. So they're literally putting up sheetrock today. So it's those organizations that have boots on the ground that can deliver services that should be paid those dollars, and ultimately they do. I will say this, for those local foundations and United Ways and the like that have received a lot of dollars, I think the donor intended that to be a pass-through and not administratively shaved off. So to your point, I appreciate where you were coming from, but we don't want to send a message that your money are going to go somewhere other than it was intended to. And that's really where I came from. So I didn't mean to jump, but when you made that blanket statement, it was kind of like everybody that's given $1 is now going to have a heartsick feeling today.
No, it's not that, man. I'm just so burned out on these people that have given so much. The first responders, these volunteers, just nothing, you know. I mean, they're out a lot of money, you know. There ought to be some kind of pot or something, you know, that would go to reimburse them, if not make money, you know. I mean,
and I'm not sure, I don't disagree with you, and maybe one of these local foundations can come up with an application for reimbursement and proof and stuff. So that's their call, but I think you make a valid point. A lot of people come down here and stay 3 or 4 weeks at, you know, gas, hotels and oils, but a lot of them are working for these NGOs, the non-governmental authorities, like Texas Baptist Ministries. They pay for those hotels. So there's a lot of good stuff going on out there, but to your point, those guys that just showed up to try to help you, maybe somewhere in this mix of reimbursement process. To Senator Hanosa's project, part of our task was to come up with a volunteer coordinating system so that when we do get people standing in line wanting to help, we're not having them cause more harm. We are vetting them to make sure they don't have a criminal record that could cause harm if they're filtering through stuff. And so we're trying to get it all under one umbrella here and move forward. So,
Mr. Chairman, before they go, Representative Verdell had a final comment.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just wanted to address this for you, Mike. I had the same concerns you did about the money that's being donated and where it's going, and social media has a lot of those same questions too. And so I've talked to some of the people associated with the foundation and another foundation. And it's my understanding that the volunteer fire departments have received a very generous donation from, so let's take Community Foundation, for example, where a lot of the money is going to. My understanding is that the VFDs, and I don't want to say the number publicly because I don't know if it's supposed to be public, but there's a lot of money that's come into the Community Foundation, and they've given, so far, a pretty good chunk of that out. And those VFDs came out, they received very good compensation donation. I don't know how to say that exactly, but it is there. And I talked to someone with a different foundation that's helping, and I appreciate you, Senator Perry, Chairman Perry, for mentioning Samaritan's Purse. That was something I had a reference to because some of the foundations are not able to give directly to people, but someone like Samaritan's Purse, which actually, Barbara, you mentioned to me before, I think, on Samaritan's Purse, they're able to help directly on the ground. So you may see some of the money not going directly to people from that foundation, but you'll see them going to another C3 nonprofit that can then get money to those people to help them. And so that's I'm with you. We want to make sure that there is ultimate accountability for what happens to those dollars. And the good news is those C3s are required to report publicly. And then just one more back to you. You know, I'm a blue-collar guy. I'm a diesel mechanic and a truck driver that moonlights as a politician. And when it comes to when it comes to wanting to get things done, I don't want to wait around for government to get things done, just like you. And I understand your frustration there, where we just want to get out and get stuff done. And so I'm with you. I just want you to know that. And I want you to know that as far as I'm aware, the money that's been brought in has not been deviated to the wrong places at the moment. And we'll sure, as time goes by, if that has happened, we will figure that out. So
There will be an accountability at the end of all this, you know? I mean,
but there's a lot of, so the C3s are required to publicly report a lot of their stuff, so I think there will be accountability if there is misuse of it, so, yes, sir.
I believe you.
Yes, sir, I appreciate it.
Does anybody else got a question? I've got one comment. So to you volunteers, particularly you, ma'am, talking about your bottled water comment struck me because I've been through multiple disasters, and you're right. The first thing to come is bottled water and clothes. And what I always try to tell people and the volunteers, the ones that truly get missed out on the thank you, because you have the disaster, you have the recovery from the disaster, but nobody talks about those that stay back to recover from the recovery. And that's its own disaster, much smaller, no loss of life, we hope, but it's particularly in a small community. And there are state resources that help with those things. AgriLife, Texas AgriLife is well, at least in my world, in the Panhandle, they're always a huge state asset to help. What do you do with 10,000 cases of water that nobody drank? What do you do with clothes that nobody's going to wear, and those kind of things? So we've talked a lot about, you know, we're going to do what we can in this 30-day session. The work to mitigate the next flood will go well into next session, but you are going to have resources to get your town cleaned up and recover from the recovery. Those assets are in place. Anyway, thank you all for being here.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate y'all being here. I think Senator Colcourse, Chairwoman Colcourse, can get you fixed up in Houston. For those that are looking for mental health, there's 2 local mental health authorities, LMHAs. It'll be our last panel. My understanding is they've already served 5,000 kids or people between the two, is what I believe I heard. So there is some resources in the area, local mental health authorities. If those are not going to get it done for you, they can direct you to someone that can. But you need to check with Lois there. I know Houston has a very vibrant community of provider groups. So, all right, guys, appreciate you being here and staying with us all day. All right, I'm going to go to the third panel. Judge Andrew Brown of Travis County, Judge Stephen Snell of Williamson County, Chief Valerie Frustro of City of San Antonio, Brian Wilson of Burnett County. I've got Brown, Snell, Frustro, and Wilson.
Yes.
Want to go?
No, that's separate. Oh, sorry.
I'm going to start with you. I'll start.
Yes, please.
I'm going to go this way. So let's go ahead and start from my left. We'll pick you up and go this route. State your name, your position, your title, and tell us what you need us to hear.
All right, thank you, Joint Chairs. My name is Steve Snell. I am the County Judge of Williamson County. Just got the job on April 21st, so exactly 2 months and 2 weeks. We experienced the storm and the flood. I got a call from my sheriff that Kerr County had called and requested swift water rescue on the 4th, so he was letting me know we're sending 4 deputies to the Swiftwater Rescue in Kerrville to assist with Camp Mystic and the others, and that we would be sending more teams in the morning. While the world watched with great sadness as the campsites and others along the Guadalupe experienced the flooding, the rain continued in Williamson County. It had rained all day, so the ground was soaked, but the heavy rain started around 11:30, especially west of Liberty Hill, with rainfall totals as high as 21 inches, unconfirmed in a small concentrated area over that short period of time. I think the official rainfall total was 14.7 inches. About 2 in the morning, we experienced multiple lightning. Again, heavy rain, so I was glued to my phone. When I'd just taken over as judge, we'd had some thunderstorms, and it had caused over 10 houses to catch on fire from the lightning. So I was just glued to my phone because the lightning was on top of us. The rain was coming down hard. 911 calls started coming in around 2:30 in Williamson County. That's right about the same time that we got our first flood warning expectation from the NWS. One of those 911 callers was a lady named Sherry Richardson. Sherry Richardson lived in a house right next door to Hope House on the same property. I don't know if those of y'all in Central Texas have ever heard of Hope House, but it is a residential home for special need children with profound disabilities. And her home was a little bit lower and closer to the river than Hope House. But her main concern is she called to tell about her house because she was trapped in her house. The water had come quick off a tributary, a dry creek, trapped her in her home. But all she was worried about is getting those children out of Hope House. A few minutes later, the house was swept away by the flood waters, and she perished in the flood, but not before we were able to mobilize. Teams organized quickly. Camp Mabry sent a Black Hawk helicopter with the Texas Military Department, Division of the State Guard, headed towards Liberty Hill, and we were able to evacuate and rescue all 13 children that were residents and 3 nighttime workers from the home, thanks to the pleading in the 911 call of Sherry Richardson. At that point, we mobilized pretty quickly because on the western side of our county, there are many low water crossings. So we not only had our sheriff and EMS, but we had road and bridge out, putting out barricades, blocking off where we know the low water crossings are. Simultaneously, we had the sheriff's office, and we had EMS, and we even had help from the Georgetown City Police going to the east side where we have known low water areas. So we have 2 RV parks that are always underwater every time it floods a little bit. We were actually able to go door to door and get everybody out, and a few RVs out in time before the floodwaters got too high. Those are just a few examples of the heroism that took place in the hours of that storm, the night and into the next day. Many lives were saved in Williamson County by the quick and decisive actions of the Williamson County Emergency Services Team, county fire departments, and city police. Unfortunately, Sherry would not be the only life lost in Williamson County, as we lost 2 more lives due to low water crossings and being swept away by the river. Overall, in Williamson County, EMS teams ran several rescue missions, saving 26 lives from the floodwaters, and ultimately recovered the 3 missing people deceased, and were able to return them to their families. The quick and decisive actions in Williamson County saved many lives. In addition to emergency services, Williamson County also had road and bridge department out in force, identifying closing low water crossings and repairing damage. At one point, we had 29 roads that were closed due to washout and 1 major bridge. And we were able to work for 3 straight days and get all of our roads open, but 5 within 2 days. And now we are down to just 1 road or 1 bridge that is still out. We feel this is all due to the training, expertise, and quick decision-making to keep our citizens safe. Public safety and protection of life and property are core values that drive the Wilco EMS teams. My biggest takeaway as judge from the events of that week are the way the team acted quickly and decisively and came together. During the recovery operation, we were assisted by every fire department and EMS team in the county, and then from 7 divisions around the state, including as far away as Brownsville, Farr County, Bryan, Waco, and then we had 1 canine team actually from Mexico come to help. Like many places in Kirk County is no exception, volunteers descended into the community to help clean up, provide donations poured in by the truckload. There was one gentleman testifying earlier from the Cajun Navy. The Cajun Navy sent an 18-wheeler to Liberty Hill as well, and we had 50 people there within 20 minutes to help unload that truck. Community came together in amazing ways. As you've heard already today, several churches and ISDs teamed up to get the process started, to help people get their lives back together and to sort the many donations and sort out all the volunteers that we had. I think on any given day we had up to 1,000 volunteers in Liberty Hill and Georgetown helping. One of the challenges, and you've heard this today also, the generosity sometimes creates challenges. We had generous companies donating dumpsters so people could take all the debris from their homes and property, put it in dumpsters. They even offered free delivery back to the landfill, but the biggest challenge is the landfill wouldn't take it, and if they would take it, it was about $1,000. So we were able to hold a emergency commissioners court that week, and thanks to the support of the commissioners, we were able to get money released from the county to give citizens vouchers that have been vetted through our disaster services and also the cities of Liberty Hill, Georgetown, Hope House, and a woman's shelter, some dumpsters so to help them in the recovery process. Wilco Communications team was excellent as well. We continually communicated with our citizens on the many things, the many services we had, especially as we set up the MARC and the Disaster Recovery Center. The values of Texas, especially as you've seen in Central Texas, we've really shined bright during this dark time as we've showed up to help each other. And many, many businesses have stepped up to help, of course, HEB being a great one as well. I feel Williamson County was very fortunate. Although we had severe flooding, we do not have the same challenges that Kerr County had with the amount of vacationers on our river. Our geography really doesn't allow for that. So although we did have 73 properties that were either heavily damaged or destroyed, our geography helped save a lot of lives as well. But one of the challenges of the geography is getting in the river to clean up the debris, and I'll talk about that in a minute. I want to thank the many first responders, volunteers, and those who donated. One thing I want to say about the first responders, and I know I saw that when I came to Kerr County, you always worry that as they're responding to the disaster that we're very fortunate that all of our first responders return to base each night. So want to thank my elected officials. They were very active, Colonel Wilson and Senator Schwartner, very active. I know Senator Flores as well. Haven't gotten to know you that well yet, but very active, very hands-on, wanted to know how you could help, so I appreciate that. And thank the governor for getting us, doing what he could to get us the federal declaration. Also want to thank Nim Kidd and Blair Walsh. Once life slowed down a little bit in Williamson County, Representative Wilson and I were able to come here to this site and get some hands-on training. I believe we spent 4 to 5 hours here seeing how a mass casualty event works. In the event we would never need it. Hopefully we never will, but if it does happen, Williamson County is much more prepared, and I am well prepared. So then again, you know, we're all connected. We all come out to help each other. So just grateful for all the help that Williamson County has gotten, and the fact that we had 2 TDEM employees set up with us at the county from the get-go was very, very helpful to us as well. One of the things you asked us to do is talk about areas to help. Obviously, for the San Gabriel River, we need help from the state in cleaning up that river. I think our emergency total for the county is $25 million, but we really don't have the resources to clean up that river, so we would like some resources from the state. One thing that I think is important, Williamson County is about 700,000 people, and we have a lot of resources to do a lot of great things. We have an incredible team with a lot of experience and expertise. We also have some cities in Georgetown, Round Rock, that have the resources to handle emergencies as well. But half the county is still rural, and we still have small towns, and they have the same challenges that Kerrville and some of the areas around here have. So they don't have the resources. So looking at that, a way to pool resources, a way to help the rural areas, not only of our county, but all of Texas, no matter what the emergency is, I think could help us all.
Judge, you need to kind of wrap it up.
I will. I'll
Yeah.
wrap it up right now. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
The other thing I've heard is on sirens and alert systems. So in Central Texas and Williamson County, we have several sirens, Georgetown and Gerald in particular, for tornadoes. And they're designed for people who are outside, not necessarily inside. And when that alarm sounds, people are trained to go inside and seek shelter. A flood of this magnitude or a flash flood would garner a different response. So talking to the mayors in Williamson County, some new technology that would incorporate either different types of sirens or maybe a voice command along with the siren that lets people know what to do. Like it's a flood, seek higher ground. It's this, do this. I think that would go a long way, and I know you have many experts that can help you out with that. Committee, thank you so much for inviting me and giving me an opportunity.
And you reminded me to say it a while ago. Somebody asked when the electricity goes off, Lubbock spent $1 million for 45 sirens, mainly tornado, and they've all got a battery supply on them. So that's how you get around electricity being out.
All right, thank you, Chairman.
Next judge.
Thank you. My name is Brian Wilson. Greetings, Chairman Perry and Chairman King. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here, senators and representatives. I am the Burnett County Judge. I was appointed in March, just a few weeks before Judge Snell. So today, I apologize. I got called kind of late last night, so I didn't have all the preparation time until 11:30 last night at the courthouse. But I'll do the best I can and leave room for you to ask me questions. For us, the story began on July 4th when we heard about Kerr County, and my wife and I were praying and just heartbroken over what was going on, and it was just so devastating. And we went to bed that night. It'd been a little bit of rain. We've been in about 4 years of drought over there in Burnett County, and remember waking up about 3:30 to some just amazing downpour and lightning. And my wife asked me, "Oh, you think the cows are going to be okay?" And I said, "Yeah, most of them are up on the hill, so don't worry about it." So we only had 2 heifers down at the house where there's a chance of flooding. But by 5 o'clock, I got my first call. The emergency management coordinator said that it was really starting to cause problems, and that we were getting dispatch calls, and I should start to head in. And of course, I'm trapped between the 2 forks of the San Gabriel, the North Fork and the Russell Fork, which is just a couple hundred yards from my house. And sure enough, at first break of day, the water was already up to my driveway, which is more than 150 yards away from. So there was no way I was going anywhere for a few hours. So I stayed in contact with the Emergency Operations Center, and then got into town about 10 o'clock and went straight to the courthouse and did my disaster declaration. At 5:30, our fire chief, responding to one of the calls, was lost, Chief Michael Phillips at the Marble Falls VFD, the Volunteer Fire Department. And he was swept away, and by then we were missing about 12 people. In the next few hours, our sheriff deputies, dozens of firefighters, every ESD and volunteer fire department activated. Because of the nature of the flood, hit in the north part of the county on the Gabriel rivers, but then it also hit on the eastern side of the county. So basically the part in 2018 that was flooded along the river, along the Colorado River, was pretty much untouched. There was a little bit of, one guy said his boat got ruined crushed in his dock or whatever, but other than that, I heard no stories, anything. And same with the south side in Precinct 4. So it was kind of like a half moon shape across the county. So some of it was river flooding, some of it was flash flooding. Anyway, but we had 63 rescues over the next several hours. They saved people from trees, from holes that were cut in the rooftops over in the north side of the county on the San Gabriel, and from floating houses there in town. Even in the city of Burnett received quite a bit of damage. It was truly amazing to witness the community so committed. Volunteers saved each other as well as the fire departments. We did have some on the resources in Granite Shoals and places along the lake deployed swiftwater rescue boats and things like that. So initially, Burnett County had about a dozen missing people, and over the next 2 days, local firefighters, sheriff deputies, police, and along with DPS, Parks and Wildlife, and the Texas Military Department recovered bodies of lost victims. The special districts sent out special units. The LCRA, Lower Colorado River Authority, sent out their police force to help us, as well as Texas Task Force 1 and Texas Task Force 2. We had a few volunteers that showed up along some of the creeks to help after the water subsided a little bit. The sheriff investigators began seeking more information about how the names were added. So we had so many missing people. They really worked. Calvin Boyd and his investigators really started looking for these people and how did their name get on our list originally. And by after a couple days, within 2 days, we had cleared. We had five deceased persons and then one our missing fire chief. Our local disaster recovery system was called the Ark of the Highland Lakes, and it was a bunch of churches and individuals that was created right after the 2018 flood. And so they provided over the next couple of days 18,000 meals along with food and temporary shelter. Anybody that didn't have a place to stay, we got them a place to stay. If they had pets, we got them. We even took along their children. But they provided diapers, dry goods, gift cards, anything people needed. We had a policy in Burnett County, people first. We don't care so much about the rules. Take care of the people. That's the number one thing that we do in Burnett County. And so over the next, we opened over 527 people came to our multi-agency resource center. We had 433 cases that have been opened by the ARC for long-term recovery and assistance, which would include cash and housing and whatever people need. Our community from others around the state, including legislators, stood up and helped. We had a bunch of legislators and their aides come and muck out our houses, and we appreciate that. They worked alongside my grandkids. Burnett County, like I said, we opened the multi-agency center, then the recovery center, and then we opened the disaster recovery center with FEMA. There was HEB, Red Cross, Bluebonnet Trails Community Service, Rio Grande Legal Aid, and Central Texas Groundwater District. A lot of people didn't know if you got a flood that your well might be poisoned with bacteria. So we got the word out. I got on the radio numerous times to tell people. My neighbor from Houston actually heard me on the radio talking about how to save his well or test his well and then get it shocked. So we did everything we could to get out the word on social media, and then also managing the message. We were talking about websites earlier. It's really important that people manage, what resources are for your county. But still, even people called from Lampasas, they called from San Saba. We sent resources. Our Ark of Highland Lakes even sent resources and muck out teams outside the area to help. So finally, in talking about doing a good job, as I stood out on the parking lot in the sheriff's office that day, I realized the legislature had done a really good job, because I was looking at all those resources. I mean, all this, just amazing. The boats, how do you get stuff like that? How do you have 6 amazing swiftwater rafts out in your parking lot like that? The UTVs, the skid steers, the trucks of all sizes, fuel trucks, drones, dogs, helicopters, and myriad of other equipment that I couldn't even begin to describe. All this had to be paid for, and people had to be trained to use it. And that's where I think y'all came in, and we really appreciate what you did well before this flood hit us. It wasn't just y'all, it's a whole host of volunteers. But I thank you very much. If you have any questions, as far as one of the things we struggle with during the disaster, if I still have a green light, okay, good. I tried to keep it under 6 minutes, but our Western Towers, we're in Blanco, Llano, and Burnett, have a Western Towers interoperability radio system. We took some damage to that, and we need to look at, just like somebody said earlier, we need to look at better ways to make sure that the interoperability is actually interoperability, that we have some assistance. And I know we're fixing to sign an agreement with TxDOT to take over some of the maintenance agreements, so we appreciate TxDOT stepping in there. That actually happened before our meeting. And then the other thing is the alerts. I don't know exactly what to say when you've got, like where I live, on dry creek beds, and then you've got riparian areas where, massive flowing water a few hundred yards from my place. I think there needs to be some kind of alert, but I really don't have the answer, but I think that would help a lot of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Lieutenant Governor Don Patrick, Speaker Dustin Burrows, Chairman Perry, Chairman King, and Vice Chairs Flores and Martinez. I am Valerie Frosto, Fire Chief for the City of San Antonio. Thank you very much for inviting me to provide testimony on behalf of the city. First and foremost, I would like to recognize the company that I am in, the distinguished members that serve on this committee, as well as the first responders, the emergency managers, and all the partners that are in this room. It never fails that we all come together in times of disaster and when we need each other's help. I'd like to start off by saying that the City of San Antonio has built a very, very strong foundation on planning, operations, and training, coordinating so that we can act swiftly in the event of an emergency. The San Antonio Office of Emergency Management falls under my command, and it is staffed with fire department and police department personnel. Its mission is to coordinate and manage all aspects of an incident, including preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. We work very closely with the Bexar County Office of Emergency Management, the Texas Division of Emergency Management, as well as numerous private and public partners. And we also coordinate all emergency activities for the City of San Antonio to ensure continuity of operations during disasters, and we communicate constantly with state and federal agencies. So I would like to highlight some of the strengths that the San Antonio Office of Emergency Management possesses. Our core strength is we have the ability to rapidly collaborate with regional and state partners. Our strong relationships with STRAC, TDM, as well as surrounding jurisdictions and partners has allowed us to effectively coordinate, respond, share intelligence, and mobilize resources very quickly. We're also very proud of our highly skilled incident management team, which consists of trained professionals capable of managing large-scale emergencies and supporting multi-agency complex incidents. Our incident management team is a regional asset that adds tremendous value to disaster preparedness and response efforts across San Antonio and South Texas. And when we are called to help, we respond. As far as specific actions taken by the flash floods in the summer of 2025, the tragedy in Kerrville occurred less than a month after the flooding in San Antonio. During the 4th of July flood incident, San Antonio Fire Department answered the call to support our neighbors in time of need. We dispatched boat rescue teams, the AMBUS, medical strike teams, as well as IMT and support staff to include chaplains and peer support. At the request of TDM, we had boat teams staged in the area on July 2nd by midday. And since that time, we have worked tirelessly alongside our partners, other agencies, to assist with rescue and recovery operations under extremely challenging and hazardous conditions. And today, we still remain engaged. I want to highlight a close call that we had when it actually brought to light the dangers that we face. In the early morning hours of July 4th, the San Antonio Fire Department, 2 boat teams were traveling down the road, responding to calls for to help with recovery or to help with rescue. And they came upon some high water, like has been mentioned multiple times today. They could not escape. They got trapped. They couldn't turn either direction because both roadways were flooded, and they resorted to cutting fences and scrambling, trying to essentially run away from the water. So they ended up having to board their boats that were on their trailers in order to save themselves. And they were very, very fortunate, but it was a very, very close call that we could have been one of the fatalities very easily. Since then, the equipment has been recovered, but both vehicles sustained heavy damage and both need to be replaced, as well as 2 trailers. Equipment can always be replaced, but people cannot. This incident is a powerful reminder of just how unpredictable and dangerous these conditions are, even for the most experienced teams. And I consider the San Antonio Fire Department boat teams and technical rescue team the most trained in the state, without a doubt. When I responded to Kerrville to offer support, I witnessed the aftermath, and it was truly heartbreaking. I saw the look on everybody's face. I saw the first responders struggling. They were very much overwhelmed, and it just puts into perspective that we need to do everything that we can to avoid being put in that position. If we are aware and alerted of these conditions early and we have the avenues to escape, I believe that we can avoid an incident, much less an emergency and/or a disaster. The overall response was a tremendous effort by our neighboring first responders who came together to serve when disaster struck. Just 3 weeks prior to the July 4th event, on June 12th, San Antonio experienced a sudden flash flood after more than 6 inches of rain fell in a very, very concentrated area of the city. Vital Creek on the city's northeast side quickly overflowed, sweeping more than a dozen vehicles off of Loop 410 access roads, and that incident resulted in 13 fatalities, 11 of which occurred along Vital Creek. During this incident, the San Antonio Fire Department responded to reports of multiple people in the water. A total of 15 vehicles were found in the creek, and 10 people were rescued by the initial fire crews that arrived. I was on scene the morning of, and the boat teams told their story, and they shared with me that they pulled off, the first road alongside the creek, and all they could hear were screams in the night. This is a much smaller scale incident than the one here that occurred here in Kerrville, but just the same, we lost many lives, and it was completely unexpected. However, due to the extreme nature of the event, the fire department's arrival, I wonder if, it would have made any bit of difference had we gotten there faster, because this all happened in a matter of seconds. And that highlights the speed and the extreme nature of these type of events. As we continued our search efforts, I didn't hesitate to call the state for help. And as always, NIMKID came through. He answered the phone on the first ring and said, "What can I do for you? How can I help you?" And I can always depend on that. We asked for cadaver dogs and search and rescue teams because we had several people missing and we needed help. And we had a lot of ground to cover. There were vehicles and people that were rescued that were almost a mile downstream from where they got washed off the roadway. We're extremely grateful to the state for their assistance that they provided us for that incident. We experienced significant infrastructure damage totaling $22 million during this one event. Our challenge is the same that you have heard here today from the others. We're in what's known as Flash Flood Alley. San Antonio is considered one of the most flash flood prone regions in the country. We know that, and the city of San Antonio has invested close to $490 million in flood mitigation infrastructure over the last 10 years. However, much more needs to be done. When disaster strikes, there is often a gap between instances where local government can be self-sustainable and instances when we are able to receive federal relief. In the instances when neither are applicable, we need assistance from the state. I heard Chief Kidd mention the need for a strong relief fund, and I completely agree. The need for funds for infrastructure repair, mental health resources, temporary housing support, especially for vulnerable populations, are critical to help restore a community when a disaster strikes. We also see an improvement to data integration and information sharing across jurisdictions and systems. And again, I agree with Chief Kidd that better interoperability between local, regional, and state
Chief, wrap up your
systems.
comments.
Yes, sir. We know that the needs of every community are unique and the solutions we require. But I do appreciate the state's continued collaboration, your time investment, and we're going to do everything we can to enhance community safety. I would like to recap. In closing, I want to reiterate the key requests, and those are relief and recovery fund for when damages fall short of FEMA thresholds, as San Antonio just did. Funding for enhanced warning systems at low water crossings, and increased funding for the flood infrastructure.
Thank you. Andy?
Thank you very much. My name is Andy Brown. I'm the Travis County Judge. I want to thank you, Chair Perry and Chair King, this committee, and especially Senator Campbell for inviting me here today. I believe having an open and honest conversation about what occurred during the recent flooding events here in Kerr County and also my home of Travis County is going to lead to solutions that will help us keep our shared constituencies safe and better prepared for future events. Although what happened in Travis County on July 5th was deemed a once-in-a-200-year event, recent history's taught us that events like this are going to continue to happen, and we must continue to prepare to respond. Our constituents deserve local, state, and federal governments that work together to meet the needs of the constituents and is ready to respond when needed. I also want to take a moment to recognize the 10 lives lost in Travis County and the incredible work of our first responders, led by Emergency Services District 1, as well as community members and the wonderful volunteers who bravely stepped up when called to help. I also want to personally thank Chief Kidd and the TDEM staff who provided critical support to us throughout this, from before the event to today. I cannot count the number of times that I've spoken with Chief Kidd and with Cody, our local regional person, and with Cade Long, who was the incident commander, who came in at our request to help us out starting on the Monday after this event. As you know, we're still in full recovery mode today in Travis County, but I just do want to mention that because of the coordinated work across our community, lives were saved, a greater tragedy was prevented, but of course we always still can and must do better. ESD1, they were the incident commander at first in Travis County. Coincidentally, they are actually here today, and there's an ambulance of theirs behind those doors staffing this event here in Kerrville. I had a chance to visit with the lieutenant who I last saw Sunday morning, July 6th at 8 a.m. at the ESD1 briefing that morning. He relayed to me the fact that while we did have 10 folks that did not make it in this event, he saved a family with 6 parents and 5 children, or 6 adults and 5 children, at about 4 a.m. on this map that I gave you. It's about halfway down Sandy Creek, which is kind of the fatter of the two lines. He still has a cut on his elbow from where he broke the glass to get into the home to help save those people's lives. And I just want to thank him for his work and all of the first responders that were up all night on the 5th. Senator, at your request, I'm going to kind of go through the timeline. If that gets too cumbersome, happy to jump forward, but I wanted to give you all a little base of the timeline. So over the early morning hours of July 5th, the Sandy and Cow Creek areas in the northwestern part of Travis County, that's represented by this map that I handed out to y'all. It's 176 square miles that are in ESD1. That area sustained fatal flooding that resulted in the loss of 10 lives. Neither of these areas had been identified in early warnings from the National Weather Service that folks should be on alert for a substantial flood risk that day. So at Friday, July 4th, 4:48 a.m., a Starflight. So we're lucky to have 3 Starflight helicopters in Travis County. We actually sent one to Kerr County because that's where the emergency was, obviously, at that time. When weather permitted, Starflight 2 responded to Hunt at the request of Texas Task Force 1 and was one of the first aircraft to make it into the area. The crew was the first to land at Camp Mystic and ensured that no one there was injured that needed transport at the time. They provided information to the Coast Guard and Texas Military Department Blackhawks that were tasked with evacuating campers. They performed hoist rescues of 2 adults needing medical attention from the River Inn, where the water rushed through the first floor and the inn was now isolated because of high water. These 2 hoists were out of 5 total completed during the day 1 of that response. So they evacuated 3 injured victims to a hospital in Kerrville, 6 victims to the casualty collection point, and then responded to numerous reports of potential victims. It stayed overnight in Gillespie County, eventually returning here to Travis County. At 11:53 on Friday, Starflight, our EOC staff, and I checked in about activities in Kerrville. We looked at forecasts for Travis County. Nothing seemed significant for the Sandy Creek area. On 4:13 p.m. on Friday, no issues for the county, no flooding expected. Light rain this evening and overnight was the forecast. 9:34 p.m. on Friday, the Starflight aircraft and crew returned to Austin from Hunt, and we had an extra aircraft on hand at the Blanco base overnight just in case. 9:43 p.m. TDEM reached out to me personally and asked if we had any needs relating to the water in the Colorado around Marble Falls. There were chances of opening some floodgates. Neither the TDEM folks that reached out or myself anticipated major flooding, and of course nothing was being forecast about the Sandy Creek area. At 10:43 p.m., this was kind of the first time we started getting some sign of things happening. Travis County Office of Emergency Management Duty Officer Blake Clampfer began tracking severe flood weather to the west, but anticipated still no impacts to Travis County. At that time, we expected no impact here outside of some much-needed rainfall. 10:52 p.m., the National Weather Service issues a flash flood warning, kind of the second level of warnings that y'all have heard about today, for areas south of Big Sandy Creek, neighborhoods of Pecan Hollow, south of Windy Valley, south of the places that you're hearing about today. The polygon drawn for the 10:52 p.m. warning that the IPAWS system sent out was focused south and west of these neighborhoods, primarily around Lake Travis, indicating the initial underestimation of the event scope. The National Weather Service warning was effective until 1:15 a.m. 11:55 p.m., our Office of Emergency Management Duty Officer Blake contacted a sheriff's deputy to check on reports of flash flooding or high water in the area of Big Sandy and Cow Creek. The sheriff's deputy advises that no 911 calls had come in about flooding, but we asked him to go check Cow Creek anyhow at FM 1431. 12:08 a.m., the deputy finds water over the roadway and a car washed off the road. Reports this to the EOC. Cow Creek near 1431 LCR rain gauges at that time at 12:08 showed 7 inches over the past 2 hours and rain slowing down slightly. Nevertheless, Blake requested that the National Weather Service upgrade their warning to a flash flood emergency. So that happened at 12:08 a.m. And this, again, the IPAWS system alerts all cell phones that are in the area, whether or not you've signed up for those alerts. 12:23 a.m. The situation escalates rapidly as the first water rescue call is received by 911, with Emergency Services District, ESD1, who's here today, dispatched to the 24408 block of FM 1431 Road. This marks the beginning of a series of emergency calls. 12:36 a.m., Emergency Management Coordinator is notified by the Duty Officer Blake of flash flooding in northwest Travis County. The Sheriff's Department reports a car washed off the road, possibly near Cow Creek. Turned out to be a family of 6 that was rescued. 12:41 a.m. Northwest National Weather Service escalates to a flash flood emergency at our request. That alert goes out. It says it's effective till 5 a.m. This alert's polygon does include Big Sandy, Windy Valley, Juniper Trail neighborhoods, the areas that we're talking about here today. 1:03 a.m. they issue a second, the National Weather Service issues a second flash flood warning effective till 3 a.m. Notably, it ticked back to a warning. I'm not sure why that happened, but that's what went out. It covered the Big Sandy, Windy Valley, Juniper Trail areas. 1:07 a.m. we had a sheriff's deputy that was washed off the road. So he, on his the camera that you can see as he was driving, he was coming down Nameless Road. You can see the double yellow lines as he's approaching what is a low water area. It's not even a crossing over a creek. It's a low water area at that time. He was going 25 miles an hour. Then you see the water over. He was fine. He got out just fine, but his car was destroyed and washed away. We lost a second vehicle as well a little bit later. 1 a.m., Big Sandy Creek rose from 6 feet at 1 a.m. to 21 feet by 4 a.m. 1:30 a.m. Our ESD liaison, so we have a person who is hired by all the emergency services districts in Travis County. We've got several of them. That's the fire and emergency service outside of the city limits of Austin. They've hired someone named Gus, who is their liaison to the EOC. So he started at 1:30 a.m. In addition to the computer-aided dispatch that was calling and dispatching ESDs and Austin Fire from across the county out to Sandy Creek, he picked up the phone and started calling to make sure that all the chiefs were aware of what was going on and get them to send their folks out there. By 3:30 a.m., all ESD chiefs were aware and had been sending assets. The command post was in Lago Vista at ESD 1 at an administration building next to their ISD. That was the first incident command post that we had. And that remained the incident command post until TDM, at my request, took over. I'll get to that in a minute, but we requested their help on Monday, and they took over. 1:58 a.m. to 6:50 a.m. we had 36 water rescue calls to 911 dispatch, with ESD responding to addresses across Nameless Road, Cottonwood Drive, Long Hollow Loop, Windy Valley Road, Yopon Trail, Big Sandy Drive, Sandy Meadow Circle, and other locations in the impacted area. The rapid succession of calls underscores the severity of the flooding, with homes and roads being inundated. 2 a.m., Starflight efforts. Starflight aircraft attempted to respond to the initial request for help along the Big Sandy Creek and Nameless Road starting at 2 a.m. Despite multiple efforts, the crew was unable to get to that area due to the lack of visibility and the torrential rain. So our 3 Starflight helicopters, which are some of the best in the world, were unable to fly in that torrential rain that night. They hopscotched around a little bit, but they could not get there. Let's see. All right, so Starflight leadership responded to staff in the Travis County Joint Operations Center at 3 a.m.
Sandy,
Yes,
if
sir.
you can just kind of.
Yes, sir.
I know we got
Okay.
about minute increments and they're important. So effectively, you were in control of it till Monday morning when
Yes, sir.
TDM took over. You contacted TDM.
Yes, sir.
Prior to that, you had sheriffs dispatched. You had helicopters trying to get in.
Yes,
So I think there's several members with questions, but what would you need to tell us to finish up it?
I think to finish up the questions about that initial response, we had 78 first responders from all across Travis County, Round Rock Fire, Austin Fire, Leander Fire, Austin Travis County EMS, 2 TIFMAS teams were on the ground. The county's role was to coordinate all of these efforts. ESD-1 was the incident command at that time, and again, this is all in that short time period on very early Saturday morning. I declared a disaster at 9 a.m., updated the governor's office about that, talked to Chief Kidd, talked to TDM, was in touch with them the whole day. I guess if I want to say something in summary, it's that TDM and Chief Kidd are amazing, and I talked to them constantly throughout this. They set up that incident command. They had DPS at the incident command once they set it up the entire time. They had over 560 people there in Travis County responding. 300 of those were search teams, which is those green areas on this map that I gave you is where the dogs went. They had GPSs on them, 300 folks
So to be clear, there were really no state assets until Monday.
That is not, no, sir. We got our first state assets Saturday afternoon. TDM sent 2 teams. One was from Llano to help search along the creek.
Okay, and we were told earlier they were cadaver dogs from New York, not Texas, which they were also involved in Kerr. I have a hunch cadaver dogs are really rare commodities, and so I don't know if we had excess cadaver dogs to go around, so I don't know what that is. I know I've got several members. I don't know who they want to talk to. I just got 3 members to go to. Do you have any? Okay. All right, Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Judge, for that account. I'm not sure who has your ear, but what I've heard today compared to what I've heard before with you, there's just such a conflict of where assets were and where they were absent. And it seems like Sandy Creek, Windy Valley, Long Hollow, Cow Creek area, wherever those assets were situated, and you did say, you know, there's a lot of square miles covered, but the emergency response team, people that gave witness today, testimony, they just didn't see them at all. And even today stay in crisis. And the folks initially, the heroic efforts were by the volunteers. I mean, we have Auburn, Gallagher, and Melanie Strong, who brings in her own backhoe or some large piece of equipment.
Yeah.
Or an excavator, who knows, she's able to drive it. And then Ashley Willis, and then Timothy Mabry, who's from Canyon Lake, comes in to organize things. So the volunteers that actually, except for Mabry, live in the area, well, and Melanie, I'm not sure how she was reined in, but she knew the people in the area, and so she was helped. But that's who was on the ground. They just didn't find other resources. And you talked how we had all these, and I can't tell. I mean, there's no words to explain just how excellent TDM is, our DPS, Texas Parks and Wildlife. There's just no words to say how excellent they demonstrate. But calling them, and you first asked them to come in, when did you say? 5:30 in the morning? Or when did you say you asked TDM to step in?
On Monday.
Monday.
They helped us before that, but to become the incident command structure. So Cade Long, who has worked in Asheville in their recovery, he works for TDM full-time. I asked Chief Kidd to send someone to run the incident command, and he came, and yes, that was on Monday.
But then the flood was really on the 5th, the morning of the 5th.
It was. So that was Saturday morning.
Why do you think it was so long between the time the flood happened on the 5th and reaching out to TDM, asking them to put boots on the ground, which they did, but on the 7th?
Yeah, fair question. So I'm in touch with TDM the entire time. So we asked them to send the teams that we needed to help us search on Saturday. They sent those right away. Those teams had to leave to come back here to Kerr County Saturday night into Sunday. So on Sunday, it was our group that was doing the search. So I met at 8 a.m. on Sunday morning. I was out there at the Round Mountain Baptist Church. That's where we set up the initial command. I had the pleasure of meeting Aubrey, who came and testified here today. She was there with me. We both saw over 50 firefighters in the parking lot that morning at their briefing together.
Okay.
There was, no question that we had every resource possible there from Travis County, from TDM on those first 2 days. Those were the days where they were doing search and rescue.
Okay.
They had these things that looked like radar guns that looked for heat that they were going up.
I think what we need to do is, I've talked with them to get specific information from them and dates, and sit down with you and have you go out there and see what's going on, because they're still in crisis. They still need funds, infrastructure, having a big problem with aqua water. That's a whole other issue that is not just because of the flood, but that we need to deal with. I would like to do that because I think with the conflict of information, the only way we're going to do better going forward is to make sure we clean up now what's wrong and make sure we don't revisit, that never happens again. With timing, response, because we've seen the state agencies all work so well together and quickly. I do want to ask just some questions that I got from the group.
Sure.
Some I think we'll have to, you may not have an answer for. We'll get the information regarding funding, but will you investigate claims that the 911 calls that Sandy Creek sent out after the flood were unanswered? Will you look into that, please?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a concern. If any time anyone has a 911 call that goes unanswered, please. So if you'd investigate that, and
Yes, ma'am.
we'll write that down. And did you notice that, or did you receive notice that troopers, and we can write it down for you too, but you can make those notes. I appreciate that. Did you receive notice that troopers from other regions were available? And if so, why didn't we access those troopers?
I can answer that one right now. We
Go
had
ahead,
a
please.
DPS trooper, a lieutenant in the headquarters the entire time.
Oh, just at the headquarters.
At the incident command headquarters
And-
with Cade Long the entire
and-
time. He was aware of everything that we were doing.
Okay, and again, the incident command headquarters was stationed.
It hopped around at first. It was at the ESD1 at first, and then it went to the church, the Round Mountain Baptist Church,
right, the
and then it
Baptist
got
church,
a more permanent location thanks to Leander ISD at Heisel
school?
Middle School. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The next three are related to funding that will, and they're just questions I can't answer, but my office will get with you. Will flood relief funds require all the listed documents? Because just as Chairman Perry was saying, documents are lost, passports, driver's license. How do you even prove up that you have an electric bill when you can't find anything?
And thankfully, we have DPS out there this week printing new driver's licenses for people if they need them. We had on Sunday.
And where is that? Where are they going? Where do people go to get that?
To the Round Mountain Baptist Church, the sort of resources of, we have
Are
showers.
they going to be there? That's the place you've got
Yes.
the laundromat, showers. Is that right?
Yes, laundromat, laundry, showers, cooling tent, resources. HEB has been amazing
And
throughout
that's
this.
on somebody paved a parking lot to put these on?
Yes.
Or
Yep, I
okay.
believe it was Pflugerville Road and Bridge that came and paved that parking lot
Okay.
early on.
And will assistant amounts be based on losses or incomes, and how do they prove that last tax?
So we,
return?
along with, it was this judge's idea from Williamson County, but the Central Texas Community Foundation, they set up a fund with them. We followed suit and did the same thing. All of the money that we raise, I think that they raise, is going to go, it will go directly to residents only. And none of it is coming to us.
So how do they, how do they access that, or what is either a site? Where do they go to look into receiving funding? So that it does go pass
Yes, ma'am.
through and not taken up as administrative fees by other organizations. Where do they go?
So we're still in the fundraising part. So if anyone's listening today and wants to donate to Travis or Williamson County, it's the Central Texas Community Foundation. But they are administering it. They have experience doing this. Any money they give out is considered disaster relief, so it's not taxable.
And where can they find the site, either the physical location or the email? Where do they find where they either need to show up or where they need to email?
So
where can they get that info?
So right now, if they need resources, FEMA and Travis County Health and Human Services is set up at the Round Mountain Baptist Church. That is the epicenter of all assistance. We will have the same, once these funds become available, once an application process is developed by the Community Foundation, they will be at that same place.
When it's developed. So the application, it's not developed yet?
I think they probably have it already. We just haven't said go because, frankly, we're still trying to raise money into
Well,
it.
still trying to raise money, but they're needing funds now. So if we can get that
Yes, ma'am.
going, that
we'll
would
get that going. I think we have about 300,000 is my understanding. We're trying to get to 2 million.
A lot that can, they need that. There are multiple dams, homemade, I didn't know this, homemade dams because the area is fed by springs. So homemade dams, which are not earthen dams, they're not cement structures produced from the Corps of Engineers, they broke. And
Yes.
that added to the flooding. I don't know, what are the ordinances or what does the county say regarding homemade dams? And are we going to prohibit that?
So we put a stop work order on the dam you're referring to. It was sort of a two-part dam. There was a lower part, an upper part. The lower part was destroyed at some point in the flooding. My understanding is they were rebuilding it. We put a stop work order on that.
So that's on personal property,
Yes,
private
ma'am.
property.
Yes,
But it still affects people downhill.
it could.
4 of them, just how many? But the point is, Travis County's going to look into every one of those homemade dams to stop because they can't just.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm in touch with Melanie on this. We texted earlier today
Melanie.
about that. So, yes,
Okay,
yes.
that
Yeah.
Melanie. Okay. And trying to have a better flood detection system. I think we've heard that out of all that's a main theme going on through.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'd like us to meet and go over, compare the timelines, see what resources we can get to them now. They are still in crisis.
Yes, ma'am.
And there's still not enough communication. So if we can do that, it's a lot to unpack here, but thank you very much.
Could I give you one anecdote about that dam?
Yes.
Is that all right, Mr.
No,
Chair?
it's fine.
Okay, so this is, I think, a bright spot in disaster recovery and TDEM. So on Monday at about, 1 or 2 o'clock, we got word from a TCEQ engineer that the dam you're referring to, the upper one that had not burst during the flood, might burst. And it was upriver from about 380 people in the part of Sandy Creek that were trapped by that bridge going out that I'm sure you've heard about. So I talked to the sheriff immediately. We were about to start evacuating those 385 people. I called Cade, who's my contact at TDEM. I said, can you talk in 5 minutes? And he said, yes. And so he patched us through to the State Operations Center, headquarters. We got our county engineer, we had the sheriff, me, and we told them what was happening. They got the Army Corps of Engineers on there in like 30 seconds. They had their entire team of expert engineers on there. They found a TCQ engineer that was in the area, sent her out to there, so she was filming while we were on this phone call. And the engineer and the Army Corps of Engineers, they were literally about to get on a helicopter in Dallas to fly down here to help us. In seeing the video, they saw that there was a dam, there was, I think, something like 20 feet of water. It was a large amount of water in there. And they saw the spillway off to the side in the video. And they said, get a pump truck from your fire department up there and pump it out slowly. And we did that, and it worked great. We did not have to evacuate anyone. And had it not been for TDEM and their ability to get folks together,
Okay,
we
so
probably
we'll
would've-
get together, and then the last comment I would say is the deputy that was trapped in the water,
Yes, ma'am.
he was rescued by the volunteers there, by Miss Gallagher.
That's wonderful. I didn't know that.
Yes.
Thank you.
So he owes them a debt of gratitude, personal
Okay.
meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Flores.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Snell, hello, and I'm glad to serve Williamson County with you, and welcome to your introduction to county government. You came from school district?
Correct. I was superintendent of Liberty Hill ISD
Okay.
for the last
Well,
6.5 years.
Well, we'll get to this together, and I appreciate you. My comment for Judge Wilson. Judge Wilson, thank you very much for being here, and of course you jumped into your new position at about the same time, and it's an honor to be able to serve with you, and our condolences and regrets to all the citizens of Burnett and Marble Falls and that have suffered from this event, and especially our first responders. They go forth in spite of the risk, as the saying says. And in Marble Falls, we had a volunteer fire chief, Chief Phillips, who answered a call like he always did. His neighbors called, "Hey, we need help," and he didn't hesitate 1 minute, threw his equipment on, went out in that flood, and he's been missing since then. His truck has been found, but not him. He's still missing. Is that correct?
That's correct. Brian Wilson, that is correct.
So, and we had a memorial for him the other day, and rightly so. Do you have everything you need? I understand Task Force 1 and 2 have been redeployed to try to make another attempt at another stretch of the watershed there to try to find him, as it's been our commitment to try to do our very best to recover all that are missing. So is Task Force 1 and 2 still there working?
No, sir. Brian Wilson, Burnett County Judge. The last Friday, or actually it was Thursday, I think some communication between the governor and Tatum, NIM Kidd had called and sent representatives and asked to come back one more time to just, even though we'd done exhaustive searches with volunteers and volunteer fire departments, they had some additional technology they wanted to try and some additional cadaver dogs. At that point, they on Friday morning, early in the morning, I went out to the site and they did. So from where Chief Phillips went in to the county line is only about 1.5 miles, and so they went ahead and researched that entire 1.5 miles, and they said they went about another 0.5 mile into Travis County. Sorry, Andy, I didn't ask your permission, but anyway. The other thing was the 3 days before that, 2 or 3 days before that, Parks and Wildlife, Houston PD dive team. Sorry, I don't remember all of them. There's quite a few resources that have been applied. They went into Lake Travis. They did a very exhaustive search trying to look in the debris field that's right at the end of Cow Creek in Lake Travis. But it's so massive and so thick, unfortunately, we still were not able to find our chief.
So I would ask, what in your opinion, and based on what you know of how this happened, and before, during, and after, what would be some of your top 2 suggestions on how to what you did right, or what needs to be corrected so this doesn't happen again?
Well, I mean, we've heard some testimony today about what to do about heavy rains and things like that. I mean, my kids were down in Houston when Beryl and Uri hit, and it just spent 2.5-3 weeks without any power, living in a downtown area. And the thing is, I mean, I've been a rancher my whole life and out in the country, and flash floods are just part of, the flash flood alley part is a reality. We need to continue to teach people. I mean, I'm so grateful to have an emergency management team that's ready to respond, a sheriff that's just all in all the time, and all of his staff. We had, thank God. I'm sorry, I don't mean to, but I've kind of always begrudged these ESDs and additional taxing authorities. But quite honestly, in the last couple of years, I've seen the wisdom of the legislature, because the resources that we have in place in Burnett County with 10 ESDs, fixing to be 11, is just incredible. There's just no way we could pull off what we did in the last 2 weeks. Because, I mean, it was all in for days and days, right? I mean, 18, 20-hour days just on end for everybody while we were missing people and had a hope to find them. So I appreciate that. So we need to make sure that the ESD system stays strong. Consider providing additional funding, because they really did get out on the front end of this thing when the sheriffs. I was trapped. I told you, between the Gabriels, and there was 1 or 2, I think 2 deputies that were trapped with me. So I mean, what are we supposed to do to get to provide help? Nobody was calling on that end of the county. All the calls were on the other end of the county. So anyway, and then continue your legislation and work on the interoperability radio system so that we could communicate. We had a few hiccups on communication, but we're very grateful to all the help. And NIM Kid called me numerous times, and I appreciate that. Cody McDonald was in our operations center. We set up immediately in the sheriff's office, and But we did have a command center at Faith Academy in the south side because we actually had 2 search areas. First there in the city of Burnett where we lost several lives, and then also down in far south, right on the Travis County, close to the Travis County where the bridge washed out. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, I understood. There was that, again, that recurring theme that we have of communications was a big issue. And we all coordinated communications to come in from Fort Worth, I believe, is where they brought it from.
Yeah, they brought in the mobile service on wheel because in Cow Creek on the border between Travis County, some of those peaks and ravines were just impossible to get cell signal into, especially along Cow Creek. It's just a deep ravine cutting through the 2 counties. So,
thank you. So I want to switch to San Antonio. If I may, and Senator Menendez, if you don't mind, and Senator Campbell. But I brought it up in the last hearing, since we're talking about flooding and responses and how to be more effective or to prevent. On about June the 10th, there at Vital Creek on 410, I think it was the access road, there was about 3 inches of rain, but San Antonio is notorious for flooding. I've served in Bexar County, so I know how that is, but 13 people, while they were commuting right there at Vital Creek, were all swept into the creek and lost their lives. And then, we heard about it for about a couple of weeks, and then we heard nothing more. And then, of course, now we have this. But it's still the same thing. It's a flash flood. What steps is San Antonio taking that you know of as an emergency management responder on that event and other events just like it in that urban area, but especially that 13 people lost their lives there. There's other similar events in low water crossings in not only the urban areas but everywhere else. That's another topic as we do our response. But can you tell us what after action that you did or that you know of that would prevent people from on their morning commute with a 3-inch rain getting killed on 410 at Vital Creek and other places similarly situated?
Yes, sir. Valerie Frosto, San Antonio. We have taken measures since then and had an after-action report or after-action meeting, and there were issues that were identified, but we are finalizing that report, so I have not had the opportunity to see those items. I do know that we have hired a third party to review or to assess the infrastructure damage, and because the area that the vehicles were washed off of, it was a frontage road of 410, that is not one of the areas known to flood. We did not consider that flood-prone area because historically that creek has risen, but not to that level. And I believe that it was because of the 6+ inches of rain in a very, very concentrated area that actual incident occurred. But until we get the final report from the third party, for now we're just holding off and letting them assess the damage and also provide us with their findings as well.
Because it's been said that in structures like that, and not just Vital Creek, but other areas, especially urban or suburban, that the concreting of the creek beds, instead of being grass, plain, open, that absorbs, is exacerbating that situation. Would you say that's correct?
Yes, sir, I do believe so.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess 2 things, Judge. I think by now you know that Senator Campbell is one of our solidly most tenacious senators in the Texas Senate because representing her area and her constituents is number one. There's a lot of parallels between what happened here and a little bit of what happened at Sandy Creek. You've got a late night storm. You've got late advisories. The other, were you actually present there too, or were you in the county during that night?
Not that night. First time I was on site was 8 a.m. on Sunday morning. So ours was kind of a day behind what happened here, basically.
Now, so First off, because we asked the judge here in that day that you weren't there, you were represented by who and what decisions were being made?
Yeah, so our structure, I have the person that I appoint to be the emergency manager is Eric Carter. His deputy is Blake Clampfer. So Blake is the person I referenced that was on duty all night long. He knows that he is empowered to call the National Weather Service like he did when he sees something that is not being met. So he called them, asked them to up the alert and send another one, and they did. And he was also the one directing the Sheriff's Department to go look at the roads.
I agree it's a bit of an oddity for you to get upgraded to an emergency and then the next advisory to go backwards.
Yes, sir.
And so that's something that if we get to the National Weather Service testimony, we'll talk about that. I think it's an important point because the judge from Williamson County, when he's running into major debris fields problems, he's not shy about asking for money and help, okay? Now, this brings me to the questions. I have never been at a hearing where we walk in thinking that we're talking about one disaster and the first three witnesses are about another. And there were two more witnesses during the day, I counted 5 of them, who are vociferously unhappy with the Travis County response because their eyewitness testimony of what they saw is completely different than what you laid out. And I think I'm really concerned by what Melanie was saying about debris fields that have a large amount of human remains in it that are still in existence. So have you been reaching out to try to get help on that at this point?
Yes, sir. So the map that I gave y'all is so this is the TDM search, and I can answer the chair's question also. So the Texas team of dog teams, so we had 14 teams. The Texas teams took Cow Creek, so they went up and down there. This green area is where the dogs searched. They did 3 searches. So they did an initial very fast search, and then they did 2 very methodical searches. Each of these numbers on here is a zone. So this also caused a lot of frustration, I think, among the residents, understandably so. It's a slow process. The dogs can do what the dogs can do. We had 14 teams to do it. Ideally, we don't want debris removed until the dogs have completed these 3 searches. But if you have private property and you see a bunch of debris and you want to remove it, that's your right. So to answer your question, they have searched those 3 times in the best way that TDM knows how to. TDM, they gave me a report that I'll send to you, sir, about what the searches encompassed, everywhere that they went, all their findings. And I'm more than happy to send, the Sheriff's Department can send, if there are individual instances of suspicion of human remains somewhere, our Sheriff's Department can do that. Happy to call TDM if we need to get a team back out here, but I would like to send you the report, sir, so you could read it more in depth first.
And Judge, I think, look, this is, you're ably represented in the Senate by Senator Campbell. But you have an opportunity, because there's a whole group of people behind you, that I hope you take the opportunity to turn around and look at this point besides Melanie, okay? And Senator Campbell is here as well. So I would hope you would avail the opportunity to have a discussion, because I've not seen such a disconnect between the first few, eyewitness testimony in a disaster and then have the elected official come in later. And these are just 2 non-intersecting tracks at this point.
I agree, and I don't know what to say. If we want to grab the paramedic from the back that was there himself all night, if you want to look at pictures from my social media.
Not to.
More than any of that is.
I would bow to the wisdom
Yes, sir.
of
All
the senior senator. Okay. But at some point in time, you do need to have that meeting, because
I would love to.
We don't get this type of testimony very often, and have it that graphic, and have it that detailed, and have it that factual.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my colleagues for their continued support of Bexar County, in particular San Antonio. I want to thank Chief. Chief, you're pretty new on the job at Bexar County in San Antonio. How long have you been the chief now?
My first day was November 1st of 2024.
24, so I shouldn't say you're that new. It's been a while now. What I do want to say is, on this flash flood that occurred June the 12th. We had 15, according to the letter you've presented us your testimony, we had 15 vehicles found in the creek. 10 people were rescued. And this, you're telling us here, these were swept off Loop 410?
Yes, sir.
So just for my colleagues from the Houston area, imagine vehicles swept off your Loop 610. That's unheard of. I've never heard of vehicles swept off. It's not Loop 410 is not a low water crossing. That is unbelievable. And one of the things that I think is a concern for water to go that fast, the 6 inches, part of it has to do with the fact that there's been so much development in the northern part of the county that has sped the speed of water that has been flowing through our creeks and our rivers and our floodways. And I mean, we've tried to address that with detention ponds and other things, retention ponds and other things. But have you done any studies on the flow of the water? Because I know you said we've invested almost $500 million in flood mitigation infrastructure.
That, I would say, would fall under Public Works.
Yeah.
And we do have an expert witness here if needed. I wouldn't be able to answer that question. I'm not 100% sure what kind of studies have been done, but I do know that there is a substantial amount of construction occurring throughout the city.
My understanding, I think, and you had it in your testimony, yes, it's right here, you had the total damage of $22 million in this single event.
Yes, sir.
Of damage. So now my understanding is that the FEMA threshold for relief is $55 million, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So what happens if it would be the gap? If you don't meet the FEMA threshold, what happens?
Well, we did not hesitate to file the disaster declaration and took steps to ensure that we were knocking on doors to gather all the losses. But we are very much relying on that funding, and it was very bad news when we heard that we did not meet the threshold. We didn't anticipate that was even a possibility because we knew that the damage was substantial. So at this point in time, I don't believe that we've identified the funding, which is why that is, one of the top items on my list.
Very good. Thank you very much. And so,
yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief. And Judge Snell, new on the job. How long ago were you a school superintendent at Liberty Hill?
So I finished on August 20th and started on or April 20th and started on the 21st. I was a superintendent total 11 years, school administrator for 28 years.
Very good. Oh, thank you for your service to the children of our state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. We have gotten an opportunity to hear a lot about what has happened in Kerr County and Kerrville, and there's been so much reporting around it. But the same question applies to everybody here, because each of you, in that same period of time, days before or after, or weeks before, have experienced loss of life, and in some cases significant loss of life, because of the flash floods. So I'm asking the same question, hindsight being 2020, and some of you have more gauges, monitors, but for each of you, if you don't mind, and I know we heard your story of the one individual that was concerned with the residential camp, and that may be the answer there. But if each of you could identify, is there something that needs to happen differently to be able to give folks the warning of either low crossing waterway, closing off roads quicker, better information? And the one caveat to that, all of you have expressed and all of us have experienced, weather prediction is not perfect. We're going to have a panel to talk about that in a minute. So I'm not talking about the failed predictions. I'm talking about what do we need to do better to see the reality in real time and get warnings to folks.
Brian Wilson, Burnett County Judge. I think when you look, Judge Fawley talked a little bit earlier about Hydromet at the LCRA. I mean, it's an incredible system, the Lower Colorado River. So I happen to live in the San Gabriel River Valley now, but most of my life I've been in Bastrop and except when I was at Tech in Level Land, the few years I lived out there, where we had 19 inches of rain in one day when I was running an apple orchard out there, and I mean, just 3 feet of water stood up on its rear and then had nowhere to go for about a day and a half. I lost the entire crop that year. And so the thing is, it's going to flood wherever you are. Whoever would have thought that 19 inches of rain would hit Level Land, Texas, of all places. But Hydromet has set up a system where, like Judge Foley described, it's got gauges, it's got rain gauges, it's got river gauges, it's got creek gauges. Having river authorities to be required or have something like that and invest whatever money that they get from the state or ad valorem taxes. I didn't know that river authorities had ad valorem until today's meeting. So, but those kind of resources are invaluable because that measures the water that's falling in from the sky at a time when you really need to know that ahead of time. And I've always relied on Hydromet whenever I need to know something about how much rain should I be expecting or whatever, is just look at the rain gauge upriver. When I lived in Bastrop, we could always tell what was going to happen next. Thank you.
And in your circumstance, were these deaths transportation that people are driving and get swept?
Most of them. There was one man that was in the RV. There was an RV park down there by Faith Academy in the south part of the county, just off of Hamilton Creek, and that creek flooded, and that gentleman died in his RV. Most of the other ones were related to low water crossings.
And one of the things that we talked about last couple weeks ago or a week ago in Austin was the responsibility for folks that need to block off roadways when appropriate. Were these circumstances in places where you would normally go out and block and it was just too fast, or was there no information, or were it new locations like we've heard about in Bexar County?
Well, for one thing, I mean, even in we're certainly large, 50,000 people. We're a larger county than the first group that. But again, we don't have that many deputies across the massive area that this hit at the same time. The sheriff tries to use zones, to keep people in zones, South County, North County. But even those, it's huge. I mean, Burnett is bigger than most other counties. If you look at a map, you recognize. I think I remember Webb County's like 6th largest, and I would dare say. Burnett's still somewhere in the top 10 or 12, just in its the way it's from north to south. It's humongous. So there's just no way we could have covered even the three. So to get out of my house, I could either go north or south, but there was 3 points of the San Gabriel plus hundreds of water crossings just in my precinct. Precinct 2 is the whole northeastern quadrant, and there's just no way a deputy would have been able to get to all the low water crossings. In my precinct, let alone across the whole county.
Steve Snell, Williamson County. It's an interesting question because this storm was so different. We've had water over our low water crossings before, but we haven't had the road washout. So the speed of the river and the debris in the river were wreaking havoc on roads as well. So that was part of the problem. I think it's a multifaceted approach. I don't think we just throw everything at it. I think we need to be strategic and purposeful in what we do. But I think one thing that can happen, regardless of the weather prediction, is now we know how much rain is possible and what it does. So there shouldn't be any more surprises when 21 inches drop and what's that going to happen to the watershed. Williamson County has spent hundreds and thousands of dollars on a new it's called the Atlas Floodplain Mapping System. And it was pretty darn accurate to that 100-year floodplain. But I think all the gauges we have across the state, if they could be hooked up to an alert system that maybe you could subscribe to, what rivers are close to you, that you could subscribe to that. And definitely our first responders know, hey, we got this much rain, the rain gauge has hit a certain amount, we need to start sounding the alarm and letting people know this isn't, because when we went door to door, we weren't asking, and everybody knew because of what we saw in Kerrville what was possible, so they got out quickly. We had zero resistance. Yeah. And I've been in Houston where there's hurricanes, and went through Katrina, went through Ike, went through some tropical storms, and it gets to the point where no one wants to leave because they haven't seen it. So I think now we know, hey, this is serious, and we need to pay heed to the warnings.
Ms. Johnson, can I interrupt you 1 second? Just for housekeeping, those of you that intend on testifying, I hope you filled out a witness affirmation form. We will be closing witness affirmation or the witness portal in 10 minutes. So if you want to testify and you have not filled out a witness affirmation form, please do so in the next 10 minutes. Sorry, Representative Johnson, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Valerie Frosto, San Antonio. I truly believe that we could not have done anything differently or better during the response. And
it's not the response.
Yes.
Just to be very clear.
Oh, no.
I think for all of us, for the first responders, for the folks that have been out, that have been responding, the loss of life and the concern that we have, we appreciate very much law enforcement volunteers, everybody stepped up. My question is really geared more towards now that we have the ability to look back and we have the select committee to be able to say, because you all are describing, we've heard from countless counties, and everybody has almost said the same thing. Never thought it could happen, never expected it, got my whole year's amount of rain in one night, or a road 410 that has never flooded on a frontage road and never had the possibility to wipe cars off the freeway. We're now experiencing this extremism. And so knowing that this is no longer extreme, it just is, looking back, what, if anything, did you need, not for response, for prevention and for warning?
Yes, ma'am. The reason I started with that is because we've come to anticipate that. Anytime that there's rain, any significant, when I'm talking significant, I'm talking even 1 to 2 inches could cause flash flooding in the San Antonio area. That's why I started off with the response. But overall, I really believe that it's a multi-prong approach because we have sensors that are over roadways, low water crossings. And those sensors, when they detect that water has crossed over the road, enable us to know which roads to close off. Public Works, they're very proactive, and they pre-position barricades, and they have multiple teams that are throughout the city ready to deploy barricades. Once those sensors communicate to a central location, which is monitored 24/7, in order to get the barricades in place. So I believe that if we were to have automatic arms, barricades with flashing lights, signage, lighting, and a more robust system that has better sensors, I believe that could make a difference because at least that would automate the gate operation and close off the roadway. In the June 12th incident, I don't believe that would have made a difference, and that's why I think that it is a multi-prong approach because I believe that we have to invest money in our roadways, in our drainage systems, culverts, retention ponds, that sort of thing, because there's not a one solution for all the problems that we have in San Antonio.
And so did you say that on this 410 section, were there no monitors out there because it had never happened before?
Yes, ma'am. It is not considered a low water crossing in that location that they were swept off the roadway.
Okay. And all of you have mentioned TDM, and I think all of you have praised TDM. And I just want to clarify, Judge Brown, I think TDM was embedded with you guys at like 10 a.m. on the 5th. Because I got confused by some of the questions earlier about when you brought in TDM, but TDM was with you.
Yeah, so the way it works
And we're all lucky to have TDM,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
for those of us like us in Houston where we've experienced it and we're preparing for it, they are a key partner, and we appreciate that. So I just want to make sure the record is clear.
Yes. Yes, so they were with us the whole time. The way it works is you enter a STAR request for a helicopter or for water or whatever the thing, and TDM gets that to you. They were doing that as they always do in disasters from, before the event, through the event, What happened on Monday was I actually asked them to send an incident commander, which is unusual. This is, I believe, the first time they have done that for a county, because we saw the scope of how big this was, frankly, for Travis County. So they sent in Cade Long, who was our incident commander. That's the thing that we requested and that happened on Monday. But before that, yes, they were still there. They were providing the same kind of help that they were to Williamson and anyone else.
That was on top of the cooperation that they had been giving for at least
ma'am.
48 hours.
Yes.
In coordination with it. What about, same thing, because we heard from LCRA last week when we were in Austin.
Yeah.
And they talked about the impressive systems that they have out. Again, this is an extraordinary event, a significant loss of life in Travis County. Looking back, what lessons have we learned, or can we do differently? What needs to be put in place as coordination between all of our state, local, federal, anything? What have we learned?
Great question. So I think there's a few things. One is there was a guy named Paul Ura who worked for the National Weather Service until about, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago. He was the liaison between the National Weather Service and San Antonio, or Bexar County and Travis County. He left. He took, I don't know, early retirement, something with, all that was going on in D.C. They did not replace him. But he was the person who would say, hey, Travis County, I know you get, flash flood alerts, thunderstorm alerts all the time, but this is a big one. You need to pay attention to it. He was the human being in there that is no longer there. So I would say the number one would be to replace Paul Ura. The other ones that I think we could do better, clearly to your point, Senator, we need to communicate better with the affected neighborhood. We could do a lot better on that. It is a big area, 176 square miles. There was hundreds, 500 first responders and Texas military and others out there doing all sorts of things. But what they said is true for them. They did not see enough of it. They did not see those folks. They did not hear from me saying, hey, this is what we're doing. So we need to do a better job communicating with folks what the plan is and as it gets executed. Once I got contact with Melanie, I think things improved a lot. There was a debris pile that she heard of that some folks that were having a memorial service needed removed. Before we had that line of communication, it wasn't going anywhere, but we addressed it and were able to go on private property because she secured a release to private property and got it removed. So I think better communication with the affected residents would be a big improvement. Another one is 2 ways out of all subdivisions. We require that in Travis County. We've required it since before I was judge, but these places in Sandy Creek were not built that way. So they had one way out, and most notably this community of 380 or so people that when a bridge failed, they were trapped there for several days. I mean, they could walk across. We got them food and water, basic necessities, but they couldn't go to work as they wanted. They could walk across and take a shuttle. It was not a good situation. If there had been a second entrance in that subdivision back whenever they built it, that would have helped. So I would think having that as building code across the state is something, I don't know if it is or not, but that would be great. Those are the top things that come to mind right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just the last thing, Judge Brown. Search and recovery, is that still going on in the Sandy Creek area? The whole area there, Windy Valley, and I know they found a leg just not very long ago. They're wondering where the other parts are. Do you know, is search and recovery still going on?
So TDEM sent 14 teams of search teams that had a dog and the humans attached to it. Half of them are from Texas, half were from, I went along with some teams from Alabama and Florida. I went with the Houston police divers in the lake.
Have we called it off, or we're still?
They have called it off, yes ma'am. They sent a final report and they called it off. They told me if we come across additional things like you're talking about, that it is a call to 911, that is the response, and the Sheriff's Department will respond to that.
Okay. Well, I don't know when the right time is to call off search and recovery. So thank you for that information. We'll find out.
It's a tough call. And I talked to the Burnett County judge here about, because obviously we were all searching for the fire chief, and it was a tough discussion of when to call it off in that situation. But I believe he talked to the family, and I think Cade Long talked to the family, and It was a mutual decision on that. Yes,
Can
sir.
I clarify that?
Yes, sir.
This is Brian Wilson. It's a tough thing to ask a county judge or a group of volunteers or the fire department to call off a search, and we're not going to do that. I mean, the governor has said we're going to keep searching till we find.
Right.
It doesn't mean that we're going to search every day. What we did last Friday was to try another avenue, to look under additional debris piles, to use other technology. We've used LIDAR. We've used gas ray detection equipment. But to ask us to say that we're not going to hope to find Michael Phillips someday is just too much. I can't bring myself to do that. But we're stopping for now. And if we have other opportunities or other things that come to light, that we'll continue that at that time, and we may ask, as I said in my release to Texas Task Force 2, that if we find any additional information or opportunities, we'll call you back. And they said that was fine. So,
Who said that was fine?
the Texas Tatum.
Tatum? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Judge Wilson. I know losing Chief Phillips is a gut punch to the whole community. 30-plus years, and he totally beloved. And then you had the Hammond family, 17-year-old girl who made sure her brothers and sisters got out of the van. I know the families, the entire county is hurting, plus the others that was lost.
Thank you.
And I just want to back up. When I was at Faith Academy and seeing the whole task force efforts, and you could just see the first responders are just so tired. 18-plus hour days, and just, man, they're just not going to give up. And anyway, we can understand that that's what community's all about. And we just appreciate you stepping up in such a very short period of time, very difficult time for the county, nonetheless, outside of the storm and so forth. But thank you, and I know that we won't stop looking for Mike Phillips. We know that this is also a gut punch on the economy in Burnett County because tourism. Obviously, this is the tourist season with the beautiful lakes that you have there in Burnett County, Inks, Lake LBJ, Lake Marble Falls, and so forth. And I know just as there's a lot of debris in Lake Canyon, there's a lot of debris in your chain of lakes as well. What is it that the state could do to help us get on that community on their feet with this debris, considering that LCRA focuses on navigable parts of the lake only, realizing all this stuff goes to the shore, fills up the coves, all those sorts of things. What could the state of Texas or even LCRA do to help in that endeavor?
Well, today I got some good news while I was listening to testimony that Tatum had stepped in for a lot of our debris management. So, we like I said, we lost 40 homes totally destroyed, 100 homes that were significantly damaged, and then another couple hundred that were seriously damaged. So people have been mucking out, and we set up a debris field. A site through the assistance of the Tatum has taken that over to start removing that and taking care of it. And so we appreciate the assistance to help. I wasn't expecting that. We were in the middle of making contracts, but for the same purpose. A lot of that debris that's collected into the lakes, that would be another good part, because of course as you. Most people probably know better than I do. I don't spend a lot of time on the lakes, but a lot of those lots are owned back, by private properties down into the lake. And as Judge Brown spoke earlier, counties are not allowed to touch private property unless we have very specific circumstances and situations. So that's one area that the state, through LCRA or through its own authority, could begin to draw out some of that debris out of those coves and away from property owners. So.
No, I appreciate that. When you look at it, especially in the coves, Highland Haven, Granite Shoals, and so forth, actually the municipalities own that lake, a lot of that lake bottom as well. And of course, with the economy as part of the concern, I would hope, and if you put more thought to that, because I know that we have some thresholds on the FEMA piece,
right,
but there may be some additional opportunity there for which the state can assess in that direction. Just need to hear from you. Judge Snell, sir, thank you for your leadership. Obviously, Liberty Hill, you may have been a school superintendent, but you were a leader within the community, and obviously Liberty Hill jumped out and started supporting outside of their city limits, especially along the San Gabriel and so forth like that. And so it was really good to see a lot of work in that community. I know that Leander was looking to push support into Travis County. Between yourself and Judge Brown, can you kind of walk us through that, if you have any knowledge of that, and if there was any hiccups and something there that we need to look to make sure that even though they share the same zip code, that doesn't mean they're actually part of Leander proper, but when you look at the Sandy Creek effort, it's in close proximity to one another.
Yeah, I'm not sure on the Leander working with Travis County, but I was in contact with my mayors on their needs, and I'm assuming Mayor Delisle from Leander was in contact with Judge Brown on her needs for the ETJ. A lot of these cities were in an interesting spot because most, if not all, of the damage around Liberty Hill was not in the city, and similar for Leander, but those mayors stood up and led for their communities as well, and we had a lot of help from state people, from other cities in the county. So I was calling Judge Brown either every other day or every 3 days, and Judge Williams too, or Wilson too, to get if they needed any help whatsoever. So we were in communication throughout.
Especially when it came to establishing a fund and so forth, or a place where people could actually send contributions. So there's a lot of
the
county
community
to county
foundation,
discussion.
and it was actually just people in Williamson County. It wasn't my idea. We just gave them the vehicle of using the Wilco Cares to donate. They've raised over $800,000 right now, and the goal is to raise $1 million and keep going. Travis County started about a week later, so we got Travis County Cares. And we've got Burnett County as part of it too. So it's a great organization, looking out for the whole community, not just for this disaster, but for every aspect.
No, appreciate it. Yeah. Would you like to comment on the Leander? Because eventually what happened in terms of the Sandy Creek support, the basically started to become headquartered out of Leander, did it
Absolutely. Leander ISD was where the incident command was, where the initial where the volunteer center was, and where the resource center was initially. They've been wonderful partners with us. Judge Snell and I have talked several times, as he said. And our radios, I know there's been some discussion about this, but as of something like 2008 or something, our radios are all interoperable. So our first responders from Travis County and Williamson County can talk easily. I double checked that with ESD1. They've got the Wilco frequency on their radios down here today. So yes, great partnership here between Williamson and Travis County.
That's good. So when, and thank you, Judge Snells, thank you, Judge Brown, on that question. It handed us this, and it shows us basically the terrain. And oh, by the way, when you're talking edge of balcons, in the balcons, and you're talking about, especially in the Crow Creek area, and the area of the Sandy Creek, extremely difficult terrain. And so you mentioned that TDM was co-located. Was that at the EOC or at the incident command?
When it was the incident command. So they, we asked them on Monday. I think on Tuesday they were there setting that up, and it ended up being at the Leander ISD Middle School.
Okay, and that was ESD 1 initially, was
Yes,
the
sir.
incident command before
Yes,
you
sir.
requested TDM. Just to make sure I got that straight.
Yes, sir.
How many ESDs does Travis County have?
Man, you were going to ask that. 13 or so.
Okay, well, no, I
Yeah.
appreciate it. It's large.
Yeah.
And out of how many ESDs was basically directed to go and support the ESD? Because it was ESD 1 that was impacted, correct?
Yes, sir. It was every single one of them, is my understanding, that they came. So
they had a part and piece because they also have to make sure that they protect against fires and so forth like that, or other emergencies across the county.
yes, sir. And I
But
think
every
that's,
one of them was engaged.
it's a big reason why we asked TDM to come in Monday, because that exact reason, that these firefighters obviously dropped everything, came to the aid in Northwest Travis County that night and into that morning, but they have to answer 911 calls for the rest of the community, and so that's a big reason why we're so
And it was
thankful.
pretty overwhelming, and that's why we got TDM in
Yes,
there.
sir.
And TDM basically took over the 7th or 8th of July.
So 5th, 6th, 7th. We asked them the 7th. They took over the 8th.
They took over on the
Yes,
8th
sir.
of July. So, and I can only imagine that the terrain that you're describing here, with this number of search teams and so forth going, a lot of cadaver dogs.
Yes, sir.
Plus, you have the issues going on in Kerr County as well as the other counties for which was impacted that testified earlier today. The state had a lot going on as it was supporting the local leaders, and them kid will be the first say it needs to be led by the locals.
Yes, sir.
And I can appreciate that, especially since y'all know the terrain and so forth. What I would ask for time's sake,
Yes, sir.
I would like to just build upon what Senator Campbell requested in terms between Travis County and rebuild that timeline.
Okay.
And also share that after action review once, because I'm sure y'all are going to do one. When do you think y'all will execute the after action review?
So we're still it's not after the action yet, as you have heard today. There's
Sure.
still a lot of work to do there.
So you wait till the total piece. You
Yes,
don't
sir.
do it by phase or anything else like that. You
Yes, sir.
Wait till okay.
Yes, sir.
I got it. So we'll wait to hear to see when you think you may be able to make that. But when you go to build that timeline, because I'm pretty sure when you're talking about this amount of terrain,
Yes, sir.
that you were focused on recovery, first to save lives and recovery.
Yes, sir.
And that goes for several days. And so I imagine, obviously when you look at this complexity of terrain, you may not see a lot out there.
Yes, sir.
In your local place, because your incident command was how far from Sandy Creek?
20 minutes away.
20 minutes
Yes, sir.
away. Okay. So if you could, please, could you also articulate in that timeline when other management pieces come aboard? Like, for example, the management system that y'all or processes you put in for volunteers, where they would report to. How would they report? How did they know? If you could just kind of give us a total picture so that we can understand, we can learn as well. Because the one thing that is obvious is that the people do need to see us, and they need to see us out there working hard and helping to organize. There's an expectation that we organize. And so if you wouldn't mind including the management pieces, all the way down from the water and food that was provided, if it was, or did we depend on the volunteer base from the churches and so forth. But also, if you could put inside that timeline how the low water crossing was discussed and determined, and what resources we were looking towards, because that community really didn't have that low water crossing in place for 8 days, 10 days?
Yeah, I've got that in the timeline. But yes, it took a while. Yes, we first got, I think, TxDOT engineers out there, then Travis County. Do you want me to go into the timeline?
No.
Okay.
I just want you to build it into that timeline,
Sure.
if you would,
Happy
that
to.
Senator
Yes, sir.
Campbell was talking about. And I greatly appreciate y'all being here today. Thank you,
Thank you, sir.
Chief.
Yes, sir.
Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you hanging in with us. It's been a good panel. I'm going to call up the next batch of publics. Kyle Nidever, Nidever, Catherine Fox, Evelyn Miller, Rosa M., I believe it's Toter, T-O-T-E-R maybe, Rosa M., Deborah Strain, Clay Lambert, Sarah Stewart, Chris Distel. Kylie DeDever, Catherine Fox. Who do I have up here?
Catherine Fox.
Kylie? You have Kylie?
Kylie.
Okay, and who's this?
Sarah Stewart. Sarah Stewart.
Sarah Stewart. Catherine Fox. Okay. Kylie. Evelyn Miller. Is that you?
I'm Deborah Strain.
You're Deborah. Clay Lambert. Clay Lambert. Chris Distel. Chris Distel. Rosa. That's you. And Evelyn Miller. Not you. Are you just with her, or are you testifying?
I'm signed up to testify,
Okay.
but I'm with her for.
What's your name?
Courtney Calhoun.
Calhoun?
Yes.
All right, we'll find yours.
Okay, thank you.
Give me two more. So Evelyn Miller's not here.
Courtney.
Courtney?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll put you in. Need two more. Barbara Oates and Ashlyn Bolton. Barbara Oates and Ashlyn Bolton. Lawrence Walker, Rebecca Fowler. Lawrence Walker, Rebecca Fowler. Wait a minute. Are you Rebecca? Okay. Daniel Edelston. Daniel Edelston, got you? Okay, all right, we got a full panel. Let's go ahead and start with you, Kylie. 3 minutes. Pull that mic real close and talk real big.
Hello, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kylie Neidiver, and I am a lifelong resident of Kerr County. I live in Bumblebee Hills, a working-class neighborhood located off Highway 39 in Hunt. Of the 33 homes in my little community, only 5 were untouched by the raging floodwaters of the Guadalupe River. The home where I live with my mom and sister was one of these 5. In the early hours of July 4th, my neighbors' homes were flooded with anywhere between a few inches to over 8 feet of water. By the grace of God, no one in Bumblebee Hills was seriously injured or lost their life that morning, but many homes were ruined, and we are now faced with the monumental task of rebuilding and resuming our everyday lives while bearing these new unseen scars of trauma. The only thing more powerful than the flood has been the outpouring of volunteers and community members who have taken it upon themselves to help us recover. Assistance and prompt guidance from our local government regarding our rebuilding efforts have been non-existent. I have met no local county officials in Hunt or in my neighborhood, nor have I encountered anyone from the state. Those of us impacted by this catastrophe are not asking for handouts. We're asking for a functioning government. Kerr County simply does not possess the infrastructure to handle this recovery on our own. The solution the county has proposed for dealing with the flood debris is incineration, a giant fire that will burn for months, doing nothing more than polluting our air. Isn't there a better way to handle this that won't result in breathing problems for a community that is already broken and hurting? Right now, it is primarily families and local volunteers who are the ones hauling debris to the dump and paying the fees for it. Survivors across the state of Texas cannot wait any longer for emergency relief. We need knowledgeable officials, debris removal, housing support, and mental health care. This community is in desperate need of educated assistance, handling the enormous burden of this catastrophe. The individuals who experienced the flood, who are not full-time Kerr County residents, need help too. When my neighbor's home was flooded, she and her husband were in shock. My mom and I stepped in to help them begin the cleaning and recovery process in their home because that's what friends and neighbors do. We were all traumatized, but we did it anyway. Texans are showing up for each other every single day. Now it's time for our elected leaders to do the same. Please use the authority you already have to release emergency funds and make this session about flood recovery and nothing else. We can't do this alone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. State your name.
Catherine Fox.
Pull that over there real close.
Catherine Fox, born and raised in Kerr County, resident of Hunt.
I'm not sure it's on. They're working on it there real quick. Lights on. Try it now.
Catherine Fox.
There you go. I hear you.
Born and raised in Kerr County, resident of Hunt. In my 67 years, I've been through about 25 floods in Kerr County. A mark on our property of the 1932 flood was far surpassed this time. USGS has been out. They'll get the exact numbers to us soon, but a rough estimate is 50 feet on our property at the confluence of the Guadalupe River and Bumblebee Hills Creek. As we've seen prior in testimony, things just, our confidence has been shaken by the lack of coordination, chain of command glitches, and time taken to issue a code red, as well as the lack of the warning system and on that was discussed earlier. And what comes to my mind is a word that hasn't been brought up yet, and that is complacency, not just by our government, but by all of the residents who have not lived there as long as I have in many instances, and just decided that, you know, out of sight, out of mind. We haven't had any major floods for about 15 years, so let's just let the good times roll. And everybody started building along the river, especially during the COVID surge on our state. So, having established what we've already established today, 2025 is now the new benchmark. 1932 is out the window. And I would like to say that, or quote, Judge Rob Kelly in his testimony said, "This just was not forecast." As someone who's lived here for 67 years in this area, I would like to say that it was, but no one caught it. History shows that when the National Weather Service issues a flash flood watch and mentions a subtropical air mass could potentially stall out of the hill country, we all better set up and pay attention. We were warned, but in a roundabout way. We didn't pay attention. And here's what happened. Here's what we should be doing. Bring whatever you can to higher ground, including vehicles and boats, just like preparing for a hurricane. Stay vigilant. When it starts raining buckets and it doesn't stop for many hours, you form your own family watch, especially at night. Change your plans if you know that this is coming and you're not from the area, especially if you have extremely small children and elderly family members. Have an escape plan. Practice it. Yes, it's inconvenient, and yes, often nothing happens. Yet when I was a little girl, that is exactly what the community of Hunt did every time. Not just the camps, but everyone who lived along the river or a creek. We didn't have today's technology. And as it has been alluded to earlier, and even one person on your committee stated, no warning system is fail-proof. We braced for impact without technology just in case, and we managed many times to save lives and property. Finally, stricter building code and enforcement. Currently, FEMA only maps main river channels, and as we have had people mention earlier, creeks need flood gauges that go into the Guadalupe River. And in FEMA's plan...
Ms. Fox, fix it. kind of finish up.
Creeks are not factored in. If someone wants to build a house or a development by the confluence of a creek and a river, they're allowed to. Mother Nature humbled us. She reminded us that she is a force to be reckoned with.
Thank
We
you, ma'am.
must improve our flood plans to honor those who were lost and save lives in the future.
Good suggestions. Go ahead, ma'am.
I'm Sarah Stewart from Kerrville, Texas. Sometimes to move forward, it's important for us to look back. So I thank you for providing this opportunity, especially my rep, Wes Ferdell. So they don't build them like they used to. We've all said it. Maybe it's time we built them like they used to. I grew up in Tornado Alley, and we had civil defense sirens. Everyone knew that sound because they tested them monthly. They drilled once a year, all the way back to my great-grandparents' day. It was ingrained in us, and there was no cell phone required. If we want to prepare for a 500 years flood, then we need solutions that are going to be around for our children's children. Another old idea that didn't get much attention today is a water reservoir. State support from you guys for a water reservoir here would be priceless. It would provide flood safety, provide a water supply, and even possibly hydropower. That is a triple blessing for our county that would last for generations to come. These are tried and true solutions that will be here for our children's children. Let's work together and build them like we used to. Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair and members. Is this on? No? Okay, well, yes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Rebecca Fowler, and I'm here on behalf of Mental Health America of Greater Houston, as well as the Texas Coalition for Healthy Minds, a network of over 35 organizations focused on mental health and substance use recovery across Texas. Personally, I am here in person because I've lived in Houston for the past 15 years, and we are no stranger to disasters and trauma and recovery in that process. So I really wanted to share with you all what we have learned. My written testimony is quite extensive, and I encourage you all to reach out to me and our other organizations to really learn what are these best practices and what are organizations that are in place. We are already working with folks on the ground here in Kerrville to kind of help implement that practice, but I also wanted to share with you today that flooding is not just a physical disaster, it's also a psychological one, as we've already heard today. Kids, families, neighborhoods, this entire community has been impacted, and this will be a years-long recovery. We need to start thinking about how do we give supports now for kids who are afraid of the rain or water, who don't want to be separated from their families, and there are real ways that we can do that. And there's already kind of a very clear example that the committee understands it, this community understands it, and I'm very grateful for that. One thing that we did want to point out is that unfortunately disasters sharply increase suicidal ideation and substance use, and specifically here in Kerr County, the suicide rate was already nearly twice as high as the state average, and we already have very limited access for mental health services for youth. So we want to get in here and really amp up the supports that we can provide now that we know that they are needed more than ever. Schools have kind of formally been that front line for recovery in the past, and we would like to go in and support them as much as we can now. And for us, that really does come from looking at how the state can invest in emergency funding now. We saw after Uvalde, there was flexible state investments of about $5 million specifically for the Resiliency Center. We think that's a great model, but we would love to see that with additional flexibility so that communities here can turn to people that are already trusted, turn to the schools, turn to the churches to meet those communities' needs. We would also love to see, we've talked about T-Chat, we've talked about the LMHAs, we've talked about ESCs. those programs exist, but a lot of schools that aren't connected is because they don't have the technical assistance or they don't have the actual internal infrastructure within the schools, whether that's a classroom or someone to kind of be with that student. So if there can be some sort of crisis mental health funding, either through the ESCs or to the districts specifically impacted, we would love to see that targeted mental health supports, just so we can build out those structures in a new way. Thank you.
Good testimony. I did check. Kerrville ISD does participate in TChat, and they said it was awesome. So
Good.
I didn't know if it made it here or not, but it's good. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, this is on? Yes. Hi, my name is Daniel Edelstein. I'm a local resident. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak today. I also want to take this opportunity real quick just to thank all of our first responders and county officials and many volunteers that have poured their hearts and souls in this community. I mean, it's been a real blessing. My wife and 4 children reside here in West Kerr County, and I'm speaking today as a local resident on behalf of my parents who have a local business in Ingram, Texas. I'm here today just to bring light to the rebuilding of our communities and the struggles that we're facing right now. My parents own the Ingram Dam Center, which is located directly next to the Ingram High School, just across the street from the dam. The strip center is filled with other local businesses and residential apartments. This business was my parents' livelihood and their retirement. It's been extremely devastating to their lives because with their medical conditions, it's impossible for them to rebuild themselves. Thank God for all the volunteers and community help that we have received, because without it, my parents, the business wouldn't have been salvageable. At least the building wouldn't have been salvageable itself. Their business and others at the Ingram Dam Center sustained 6.5 feet of water inside for hours. We had 4 residents in there, and they also survived and were water rescued, which was amazing, until the waters receded. So we had friends, family, random volunteers, and many churches and private organizations help us demo everything to the studs. So you go over there now, a lot of people know about the Ingram Dam. They've slid down the dam, when they're kids or their kids have done it. It's just kind of a central location in Ingram, and it's really sad to see where it's at right now. Things that I've learned a lot about, because I've never been in a disaster like this or anything close to it, that a lot of people don't know and I didn't know, is that once you take funds from FEMA, which they don't help businesses, but even individuals out there, once you take the funds from FEMA, in a catastrophic event, even like this, even if you're not in floodplain, they're going to require you to have flood insurance. And knowing the market quite well, being as a realtor, that's going to reduce families' home values, or really just price them out of the communities that they live in, because they can't afford flood insurance as well as mortgages and all that kind of stuff. So it's really going to hurt the people in the long run by them just taking the FEMA funds. So I've reached out to a lot of those communities and told them just because they're only giving them $12,000 to $18,000 for the damages in their houses. And I've told them just to go look out for grants, get as many grants as possible, because taking FEMA funds is just going to be detrimental to them in the long run. There's been very, very little relief for small businesses that are supposed to be the pillar of this community. FEMA doesn't offer recovery assistance for small businesses, even if we had residential units inside. And the SBA, just to be honest, has been kind of a joke. They told my parents that they give them an 8% loan, and they'd have to, if the only way they'd give them a 4% loan is if they either had bad credit or couldn't get approved somewhere else. So it's really detrimental to them, because that's their livelihood, and that's the way
You're
they.
going to have to kind of wrap it.
Yep, I'll end it right now. So I just want to switch gears real quick. I'll end it right now. As a preventative, I really think the debris inside that wall of water that was coming through really had an effect, and it'd be great if we could figure out what effect that had and put a plan together in place in order to maybe clean out the rivers and things like that before these happen and all that debris comes down.
Okay.
So.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
My name is Debbie Strain. I am from San Antonio and was involved in the Sandy Creek relief efforts from pretty close to the beginning. I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to speak before all of you today. I come before you not only as a Texan and constituent of Senator Menendez, but as someone who witnessed firsthand the heartbreaking failures in Sandy Creek after the July 5th flood. I'm a volunteer, and like many others, friends, neighbors, and strangers from across the state, we showed up because help was needed. By the time government entities were seen on the scene, we had already recovered bodies, coordinated supply chains, brought in heavy equipment, served hot meals, provided medical care, and tried, often unsuccessfully, to get help across a broken bridge. Volunteers were threatened with arrest for attempting to deliver supplies to areas that needed them. On July 14th, TDEM and others opened a volunteer resource center, which I know was discussed at the previous hearing. But by then, much of the critical early response had already been led by the everyday people on the ground. Communication from TDEM and Travis County OEM was inconsistent, unclear, and often contradictory. Policies changed multiple times a day. Volunteers didn't know if they could take their tools from the VRC on the bus to the sites. It changed 4 times in one day, the policy on that. The confusion delayed help and discouraged volunteers from coming out to provide the assistance that was so desperately needed in the area. TDEM arrived in the Sandy Creek area on July 10th, was the first time I can recall hearing that they were there. They left by July 25th. Is that enough time to manage a disaster? Is it even enough to start? Through it all, help did not come from official channels. It came from volunteers, contractors, nurses, teachers, business owners, off-duty responders, parents. Regular working-class Texans and grassroots organizations stepped in when the system failed. Research consistently shows that the disaster response efforts are often hindered by fears of disorder or lack of control. However, it is frequently the unaffiliated volunteers, those who are undeterred by obstacles and driven purely by the urgency of need, who deliver the most timely and effective aid on the ground. Sandy Creek deserved better. They still do. And we're asking you to ensure that no other community is left to navigate a disaster alone. We need action. Specifically, mandate minimum staffing and rapid activation timelines for county emergency operations centers during declared disasters, so that no gaps like the ones we saw from July 5th to July 10th happen again. Codify communication protocols that require clear, centralized, and accessible public updates during disaster response, especially because so many of these areas do not have good cell phone coverage.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Please proceed. Just state your name, please.
Do you want me to go first?
Oh,
We're swapping spots.
okay.
I am speaking on behalf of a couple of
Ma'am.
Sorry. Yes?
Okay, under House rules,
Oh.
you can only testify on behalf of what you put on your witness affirmation form, and we have you as testifying just on behalf of yourself.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Please proceed. Just state your name, and you got 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Or 2 minutes.
My name is Courtney Kate Calhoun. I was born and raised in Hunt, Texas. I was born at the Sid Peterson Hospital in Kerrville, Texas, and I simultaneously grew up in Hunt and Kerrville. Weeks prior to the flood, I was privately living with my God family in Bumblebee Hills. I did not announce this to the public. I came back kind of in private. They lost mostly everything in their home, and I lost most of my personal items that were there. On 8 p.m. of the 3rd, I decided to leave town to go to Travis County for the 4th of July. I awoke late in the morning to the news of what had happened to my hometown, immediately took action, started purchasing materials, loaded up a truck, drove down with the anticipation to drive down to Kerrville. The second I stepped foot in my truck, I received flood flash warnings for Travis County. I waited with my mother near my front door for nearly 13 hours in terror, watching my hometown be destroyed, annihilated, unable to go there. Without the proper notification that I could leave, I took a risk and I left her and my pets. I rushed down to Kerr County. I came to my God family's side, delivered my materials, immediately went boots on the ground for search and rescue. On the 5th, I was doing search and rescue at Casa Bonita, and based off of the information from someone who testified earlier, I can without a doubt say that we recovered some of her family members. We were amongst the first to come by. After the wave came from help looking for survivors, we were amongst the first to come by to start looking for recovery that those were not alive anymore. We did this for several days. On the 7th, I decided to make a mass resource list for Hunt to Kerr County, and upon this, the chief of the Hunt Volunteer Fire Department gave me a badge and a vest and asked me to also help with the first victim needs intake list and volunteer sheet. Then I went back to search and rescue. Every day I did search and rescue. Over the next few days, Governor Abbott came through Hunt. I just happened to be there at that time where I met Mr. Verdell and a couple other people, and I spoke on behalf of my county, speaking about the lack of communication and leadership and volunteer turnaway that was happening if you weren't there for search and rescue. My godmother was amongst, and so were these kind people amongst the others that were in Bumblebee Hills that did not receive aid for a couple of days because they were not involved in the missing. They were forced to sit there and watch mold go up their walls. After this, I was removed from Hunt, Texas by the Chief Volunteer Fire Department, being told that I was taking sight away from the mass disruption of what was going on in my town, and that I was there for other reasons. I asked for a clear explanation as why I was being escorted out of my town, and I was never given one. I went into hiding, but I came out to Kerrville, and I decided to continue my search and rescue.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Verdell.
Thank you. Two things. One is...
Oh, hang on 1 second, Mr. Verdell. Rosa?
Yes, sir.
Are you going to are you testifying now? Okay, you just wanted her to go first.
Yes, sir.
That's why I skipped over you. I thought you had decided not to.
No, sir.
Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. My name is Rosa Toller. I live in Bumblebee Hills. This is our neighborhood. I've been here 26 years. I've never seen anything like this in my life. In Bumblebee Hills, we all survived. There's always sunshine after the rain. Cindy and I'm from Michigan. You're not alone, but we were. But we weren't, because we are Hill Country strong, and we're the heart of the Texas Hill Country. And we had our neighbors, all of us, together. At 2 a.m., I've heard the first transformer go out. Poof. I told my husband, "Did you hear that?" He said, "Yes, our power's still on. K-Pub will come. Our lights are on." 3:15. Our warning was screaming down the road. That was our warning, our screaming neighbors, yelling for help. So I ran up and got out of bed and went to the door and started out the door with a flashlight. It was dark and pouring. My husband opened the door and the river raged and ran through the front and the back door and took all of our belongings with it. I lost my son 10 years ago, so I have to have complex trauma PTSD already. And now it's a million trifold, along with all my other neighbors, so now we all have it. We are now facing monumental of rebuilding Bumblebee Hills, and now we have been told this afternoon, while I'm still working logistics as being here, I was able to. I am representing us alive. We're alive, the survivors. Where's our help? Where's our excavators as I stood on the highway for 5 hours to track down our semi to come through the gates just to let them know that I had 17 skid steers lined up in the front waiting to unload the debris. I have the black mold disease bacteria and infection of follicular in my body.
I am the only one. How is that possible that I am the only one? I was in the hospital at 11:24 p.m. on July 4th, that same day, for injuries that I sustained. The next morning, when the final light shone what had come through to our neighborhood, this is what's coming now, today. Bumblebee Hills, FEMA Home Foundations are now saying that they have to raise our foundations higher. FEMA trash cleanup is coming when? When are we going to see this FEMA help come in to remove the debris? I've got logistics on the ground. The toss-up dumpsters are there and waiting for the skid steers and the excavators that FEMA has parked in Ingram. These are the taxpayers' dollars, and we need help.
Thank you for your testimony. Before we get to questions, as a matter of housekeeping, just for the way the House rules work, Sarah Stewart, are you Sarah? On your form, I have to have an occupation, even if you just say you're self-employed or home or
Self-employed.
self-employed. Do I have your permission to change that?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions for the witnesses? Mr. Verdell.
All right, thank you, Chairman King. So a couple things here. One, Bumblebee Hills has been mentioned. Thank you for mentioning that, and you too. So my team has sent an email on the 21st asking questions, trying to find out what is needed to get y'all help over there. And they also sent an email out yesterday, again, asking that same question. So we're trying to find answers for y'all, just so y'all know, because it looks like Bumblebee Hills has I don't want to say forgotten, I don't mean it that way, but has been left out of where a lot of work is being done right now. So we're trying to find answers for that. And then Ms. Calhoun, I know you ran out of time, if maybe for 30 seconds, if you can finish your statement, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you so much. Let me get my date right really fast, if you'll let me find where it was. On July 22nd, I started going back into Hunt, and I was servicing Heart of the Hills. I brought them a 3,000-pound water trough and a power washer. For the next 4 days, I continued to go there and continue to help. And on the 26th, I got word while I was down on the ground searching with one of the uncles of the remaining missing children that I was off of my medication, which I don't take anything but an inhaler. And someone was going around showing a video of me where I spoke out against that. I believe that there are more missing persons. And I was escorted by 12 state troopers off of that road, away from the side of this uncle looking for his daughter, as I was the only person there with him besides the Navy SEALs and some task force. Then I was met by 20 state troopers, a sheriff, and deputies telling me if I went back into Hunt, Texas, where I am living, I would be arrested. I was staying at a cabin deep in Hunt, and I was told that I was not given access to go back to this cabin. To this moment, I do not have my inhaler. I do not have my allergy medications. I was prohibited from going to the Hunt store reopening, the Hunt store concert. I have not been allowed to go to any funerals. There is a family of one of the homes that I searched for an hour and a half that I found out is alive and well, and I am not allowed to go to their house to meet them. I am trying to say all this, that I do not believe there is a proper structure of who is in charge, and there is no clear indication of what power can be executed by whom. We are all exhausted by trying to figure out who's in charge, and we are all exhausted by the abuse of power. And we are trying to get back to our homes. We are trying to regrow and live, and I am being prohibited from my home. But I also want to speak in regards to those that are missing. Yes, a lot of people were found, and I firsthand have been on the ground to find a lot of them. I am a 28-year-old that was born and raised here. I just happen to have the opportunity to come back. There are still the other parts of their bodies that are missing, and our search and rescue teams have been sent home. Our equipment is being sent home, our free food for all of us, because we don't have our houses, we don't have kitchens, we don't have laundry. They are being sent away. We still need them. We still want them. And please, if this list of the remaining persons could be officially released for those of us that are not in law enforcement, and we were there, the first ones that were there with boots on the ground, we want to know who is missing. So that if y'all leave, that's fine, but we want to stay and keep looking. We are not done.
Thank you,
Thank
Courtney.
you.
Appreciate it. Sarah, I just want to say thank you for your ideas too that you mentioned. Well, I appreciate that. And that's all I had. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Kokors.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. I have a little bit of a hearing loss, so I can't, with the echo, hear everything you're saying, but I hear your passion and your emotion. I wanted the lady on the end, your name?
Kylie Nightyver.
Thank you. You spoke of the debris piles and how those might be removed. Just speaking from a little experience, Mr. Chairman, and to Representative Verdell and Senator Flores, post-Harvey, I'm the senator from Rockport, Fulton, and at the time, Port Aransas, the debris piles were 3 and 4 stories high. One of the concerns, certainly in Rockport, in Aransas County, was burning the debris. And when we brought in the task force, and we used the Texas A&M Aggie agencies to come in and help our local cities and counties who were overwhelmed, and I'm not so sure we shouldn't look at that model again, especially as it's isolated to Kerr County, and maybe most destruction here in Kerr County, to Senator Flores and Representative Verdell. It worked really well. On the incinerator, we brought in incinerators so that there were not plumes of smoke because of our citizens being very concerned about the quality of air. So that is something that we could possibly do. FEMA was our partner in that as we, move through this. They are our federal partner in paying for that. So I wanted to offer that to you. And again, the debris is part of the healing. I've been through this. I think I had more destruction in Harvey over a geographic area than any other senator, and debris removal is a part of the healing. To the lady, 67 years living here, thank you for your quote that Mother Nature humbled us. I do agree that Mother Nature can be a force, and this is the new watermark, as you said. So thank you for that. And then finally, I want to clarify on the end. Are you saying that you're not allowed to return to your home?
So I moved back to live with the Tollers 3 weeks before the flood. We're all displaced. They were given a small cabin. I was given one to myself. That's a little bit deeper into Hunt. It's right before the Hunt crossing. No, ma'am. I am not given permission to return back to that home. I have not been given permission to go back and gather my belongings, and I am not given permission to go into Hunt as orders of Chief Poole from the Hunt Volunteer Fire Department, who has been given access to all of Kerr County sheriffs and state troopers. I am not allowed past the border of Bumblebee Hills.
So this is July 31st, and I do think that we need to cut through that red tape as a part of meeting our citizens' needs at this point.
And ma'am, I have already gotten permission, and I would love to resume search and rescue with that family looking for their child, their niece.
So, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Chairman, I had some constituents that had been volunteering and drove to here today. They weren't able to stay to testify. I know that we're going to get their written response. It is a very consistent message on volunteers being turned away and the frustration. I like to say that Texans take care of Texans and Texas, and in every disaster we learn from it. But I do think in our smaller counties, and I represent a lot of smaller counties, that we need to help our elected officials and step in with a similar model that we used post-Harvey. Aransas County was tiny and devastated, and we were able to put people around them, help them fill out the FEMA grant papers, get things moving more quickly. So I look forward to working with this committee, with the Texas Department of Emergency Management. I just want you all to know your voices are being heard.
Senator, in particular, I think there has to be a better way to deal with all of the mature cypress trees that are down. This seems like perfectly good lumber that somebody somewhere might want, and instead of just burning it, I appeal to you all to find another solution that's more environmentally friendly.
We drove to hunt in Ingram today, 3 of us did with our staffs, and I saw them. And I'm a nature lover, big. That's what I love to do most, is to be in nature. And that is one of the things I said to my husband today is the cypress trees that are, some of them hundreds of years old. It was the hardest thing after Harvey to see those trees chipped up and burned. And so we'll try to help you with that. It is a fact at one point that you have to remove the debris. And it is tough, but there could be potentially, especially with those very large cypress that are very special, given to us by our Lord and Creator, that we could do something with it. We hear you.
I also have concerns about the riparian barrier, and can these cypress trees be used to help us prevent worse flooding in the future? So before it all just gets turned to ashes, I think we should all pause and think about what we're doing to the environment and how we can help things in the future to maybe make this a little less worse, potentially. So.
Yes, ma'am.
It's been in one of our local newspapers. I don't remember which one, but the incinerators are going to be used. That was in the paper. And as far as volunteers being turned away, it's my understanding, I've had a lot of volunteers on our private property, and they said that they had no problem as long as they registered at the Tivy High School in Kerrville before coming out to our area. You must register or you will be turned away. But if you register, you're A-OK in most instances.
On private property. Thank you.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all of you for coming today. I want to thank my constituent for being a volunteer and helping people. We've heard similar stories about volunteers being turned away, so I think part of what this committee should do is look at, how do we make sure that people who are just out of the goodness of their heart who want to help are able to help. But by the same token, I think part of what's going on too, I think if it's factual, and we must trust, but we also need to verify information. And one of the concerns that's been mentioned to us is that with the volunteers, they want to make sure that these are people who are here for the right reasons, that have the right expertise, or and they want to put them in places where they need them. And so I think that there's a balance of helping Texans, letting them help Texans, and not letting people just pick and choose. And I hope that what seems to be, based on what you've told us, that you're not being isolated or singled out for your views or for speaking out. Well, we'll have to look into that. And you have to imagine, we get to hear 3 sides of a story for many issues. And so we're kind of used to hearing this side, that side, and we have to look at what's the reality. So I want to remind everybody here, because your testimony was very valuable, all of y'all's was, but none of you handed us anything in writing. And Chairman King mentioned at the beginning, and Chairman Perry said, yes, please go to the House website where you can input your testimony on the website, as you can type in what you've read to us so that we can go back and read it, and not just us members of this committee, but all 181 legislators, the 150 House members and the 31 senators, so that we can come together. We're not the only ones in the legislature that want to help. We just happen to be the ones that are fortunate enough to be selected by the leadership to serve on this committee. So we want to help, but we also need to hear more about what's going on with the businesses and what can we do to help them. And sometimes need to verify, is the FEMA situation, are you going to be forced to do something if you take the help, that sort of thing. And if that's the case, can we do something about it? So there's a lot you've given us so much to digest that I don't want any of us forget So if you would please go to the website and input it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you guys for hanging in here tonight, and it's been a good panel. Always learn something. So y'all have a safe trip out.